The neighbor was too lonely and, upon our first meeting, invited me into her room not only to give me a head massage but also to talk about the peculiarities of neighbors like her. I was thrilled because I had a system for assisting beautiful women, which rewarded me for helping lonely ladies solve their problems. That day, I rented the cheapest apartment in Tokyo. The building looked old and shabby from the outside, faded curtains, rusty railings. But inside, I was in for a surprise. "Are you Mr. Jinjo? I've been expecting you." A soft, feminine voice made me look up. Standing before me was a woman in her early 30s. Her long black hair, braided and resting against her ample chest, caught the eye. A white blouse highlighted her refined figure, while her jeans perfectly hugged her slender legs. "Hello, I'm Jinjo Sasuke," I introduced myself with a slight bow. "Welcome. I'm Matsumoto Tomoko, the building manager. Please follow me, I'll show you your room," she said with a smile, picking up one of my smaller suitcases. "Don't worry, I can handle it myself." "Oh, Sasuke-kun, we're like family now." "Just take the large suitcase, I'll manage the rest," she replied, leading the way to the stairs. The apartment lacked an elevator, but fortunately, it was only 3 stories high, so it wasn't much of a hassle. Climbing the stairs, I couldn't help but notice her graceful movements. Suddenly, the system in my head activated. Beauty affinity system activated. Target detected. Name, Matsumoto Tomoko. Charm, 90. Current affinity, 70. Each increase in affinity grants 1,000 yen. Having been transported to this world 2 months ago, I possessed a system that rewarded me for helping certain individuals. It only applied to attractive girls and women who met its high standards. A shy young beauty? A lonely woman in need of support? Assist them, and you will be handsomely rewarded. The system's description played in my mind. In my small fishing village in Hokkaido, there were only 2 eligible targets. The population mostly consisted of elderly residents, as the youth had long left. That's why I decided to move to Tokyo, a bustling city teeming with people and, naturally, more potential system targets. My attention was drawn to the initial affinity level. 70 points right off the bat? It seems Matsumoto-san is quite pleased with me, I thought. The reason for her favorable impression was likely my appearance. With my tall stature, tan skin, sculpted features, and lean yet muscular build, I could easily pass as a typical sun-kissed heartthrob. Being good-looking really does come in handy, I mused. After climbing 2 flights of stairs, Tomoko stopped at the last room on the 3rd floor. Room 303. "This is your apartment, Sasuke-kun. Please, go ahead and take a look," she said, unlocking the door and gesturing me inside. The room was small but cozy. Wooden floors, minimalist furniture. Despite the building's age, everything looked clean and well-maintained. The soft light of the setting sun streamed through the windows, creating a warm, inviting atmosphere. "How do you like it, Sasuke-kun? Does it meet your expectations?" Tomoko asked as she surveyed the room alongside me. "Yes, it's perfect. Thank you, Matsumoto-san." In truth, I hadn't expected much for such a low price, but reality had exceeded my expectations. "As for the rent and deposit, I'll pay a bit later," I added. "Don't worry about it, Sasuke-kun. Pay whenever it's convenient for you," she replied with a warm smile. Tomoko seemed in no hurry to leave. She lingered by the door as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. System, target detected. Matsumoto Tomoko appears to want to invite you to dinner. Task reward, 5,000 yen. Dinner, huh? I thought. Matsumoto-san, is there a convenience store nearby? I asked to steer the conversation. A convenience store? Oh yes, if you leave the building and turn right, there's one about 500 meters away. Are you planning to buy something for dinner? Yes, I'm feeling a bit hungry after the trip. Tomoko paused briefly before suggesting with a smile, why settle for store-bought meals? If you don't mind, come to my place for dinner tonight. The system had been right, after all. Really? That would be wonderful, I said. Of course, she replied. Ever since my daughter left for university, I've been eating alone. I'd be happy to have some company. Her loneliness must be what the system detected, I concluded. You have a daughter? You look so young, I wouldn't have guessed you were over 30, I said sincerely. Oh, Sasuke-kun, you're quite the charmer. I'm actually approaching 40, she said, covering her mouth with her hand as a light blush spread across her cheeks. System, affinity level +1. Reward, 1,000 yen. Thank you for the invitation. I'll unpack a bit and join you soon, I said. Great. I live on the first floor, room 101. If you have no food preferences, I'll prepare something delicious, she said. Anything is fine, Matsumoto-san. Thank you. With a smile, she left the room, leaving me alone. Sosuke Jinjo unpacked everything from his 2 suitcases, organizing his belongings and setting up his bed. The previously somewhat empty room now felt more lively, as though someone had truly moved in. He glanced at his phone, 5:30 p.m. Recalling Matsumoto Tomoko's warm invitation, and considering it was his first visit, Sosuke decided to buy a small gift to bring along. If he remembered correctly, there was a wagashi, traditional Japanese sweets, shop along the way to the apartment. It was a calm April evening. The sun had begun its descent in the west, and a gentle breeze carried a few stray cherry blossom petals. The faint floral fragrance mingling with the city air made Sosuke pause. So, this was Tokyo. The scent was entirely different from the salty sea breeze of his small fishing village back home. Following his memory, Sosuke quickly found the wagashi shop. Its old-fashioned decor, out of place in the current era, suggested it had been in business for many years. After picking out a small box of wagashi, the shopkeeper carefully wrapped it. It was just past 6 p.m. when Sosuke arrived at Matsumoto Tomoko's door. He knocked lightly, and the door opened almost immediately. Matsumoto Tomoko had changed into a loose white spaghetti strap nightgown, with a blue floral apron tied around her neck. The swell of her chest made the apron seem small, and her soft, fair legs, partially exposed, appeared plump and shapely. Come in, Jinjo-kun. Dinner is almost ready, Matsumoto said with a smile as she accepted the gift from Sosuke. For a moment, Sosuke felt as if Mrs. Matsumoto was bathed in a gentle maternal glow. Having lost his parents at a young age and been raised by his grandfather, Sosuke had never experienced this kind of warmth from a mature and nurturing woman. Have a seat wherever you like, Jinjo-kun. I'll bring you some tea, Matsumoto said warmly. Sosuke casually sat on the sofa, looking around the room. It was meticulously arranged, warm and clean, clearly the work of a thoughtful woman. Matsumoto returned from the kitchen holding a glass teapot. She picked up a teacup from the table and bent slightly to pour tea for Sosuke. The loose neckline of her nightgown revealed more than she likely intended. The contrast of her milky white skin against the dark fabric was striking, catching Sosuke's attention for a fleeting moment. The words wealthy and generous flashed through his mind. Try this, Jinjo-kun. It's black tea I brewed myself, and it tastes quite good, Matsumoto. Sosuke picked up the cup. The rising steam carried a rich, intoxicating aroma. Taking a small sip, he immediately This is amazing, Mrs. Matsumoto. It's the best tea I've ever had, Sosuke said, not. I'm glad you like it. Please drink as much as you want. I'll go bring out dinner, Matsumoto said, her face showing a faint blush, perhaps from the tea. Before long, she returned with oyakudon, tempura vegetables, a few side dishes, and miso soup. Small and large bowls filled the table complete. Please try some, Jinjo-kun, Matsumoto said as she removed her apron and sat across from him. Thank you for the meal, Sosuke said, pressing his hands together in gratitude before starting to eat. Oyakudon was something Sosuke had seen on TV before but had never tried. In his fishing village, seafood dominated every meal, leaving little opportunity to explore other cuisines. The tender chicken, smooth egg, and melt-in-your-mouth onions combined into a perfect harmony of flavors, a blend of maturity and youthfulness in every bite. This is delicious, Mrs. Matsumoto. It's my first time trying oyakudon, Sosuke said between bites. That's wonderful, Jinjo-kun. I heard you're from Hokkaido, so I was worried you might not be used to the food here, Matsumoto replied. The tension in her expression eased, replaced by a subtle joy. You know, Jinjo-kun, watching someone enjoy the food I've made is the greatest happiness for someone who cooks, she added. Mrs. Matsumoto, your cooking is incredible. And by the way, you can just call me Sosuke from now on, he said with a smile. All right, Sosuke, Matsumoto said softly, her voice quieter than before. Then you can call me Tomoko, she added, tilting her head slightly to the side with a shy expression. All right, Tomoko-san, Sosuke replied cheerfully. The soft yellow light from the dining room illuminated Sosuke's side profile. His sharp features and perfect lines made him look like an artwork displayed under a gallery spotlight. Tomoko found herself momentarily entranced. Eat more, Sosuke. Boys your age need plenty of food to grow, she said, snapping out of her daze. From the moment the food was served, Sosuke had noticed that his bowl was significantly larger than Tomoko's. Still, she picked up her chopsticks and began eating as well. Her red lips moved delicately, looking incredibly inviting. You can come here for meals anytime, Sosuke, she offered. Really? Then I'll pay for the meals, Sosuke said. The delicious spread had won him over, and he had been worrying about cooking for himself as a lone tenant. This offer felt like a blessing, even if it came with a cost. No need for that, Sosuke. I'm just happy to have company for meals. Ever since my daughter went to university, I've been eating alone, and it's been hard to find the energy to cook. Having someone to share meals with makes all the difference, she said, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush again. Besides. Tomoko hesitated, her blush deepening. Besides, there might be times when I need your help with something. After all, some things are just easier for a young man to handle. Things easier for a young man? Sosuke asked curiously. Like clearing clogged pipes or trimming weeds, little things like that. Compared to a long-term meal ticket, it's hardly a big deal, she said with a light laugh. Sosuke thought for a moment and replied, No problem, Tomoko-san. If you ever need help, just let me know. Helping out Tomoko in exchange for free meals, plus earning extra rewards from the system, it was a win-win situation. Why not? Tomoko smiled brightly at Sosuke's agreement, her chest rising and falling with excitement. The loose nightgown shifted with her movements. Speaking of boys, Sosuke, you're actually the only male tenant in this building, she said. Her words surprised Sosuke. The apartment wasn't large, only 3 stories and 9 rooms, including hers, but still, being the sole male tenant felt like a coincidence. Just me? He asked. Yes. Even the previous tenant in your room was a young woman. I'm really glad you moved in, it brings a fresh atmosphere to the apartment, she said. A green leaf among flowers? It seemed her earlier comment about needing a man's help had a double meaning. In his previous life, as a corporate worker, he might have found the prospect burdensome. But now, as a young, energetic college student with plenty of strength, a bit of manual labor was nothing to worry about. After finishing the remaining miso soup, the table was completely cleared of food. Jinjo Sosuke's stomach was immensely satisfied, and the fatigue from moving house was largely alleviated. Matsumoto Tomoko, seeing the empty plates on the table, felt a deep sense of accomplishment, and a cheerful smile appeared on her face. Sosuke, sit and rest for a while. I'll cut some fruit, she said as she started gathering the dishes. Sis Tomoko, let me help you. Jinjo Sosuke reached for the plates and happened to touch Matsumoto Tomoko's hand. Her slender, white fingers were warm and soft, like ripe fruit. He felt a slight tremble in her hand, but she didn't withdraw it immediately. After a few seconds, Matsumoto Tomoko slowly pulled her hand away. Sosuke, there's no need to be so polite. You'll be coming over to eat often in the future, so you don't need to act so formal. Just rest, you've had a long day moving. Jinjo Sosuke didn't insist and plopped down onto the sofa nearby. The softness of her touch lingered in his mind, and he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. For some reason, inappropriate thoughts filled his head. Stop it, Jinjo Sosuke. You're a pure and upright young man. Touching her hand was purely accidental. It must have been. Probably. Maybe. Matsumoto Tomoko finished tidying up and returned to the kitchen. Her movements seemed slightly unnatural, as if a parched field had just been irrigated. After a while, Matsumoto Tomoko came back with a plate of sliced fruit, along with the gift of sweets Jinjo had brought earlier. She sat down on the sofa as well. The narrow couch dipped slightly in the middle under the weight of the two. Unconsciously, the distance between them became negligible. Jinjo Sosuke placed his hand lightly on her thigh, without any particular reason, just instinct. Searching through his memories, he couldn't recall experiencing anything like this in his previous life. No matter how thrilling a movie scene was, it couldn't compare to this in real life. He turned his head to look at the beautiful woman beside him. Her face showed no particular expression. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, but the blush on her cheeks deepened, making her even more alluring. Matsumoto Tomoko quietly felt the touch of his hand. Was this the hand of a young, energetic college student? Strong, rough, and with a trace of nervousness. She couldn't remember the last time she felt like this. She held her breath, savoring the moment. If only time could slow down, if only this touch could. After dinner, the two of them were noticeably more relaxed compared to their first meeting that afternoon. They chatted and laughed while enjoying dessert. What are your plans after this, Sosuke? Matsumoto Tomoko asked casually. I've completed the transfer procedures, so I'll start at my new school on Monday. As for the weekend, I plan to find a part-time job as soon as possible. The cash he brought from home was only enough to cover the first 3 months of rent, so he needed to earn money to cover future expenses. Although he could rely on rewards from the system, he was well aware of Tokyo's high cost of living. Finding a part-time job was an immediate priority. For part-time work, you could ask Mrs. Kobayakawa. She might be able to help. Mrs. Kobayakawa? She's also a tenant here and has been living here for a year. I heard she moved to Tokyo after her divorce and now works as a manager at a convenience store. It's the one I mentioned earlier this afternoon. A convenience store might need part-time students. In Tokyo, convenience stores were indeed a popular choice for student part-time jobs. Having the manager as a neighbor would make things even easier. Thanks, Sis Tomoko. I'll go check it out tomorrow. As night fell, only faint starlight illuminated the dark sky. The neon lights on the streets glowed in vibrant colors, but the lively nightlife of the city didn't disturb the quiet of the apartment building. The soft light inside the room shone on the two of them sitting on the sofa, creating an indescribable atmosphere. It was already late. Jinjo Sasuke thanked Matsumoto Tomoko for her hospitality and returned to his room. Before going to bed, he decided to take a shower to wash away the fatigue of the day. He pushed open the creaky bathroom door, turned on the shower, and let the warm water run over his head and body. A hot shower before bed was the best way to relax. He stood there under the water for an unknown amount of time, maybe 30 minutes, maybe longer. After stepping out of the bathroom, he dried himself off and lay on the bed, completely relaxed. Focusing his mind, he opened the system panel. The light blue screen appeared once again. Support task: relieve Matsumoto Tomoko's loneliness during dinner. Task completed, reward, 5,000 yen. Matsumoto Tomoko's affection level +4, additional reward, 4,000 yen. Current target: Matsumoto Tomoko, affection level, 75. Earning 10,000 yen in half a day, Jinjo felt very satisfied. Tokyo was nothing like his small fishing village back home. A warm, gentle, and thoughtful Mrs. Matsumoto? He would definitely repay her kindness in the future. Meanwhile, after seeing Jinjo Sasuke off, Matsumoto Tomoko returned to the soft sofa, gently breathing in the lingering scent of youthful vitality left behind by the young man. Her hands, almost unconsciously. Perhaps it was Matsumoto Tomoko's warmth and delicious dinner. Jinjo Sasuke, newly arrived in Tokyo, didn't feel even a hint of unfamiliarity. On the first night in his new apartment, he slept deeply and peacefully. In the early morning, streaks of sunlight filtered into the room, scattering a dappled glow across the wooden floor, creating a sense of comfort and tranquility. Outside, the chirping of birds filled the spring morning with vitality. Accustomed to life in his hometown, Jinjo Sasuke awoke early, driven by his internal clock. After washing up, he stepped out of his room, stretched by the corridor railing, and took a deep breath of the crisp morning air. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying a touch of coolness. In the yard below, Matsumoto Tomoko was hanging freshly washed laundry to dry. If the soaked nightgown and couch cushions weren't washed promptly, they'd surely leave water stains. Seeing Jinjo Sasuke descend the stairs and enter the yard, Matsumoto Tomoko's lips curved into a slight smile. "Good morning, Sasuke-kun." "Good morning, Sis Tomoko." This morning, Tomoko's long black hair was again styled into a braid cascading over her chest, and her delicate features exuded an understated charm. A loose white tank top just covered her small hips, while beige casual shorts revealed her smooth, toned legs. Jinjo Sasuke stepped forward, picked up the remaining laundry from the basin, and began hanging it alongside hers. This time, Matsumoto Tomoko didn't stop him. The two moved with the natural rhythm of a longtime couple, understanding each other without the need for words. Even though we've only known each other for less than a day, it's amazing how easygoing Sasuke-kun is, Matsumoto Tomoko thought to herself. The last piece is done, Sasuke-kun. Come and have breakfast, I've already prepared it. Following Matsumoto Tomoko back inside, breakfast was soon served. Rice, grilled fish, fried eggs, and miso soup. The well-prepared dishes still steamed faintly, indicating they had been freshly reheated. The fragrant aroma whetted Jinjo's appetite. "Go ahead and try it, Sasuke," Matsumoto Tomoko said, pulling out a chair and sitting across from him. "Itadakimasu." The grilled fish was crispy on the outside and tender inside, perfectly cooked. The fried egg was expertly timed, and the rice and hot soup added a comforting warmth. There was no denying it, her cooking skills were top-notch. Jinjo Sasuke gave her a thumbs up. "It's delicious, Sis Tomoko." Matsumoto Tomoko smiled modestly at the compliment and began eating as well. Occasionally tucking stray strands of hair behind her ear or lightly moistening her lips, Her unintentional gestures exuded the grace of a mature woman. The meal was satisfying, and the two enjoyed it in comfort. The warm, homey atmosphere brought a rare smile to Matsumoto Tomoko's face. "Oh, by the way, Sosuke, I messaged Mrs. Kobayakawa yesterday. If you visit the convenience store today, you can talk to her directly." "Thank you, Sis Tomoko." Her thoughtfulness and attentiveness filled Jinjo with gratitude. This was one of the many charms of a mature woman. Everything was arranged with meticulous care, making interactions effortless and pleasant. After finishing breakfast, Matsumoto Tomoko cleaned up and returned to the kitchen. Her elegant figure, graceful curves, and mature yet enticing body left an impression on the young man's restless mind. After helping Matsumoto Tomoko clear the table, it was almost 8 a.m. Jinjo Sosuke decided to head to the convenience store early to meet Mrs. Kobayakawa, hoping to secure a part-time job. If that didn't work out, he planned to look elsewhere quickly. On a calm weekend morning, the streets were free of the usual weekday noise. The only people around were elderly passers-by and homemakers shopping for fresh ingredients. Following Matsumoto Tomoko's directions, Jinjo soon arrived at a convenience store on the corner. "Welcome!" A sweet, cheerful voice greeted him as he pushed open the door. A cute cashier in a convenience store uniform smiled warmly at him. "Excuse me, is Mrs. Kobayakawa here?" Jinjo asked. "Do you mean Manager Kobayakawa? She should be in the office at the back," the cashier said, pointing toward the back. "Thank you. You're welcome." As Jinjo walked away, the cashier couldn't help but steal a glance, swallowing nervously. Indeed, the charm of a bright, healthy young man was irresistible, whether to mature women or young girls. "Knock, knock." Jinjo Sosuke knocked on the door marked office. "Come in," a soft yet magnetic female voice responded from within. "Hello, I'm Jinjo Sosuke. I came today to see if there's a part-time job available at the store." Jinjo entered the office and briefly introduced himself. "I'm the manager, Kobayakawa Kana. Mrs. Matsumoto messaged me about you yesterday." "Please, have a seat, Jinjo-kun." Her tone wasn't particularly warm, in fact, it was almost cold. Kobayakawa Kana had striking black hair and sharp eyes that glimmered with intensity. Her gaze wasn't intimidating, but it carried a subtle pressure. Despite her slightly stern demeanor, it was undeniable that she was stunningly beautiful, with an impressive figure. Even in a work uniform, her well-proportioned physique was impossible to conceal. "System activated, beauty affection system, hashtag. Target identified, hashtag. Name, Kobayakawa Kana, hashtag. Stamina, 65, hashtag. Charm, 92, hashtag. Current affection level, 60, hashtag." As expected, such a beauty didn't escape the system's detection. An affection level of 60? That matched her somewhat cool attitude. But it didn't matter. Jinjo only needed a part-time job. Kobayakawa Kana asked him a few basic questions about his background before handing him a form. "This is the employment application. Please fill it out." Glancing at the form, Jinjo saw it only asked for basic information like name, age, and address. He quickly filled it out and handed it back. Kobayakawa Kana checked the form before filing it away. After confirming the working hours and hourly wage, the brief interview concluded. Kobayakawa told Jinjo he could start after school on Monday. "Manager Kobayakawa, since today is my day off, I'd like to familiarize myself with the work environment." With his main task of finding a job completed, Jinjo figured he might as well get a head start. "Alright, follow me." Kobayakawa Kana stood and walked toward another room. Her slender waist, full hips, and shapely legs were striking. Even in her uniform, her captivating figure was evident. Jinjo couldn't help but wonder how much more stunning she'd look in casual attire. "This is the changing room. Since I didn't prepare in advance, try on this uniform to see if it fits," Kobayakawa Kana said, handing him a men's work shirt. Taking the shirt, Jinjo didn't bother being modest. He removed his black tank top and began changing. His athletic arms, tan skin, and defined muscles were fully on display. Kobayakawa Kana instinctively turned her head to the side but couldn't resist sneaking a glance out of the corner of her eye. Jinjo felt a heated gaze on him and turned, meeting her eyes directly. For a moment, Kobayakawa Kana's gaze grew flustered and evasive. "Once you're dressed, come find me out front," she said quickly, leaving the room in a hurry. Jinjo Sosuke finished changing into his work uniform and headed to the front counter. The cashier he had briefly met earlier noticed the handsome young man was now her colleague. Making sure the manager wasn't looking, she discreetly waved at him.
Jinjo responded with a polite smile and a slight nod.
Jinjo-kun, your main tasks today are organizing the shelves and moving new stock to the storage room when it arrives, Kobayakawa Kana instructed, her tone having returned to its previous calmness.
Understood, Manager Kobayakawa.
I'll do my best, Jinjo responded energetically.
Good. If you have any questions, you can ask Morikawa or come to the office to ask me.
Kobayakawa Kana gestured with her head toward the cashier, then turned and walked back to her office. Her cool, graceful silhouette was captivating.
I'm Jinjo Sosuke.
Please take care of me, he said with a respectful bow.
I'm Morikawa Mami. Likewise, nice to meet you, the cashier replied, bowing back. After introducing themselves, Morikawa checked to make sure the manager had already returned to her office before pulling Jinjo aside and whispering, Jinjo-kun, don't you think the manager seems a bit cold?
She does seem a little serious, Jinjo said with a small smile, scratching his head. We call her the queen behind her back because she always has this high and mighty attitude. I also heard she moved to Tokyo alone after her divorce. As she spoke, Morikawa glanced nervously toward the office, clearly worried the manager might suddenly appear. It was true that gossip had a strange allure, and indulging in it seemed to give people an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. However, Jinjo Sosuke wasn't particularly interested in such idle talk. He simply nodded and hummed in response, his attention elsewhere. What caught his interest was the subtle sense of incongruity surrounding Kobayakawa Kana.
He had met strong women before.
For example, his middle school homeroom teacher exuded an aura of sharpness and authority that felt natural and unyielding.
Kobayakawa Kana, however, felt different.
Her demeanor seemed like a fragile shell of sternness, as though it might shatter if pressed too hard.
Welcome! Morikawa called out as a customer entered.
She quickly returned to the register, leaving Jinjo to begin his work officially. This convenience store was slightly larger than most, spanning about 200 square meters with rows of shelves filled with various goods. Jinjo's primary task was to keep the shelves tidy and return misplaced items to their proper spots. It became apparent that many people in Japan had a mild form of obsessive tidiness, especially judging by the meticulously organized magazine rack near the window. As noon approached, the store grew busier, and Morikawa had no time for further small talk as she attended to customers. Meanwhile, Jinjo moved efficiently between the shelves, determined to make a good impression on his first day at work.
Kobayakawa Kana occasionally came out to check on things. Was she supervising Jinjo's work? It didn't seem that way.
Her gaze often drifted toward him, lingering briefly before looking away, as if she couldn't help herself but didn't want to be obvious about it. By 2 p.m., the customer flow had slowed down, allowing Jinjo and Morikawa to take a quick break with some instant cup noodles. Kobayakawa Kana, on the other hand, appeared to have brought her own lunch, which she ate alone in the office.
The afternoon remained busy.
Boxes of goods were delivered one after another, and Jinjo worked at full capacity, hauling large boxes to the storage room. Kobayakawa Kana stood nearby, meticulously checking inventory, her pen moving constantly over the pages.
You've worked hard, Jinjo-kun, Kobayakawa said as she handed him a towel.
It was the first time she had spoken to him since the morning.
Thank you, Manager Kobayakawa.
Jinjo accepted the towel, which carried a faint, subtle fragrance.
By 5 p.m., the shift ended, and Jinjo's first day of work was complete.
Although he felt a bit tired, growing up in a fishing village had accustomed him to hard labor, helping his grandfather with the day's catch. Years of such work had built his strength, so he managed without much trouble.
Kobayakawa Kana still seemed busy with paperwork. Jinjo thanked her before leaving and headed back to his apartment.
As the spring sun set, its golden light spread across the horizon, painting the sky with soft hues of orange and pink. A gentle breeze carried the scent of cherry blossoms as petals scattered along the streets.
Feeling slightly fatigued, Jinjo Sosuke found himself thinking about Matsumoto Tomoko.
He craved her warmth and comfort.
Cough, cough.
Of course, he meant the food.
After changing out of his work clothes, Jinjo went downstairs. Since Matsumoto Tomoko had already extended an open invitation to eat with her, there was no need to hold back. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened almost immediately, as if Matsumoto Tomoko had been waiting just behind it. Welcome home, Sosuke-kun.
Matsumoto Tomoko greeted him with a radiant smile, resembling a wife welcoming her husband home.
Smells amazing, Sis Tomoko.
The aroma of the food from the kitchen, mixed with her unique and captivating scent, made Jinjo remark with genuine admiration. Dinner will be ready soon, she replied, her smile even more natural at his words. Since this handsome young man had entered her life, even the small, repetitive chores seemed filled with a newfound joy. Dinner consisted of tonkatsu ramen, fried shrimp tempura, and a refreshing seaweed salad. The tempura shrimp was golden and crispy, the seaweed salad light and fresh. The star of the meal, however, was the tonkatsu ramen, its rich broth glistening with a layer of fat and paired with perfectly springy noodles.
Jinjo Sosuke slurped up Matsumoto Tomoko's homemade ramen enthusiastically, savoring every bite.
Each mouthful seemed to restore his energy completely.
Watching him eat had become a new source of joy for Matsumoto Tomoko.
The boy's youthful vitality made her feel as if she had returned to her own days of youthful longing.
Phew!
I'm full, Jinjo sighed contentedly, the delicious dinner washing away much of his fatigue.
Matsumoto Tomoko soon finished her portion as well.
Together, they tidied up the table and sat down on the sofa.
How was work today, Sosuke? Was everything smooth? Matsumoto Tomoko asked. Yes, it went well, thanks to you.
Mrs. Kobayakawa quickly agreed to let me work part-time there.
I didn't do much, really.
I just messaged her in advance.
Was the work tiring? You seemed to eat even faster today.
It was a bit exhausting, but manageable. This kind of work isn't too difficult for me. As he spoke, Jinjo flexed his arm, showing off his well-defined muscles.
Matsumoto Tomoko's cheeks flushed slightly, and she covered her mouth with her delicate fingers as she giggled. Sosuke-kun, would you like me to help you relax a bit?
Jinjo Sosuke didn't immediately understand what she meant.
Relax? Could it be the kind of relaxation I'm thinking of?
Scenes from movies he'd seen in his previous life began flashing in his mind.
This was why you shouldn't watch too many neon-lit action films.
Just hearing a certain keyword could automatically bring up certain mental images.
Turn around, Sosuke. I'll give you a massage. Matsumoto Tomoko straightened up and placed her delicate hands on Jinjo Sosuke's shoulders.
With a slight push, she turned him around so his back was facing her. Oh, it's a massage, Jinjo thought to himself. Wait, but even the word massage seems a bit suggestive.
I'll start now, Matsumoto Tomoko said softly.
She leaned forward, her chest almost touching Jinjo's back. Her fingers pressed down gently but firmly.
Ah! A wave of tingling relaxation washed over Jinjo, and he exhaled deeply. It felt amazing. Matsumoto Tomoko's hands were soft and smooth, her fingertips gliding over the area where his shoulders met his neck.
Every press was perfectly controlled, neither too light nor too heavy. His firm muscles began to relax under her precise touch. Although there was a hint of pain, the dominant sensation was a soothing, electrifying comfort, as if tiny currents were flowing through him. Her hands moved downward, following the line of his spine, massaging his back with care. Even through the thin fabric of his shirt, Jinjo could clearly feel the touch of her slender fingers.
And Matsumoto Tomoko seemed to be getting closer and closer.
The pressure from her body against him was becoming more pronounced, along with her natural scent, a mature, intoxicating fragrance, like ripe fruit.
It smelled wonderful.
Perhaps it was due to their posture, or maybe because of Jinjo's well-toned muscles from years of physical activity.
After a while, Matsumoto Tomoko seemed to grow a bit tired.
Her breathing became heavier. A faint blush appeared on her smooth cheeks, and tiny beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The droplets slid down her swan-like neck, traced her perfectly shaped collarbone, and disappeared into the inviting valley below.
Lie down, Sosuke-kun.
It's hard to apply pressure in this position.
Matsumoto Tomoko patted the sofa and gestured for him to lie down.
Okay, sis Tomoko. Jinjo obediently lay face down on the sofa. At this moment, he felt like a fish on the chopping board, willingly at her mercy. Please, sis Tomoko, continue to knead me with those hands of yours. However, Matsumoto Tomoko hadn't accounted for his height, which was over 180 centimeters. Once Jinjo lay down, his body took up the entire sofa, leaving no space for her to sit. She moved to the head of the sofa, grabbed a cushion, and knelt on it. This position seemed to give her better leverage. She bent over and resumed massaging his shoulders. Lying face down, Jinjo noticed something lighting up his vision. The lights in her house were all warm and soft, so where was this glow coming from? Turning his head slightly, he realized the source.
The kneeling posture caused Matsumoto Tomoko's legs to press together tightly, emphasizing their smooth, pale softness.
No man could resist such an enticing sight. Good thing I'm lying face down, Jinjo thought to himself. Otherwise.
After finishing with his shoulders, Matsumoto Tomoko stood and walked to the other side of the sofa.
Perhaps from kneeling too long, her knees were slightly red, evoking a sense of tenderness. However, she noticed a problem.
Jinjo's tall frame left no space for her to kneel at his side and properly massage his broad back. "Sosuke-kun, is it okay if I put some weight on you?" Matsumoto Tomoko asked softly.
"Of course, Sis Tomoko," Jinjo replied without hesitation, fully immersed in the comfort of her touch.
"Alright, I'll get on then." Carefully, Matsumoto Tomoko climbed onto the sofa, positioning her legs on either side of his body.
Her soft, full hips hovered just above his firm calves, and she settled into a posture that resembled straddling.
From this position, she resumed massaging his back.
It was her first time touching such a well-defined, muscular male body. The fact that this handsome young man was more than a decade younger than her only added to the inexplicable heat rising within her. She wiped the sweat from her flushed cheeks, strands of hair sticking to her forehead. Her glowing, rosy face exuded a mature woman's charm, reaching its peak at this moment.
Unfortunately, the exhausted Jinjo Sosuke couldn't see the mesmerizing sight above him.
All he felt was the added weight on his body. It wasn't uncomfortable at all, on the contrary, it felt grounding, as if he were wrapped in a soft, alluring blanket. The delicious dinner, the soothing massage, it was all so relaxing that Jinjo began to feel drowsy. Before long, he had fallen asleep.
Hearing the steady, rhythmic sound of his breathing, Matsumoto Tomoko got off him and stood up.
She walked around to the front of the sofa to check on him.
Sure enough, the tired boy had fallen into a deep sleep. Watching his back rise and fall with each breath, Matsumoto Tomoko couldn't resist sitting down on the floor beside him.
Her soft, pale hand slipped under his black tank top, gently exploring the contours of his skin.
Massage.
Massaging turned into stroking. As she sat on the floor, her legs unconsciously pressed closer together.
If time stopped at this moment, Matsumoto Tomoko wouldn't have any complaints.
Lost in the blissful tranquility, she eventually snapped out of it.
She couldn't just let him sleep on the sofa all night, could she?
Reluctantly, she stood up, her legs feeling slightly numb.
Gently, she patted the sleeping boy. "Sosuke-kun, Sosuke-kun."
After a while, Jinjo Sosuke slowly opened his eyes to see Matsumoto Tomoko's concerned, delicate face.
"Ah, I'm sorry, Sis Tomoko.
Your food was so delicious, and your massage felt so good that I accidentally fell asleep," he said, embarrassed.
"It's fine, Sosuke-kun. You looked so peaceful that I didn't want to wake you. But sleeping on the sofa all night won't be good for your body. You should go back to your room."
Her warm, soothing voice seemed to melt him.
"Alright, Sis Tomoko. I'll head back now. Thank you for the meal and the massage."
Jinjo stretched and stood up, feeling completely refreshed after the day's exhaustion. The sound of his footsteps climbing the stairs echoed outside the door. Matsumoto Tomoko leaned lightly against the closed door, her soft hand tracing its surface as if savoring a lingering memory. A faint, unintentional smile spread across her face as her body relaxed into a gentle, languid state. Jinjo Sosuke returned to his room, took a quick shower, and lay down on the bed without bothering to dry his damp hair. He focused his thoughts and brought up the system interface.
Beauty affection system activated. Name, Matsumoto Tomoko.
Target affection +5, reward, 5,000 yen. Current affection level, 80. He hadn't done much, just had dinner at her place and received a massage, and yet her affection level had increased by 5 points? And he was the one who had been massaged. Whatever the case, the system had spoken. Not only had he gained affection points, but he'd also received a financial reward.
This was far easier than working part-time at the convenience store.
In just 2 days, the affection level had already reached 80.
What would happen if it reached 100?
That question lingered in Jinjo's mind, filling him with curiosity and anticipation. After all, he'd never experienced it before. The night deepened, and the sky outside turned into a canvas of pitch black, dotted with scattered stars, as though it were an abstract painting imbued with meaning.
A gentle breeze blew through, cool and refreshing.
Perhaps it was the aftereffect of the massage, but Jinjo Sosuke felt unusually relaxed.
Knock, knock, knock.
The soft sound of knocking broke his moment of tranquility, leaving him momentarily startled.
Who could it be at this hour? Did I leave something behind at Mrs. Matsumoto's?
Still puzzled, Jinjo grabbed a towel, wrapped it around himself casually, and went to open the door. Water droplets from his still damp hair trickled down his well-toned body, leaving small marks on the floor.
Manager Kobayakawa?
Jinjo hadn't expected Kobayakawa-kana to be standing outside his door.
Jinjo-kun, is this a good time?
Her voice was soft, almost like a timid kitten's, completely different from the cool, composed tone she had during the day.
Ah, yes, of course. Please come in.
Jinjo hesitated for a moment before stepping aside to let her in, opening the door fully. The room was dimly lit, as he had been preparing to sleep.
Only a small bedside lamp cast a warm glow. Jinjo quickly turned on the main light, and the room was suddenly as bright as daylight.
Kobayako Akana stood there in pink floral pajamas, her glossy black hair casually pinned up. Her radiant face looked even fairer under the overhead light. The curves of her chest were prominent, stretching the floral pattern on her pajamas to the point where the flowers seemed about to burst. Her exposed legs were shapely and smooth, and her delicate feet, clad in clear slippers, looked charming and petite. Indeed, her figure outside the confines of a work uniform was far more striking. Kobayako Akana glanced at Jinjo, and a blush quickly spread across her smooth cheeks as she shyly lowered her head. It was then that Jinjo realized he was still wearing only a towel, his muscular upper body entirely exposed.
Ah, I'm sorry, Manager Kobayakawa. I just got out of the shower. Please wait a moment. Okay.
Her soft response was barely audible. Jinjo hurried back to his bedroom, throwing on a tank top and shorts and haphazardly toweling his damp hair before stepping back out.
Please, have a seat, Manager Kobayakawa. Jinjo gestured toward the sofa. Thank you. Kobayakawa Kana sat down gracefully. You can just call me Kana after work, Jinjo-kun.
There's no need to call me manager at this hour.
All right, Mrs. Kobayakawa. Jinjo sat on the opposite side of the small sofa.
The cramped room didn't offer any other seating options.
So, what brings you here so late, Mrs. Kobayakawa? Jinjo asked.
Well, I heard you come back earlier and debated for a long time whether I should disturb you, she said hesitantly, still appearing somewhat nervous. Gone was the composed and serious store manager from earlier in the day.
Wait, you could hear me opening my door? Does that mean you live next door?
Jinjo asked, surprised.
Yes, I live in apartment 302, right next to yours, Kobayakawa explained.
But I usually leave early for work and come home late, so we hadn't crossed paths before.
I see. So, was there something you needed from me?
Jinjo asked again, sensing she still hadn't answered his question directly.
Kobayakawa hesitated again.
I just wanted to apologize if I was too harsh on you earlier at work. If I made you uncomfortable, I'm truly sorry.
She stood and bowed deeply in apology. Huh? Jinjo was momentarily confused. Not at all, Mrs. Kobayakawa. I didn't feel that way at all. Please don't worry about it. Really? That's a relief.
I was worried I'd been too strict and made you dislike me.
Jinjo's response seemed to ease Kobayakawa's anxiety. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, was this gentle and bashful woman really the same person as the stern, cool manager he'd met earlier? This stark contrast was oddly captivating. But why did you think that, Mrs. Kobayakawa? Isn't it normal for a manager to be strict with employees? Jinjo asked, genuinely curious.
Well, Kobayakawa appeared to be carefully considering her words, her small face tilting slightly to one side.
If Matsumoto Tomoko was like a fully ripened fruit, Kobayakawa Kana seemed to be in a semi-ripe state, mature but still tinged with a youthful shyness.
I suppose it's because I don't want to be seen as a pushover anymore, she finally said, surprising Jinjo.
He remained silent, watching her intently, waiting for her to elaborate.
Understanding his gaze, Kobayakawa continued. I used to be the kind of person everyone called a nice pushover. Someone who never caused trouble, who always helped others, and who could never say no. In school, I helped my classmates with a cultural festival project. But just before it was finished, they kicked me out and took credit for my work. At work, I always looked out for others, so the overtime and difficult tasks always fell to me. My colleagues would thank me, but they'd still push the hardest jobs onto me. The worst betrayal came from my husband. I was deceived by his sweet words and married him too quickly. Then, out of nowhere, I was saddled with a mountain of debt because of him. My family had to step in to help resolve it. After the divorce, I decided to move to Tokyo and start over in a place where no one knew me. So, I made myself appear stricter, more serious. I wanted to be firm and unyielding, even with my colleagues. Thanks to this version of myself, I became the store manager within a year. But pretending all the time is exhausting. Until today, when I met you, Jinjo-kun. Kobayakawa Kana seemed to have been suppressing her emotions for a long time and finally found a chance to open her heart.
Seeing you work so earnestly, Jinjo-kun, made me feel that my strictness toward you was too much. So even though it's late, I felt like I had to come and talk to you. Ah. I'm so sorry, I just started rambling without thinking. I don't know why, but you make me feel at ease, Jinjo-kun, and I ended up saying so much without realizing it. You probably think I'm a very strange woman, don't you? After finishing, Kobayaka Wakana lowered her head, looking like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting to be scolded. Jinjo Sasuke moved closer to her and pulled Kobayaka Wakana into his arms. When a beautiful woman opens her heart to you, doesn't she deserve a warm hug? Jinjo Sasuke felt that no words could truly express what he felt at this moment. What he heard from Kobayakawa's lips was nothing but stories of helpless struggle. Forcing herself every day to pretend to be someone she wasn't, it must have pushed her to the edge of what she could bear. Since Kobayaka Wakana trusted him, the least Jinjo Sasuke could do was to give her comfort. A hug was the best way he could think of. Kobayaka Wakana didn't resist at all. It was as if she had finally found a safe harbor. She let herself lean into the warmth of the young man's embrace. Soft, fragrant, and gentle, Kobayaka Wakana in his arms felt like a small kitten seeking comfort. Thank you, Jinjo-kun, Kobayakawa murmured softly in his embrace. Jinjo Sasuke could even feel a hint of moisture. Kobayaka Wakana's pent-up emotions were finally released, and tears began to roll uncontrollably down her cheeks. The two of them stayed like that for an unknown amount of time. Although Jinjo Sasuke's intention was to provide emotional support, he couldn't deny that the sensation of the mature woman's full figure in his arms extended the duration of the hug. If his initial intention was pure, perhaps this could be considered a bonus. Finally, Jinjo Sasuke let go, smiling gently at Kobayaka Wakana. Just be yourself, Mrs. Kobayakawa. Don't try to be a pushover, but don't be an ice queen either. Just be who you are, be Kobayaka Wakana. There's no need to cater to others or deliberately distance yourself. Smile every day, and everything will get better. If you ever feel upset again, come find me anytime. My door is always open for you. Jinjo Sasuke wasn't some master of psychology, nor had he studied how to comfort others. He simply spoke what he felt in his heart. Thank you, Jinjo-kun. Kobayakawa wiped away her tears. A soft smile finally appeared on her pale face. It was the first time Jinjo Sasuke had seen her smile. As expected, a beautiful face like hers looked even better with a smile. Mrs. Kobayakawa, your smile is lovely. Jinjo-kun. Kobayaka Wakana, seemingly unused to such compliments, turned her face away shyly. Now that your worries are resolved, let's celebrate. Jinjo Sasuke suddenly suggested. Ha! Her soft voice carried a hint of surprise. It was indeed a spur-of-the-moment idea, and Jinjo Sasuke had no clue how to celebrate. He wasn't old enough to drink, and after rummaging through the small refrigerator in the room, all he could find were a few cans of soda. As for snacks? There were none. He had just moved to Tokyo 2 days ago and hadn't had the chance to stock up. Plus, with Mrs. Matsumoto feeding him so well every day, he hadn't even thought about buying snacks. All I have are a few cans of soda, he said, pulling out 2 cans and smiling awkwardly at Kobayaka Wakana. Soda is perfect, she said, reaching out her delicate hand to take one. Cheers, Jinjo-kun. Pop, pop. The sound of 2 cans opening echoed in the room. Cheers, Mrs. Kobayakawa. The two clinked their cans together and smiled at each other. After taking a sip, Kobayaka Wakana leaned back into the sofa, her smile more relaxed, her posture more natural. It was clear how much stress she had been under. Helping her vent that pressure felt rewarding to Jinjo. Phew. I'm so glad I decided to come talk to you, Jinjo-kun, she said, her voice now much more relaxed, free of the tension it carried earlier. I don't know why, but your smile is just so calming, she added. And why wouldn't it be? It's the charm of a young, sunny, and handsome guy, Jinjo thought to himself but kept silent. He didn't want to come across as conceited. The two continued chatting casually. To Jinjo's surprise, despite being divorced, Kobayaka Wakana was only 23 years old, not much older than him. No wonder she still had a hint of youthful naivety. Looking closely at Kobayaka Wakana sitting beside him, he noticed another kind of charm about her. Her silky, jet-black hair, clear, autumn-like eyes, and fair, smooth skin, these were all stunning features. Of course, the most captivating thing was her chest, which rose and fell with her laughter, a truly impressive sight. Her beauty seemed almost effortless, each element harmonizing into a soft, natural allure. Jinjo found himself momentarily entranced. Outside, the night was pitch black, with only the light from this room spilling into the darkness. The once bustling street was now silent, and on the sofa inside, the two continued talking and laughing, drawing closer together. Earlier in the day, they had been a manager and her employee. But now, late at night, they sat side by side on the sofa, drinking soda and sharing their thoughts. Who would have thought things would turn out this way? As time passed, Kobayakawa Kana began to yawn. The excitement from releasing her emotions had worn off, and it was indeed very late. Jinjo-kun, it's getting late. I should head back now. Thank you so much for tonight, she said, standing up. No need to thank me, Mrs. Kobayakawa. Helping a beautiful manager solve her worries is my honor. Her face flushed slightly at his words as she walked toward the door. Oh, by the way, Jinjo-kun. Kobayakawa paused for a moment before continuing. I'm single now, so you don't have to call me Mrs. Kobayakawa. Just call me Kobayakawa, or Kana. Jinjo stepped forward, lowering his head slightly. His handsome face came close to her ear. All right, Kana, he said, his voice soft and magnetic. The blush on Kobayakawa's face deepened, spreading all the way to her ears. Lowering her head shyly, she said nothing more and quickly left the room. Support task: help Kobayakawa Kana resolve her emotional struggles. Task completed. Reward: 5,000 yen. Target: Kobayakawa Kana. Affection plus 15, reward: 15,000 yen. Current affection level: 75. As soon as Kobayakawa Kana left, the system interface automatically appeared. The support task was self-explanatory. But the sudden increase in affection, how was that possible? Could it be that affection could also be masked? It seemed that during the day, Kobayakawa Kana had been deliberately suppressing her emotions. Still, for Jinjo Sasuke, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Such a significant increase also brought a generous reward. Jinjo glanced at the time on his phone. It was already late at night. Perhaps because of the brief nap he had taken at Matsumoto Tomoko's place earlier, he didn't feel very tired. Lying on his bed, he began planning for the next day. Tomorrow was his final day off before reporting to his new school. Having already familiarized himself with the convenience store today, and with Kobayakawa Kana allowing him to take the next day off, Jinjo decided to spend the day exploring Tokyo. At dawn, the black curtain of night lifted, revealing a sky tinged with light blue and streaked with golden rays. The soft, warm glow brought a sense of peace and comfort. Jinjo Sasuke yawned, opened the curtains, and let the sunlight flood his room. After a quick wash, he opened the door to the hallway and found Matsumoto Tomoko already tidying up the yard. What a diligent and dependable woman. Good morning, Sis Tomoko, Jinjo said, descending the stairs and stepping into the yard. Hearing the boy greet her, Matsumoto Tomoko turned around and paused her work. With slender fingers, she brushed aside a strand of hair that had fallen across her face and smiled gently. Good morning, Sosuke-kun, she replied. Up so early again today? Yes, I'm used to waking up early back home. Sis Tomoko, let me help you with the cleaning. Jinjo walked over to a broom leaning against the wall and picked it up. Although Matsumoto Tomoko hadn't asked for help, he felt it was only right to assist her with chores, especially since he had been enjoying her delicious meals every day. Thank you, Sosuke-kun, Matsumoto said warmly. Watching the handsome young man being so kind and considerate brought an inexplicable sense of joy to her heart. With their combined efforts, the small yard was soon spotless. After putting away the cleaning tools, they returned to Matsumoto Tomoko's room. Have a seat and rest, breakfast will be ready soon, Matsumoto said as she headed into the kitchen. The sound of cooking soon filled the air, followed by a delightful aroma wafting into the living room. Please, help yourself, Sasuke-kun, Matsumoto said gently as she brought out the food. Itadakimasu, Jinjo said, clasping his hands together. This morning's meal consisted of ham sandwiches, tamagoyaki, and hot milk. Though simple, every dish perfectly suited Jinjo's taste. Regardless of whether she had captured his heart, Matsumoto Tomoko had undoubtedly captured his stomach. After finishing breakfast and bidding farewell to Matsumoto Tomoko, Jinjo left the apartment. The crisp morning air felt refreshing. After strolling along the quiet streets for a while, he reached the train station. Without any specific plans or destinations, Jinjo decided to explore Tokyo by train. By noon, the streets of Tokyo were bustling with activity. Shinjuku, Shibuya, Ikebukuro, the main districts were packed with stylishly dressed pedestrians. Groups of teenagers laughed and played, exuding youthful energy, while couples strolled hand in hand, enjoying their weekend. The streets were filled with chatter and music, creating a lively atmosphere wherever one went. Walking alone, Jinjo felt a bit out of place amidst the crowds. Coming here with a beautiful girlfriend in the future would make things much better, he thought, already envisioning a brighter tomorrow. Tokyo was vast, and even though he spent most of the day traveling by train, time flew by. As the sun began to set, Jinjo decided it was time to head back. Boarding the train home, Jinjo's attention was immediately drawn to a female university student sitting a few meters away. She wore a brown university blazer and was gazing out the window at the passing scenery. Her snow-white skin and delicate features gave her an angelic appearance. Although her face still carried a trace of youthful innocence, her long lashes and lightly tinted lips exuded a mature charm. Her sleek black hair flowed softly, with slightly curled ends that matched the current fashion trends among university students. Despite the noisy, swaying train, she seemed to emit a serene, ethereal glow. And the most eye-catching feature was how her blazer stretched tightly over her. Her figure was simply stunning. Her long legs, wrapped in black thigh-high stockings, completed her perfectly proportioned body. Realizing he had been staring too long, Jinjo quickly turned his gaze toward the window. Stop it, he thought to himself. But the girl was so beautiful that he couldn't help but be captivated. Outside, the clouds drifted lazily, and the trees along the roadside flashed by in a blur. Everything he saw today seemed to take on an exaggerated sense of grandeur. No. Focus. Jinjo Sosuke, get a grip. Beep, beep. The sudden appearance of the system interface startled Jinjo. What was even stranger was that the usual light blue display had turned a flashing red. A shrill alarm sounded in his ears. This had never happened before. System alert, targeted girl requires your assistance. Hashtag. A poor girl is being harassed. Hashtag. Complete this task to receive 50,000 yen. Hashtag. Jinjo quickly shifted his gaze back to the girl. Her once rosy cheeks had turned pale in an instant. The girl's delicate face was frozen in fear, her lips trembling slightly. Her hands, hanging by her sides, were gripping her pleated skirt tightly, crumpling the fabric. Jinjo looked down and noticed a hand moving through the crowd. The hand had just withdrawn from another woman and was now reaching toward the girl. It belonged to a man standing slightly behind her, his face filled with a disgusting smirk and messy hair. His other hand pretended to scroll on his phone, but his lecherous movements betrayed his intentions. The man's actions were unhesitating, he seemed like a seasoned offender. Jinjo pushed through the crowd and grabbed the man's wrist firmly. Hey! What are you doing? The man shouted, startled. The frightened girl turned toward Jinjo, her tear-filled eyes locking onto his. Her expression was twisted with terror, as if she were on the verge of breaking down into sobs. You still dare ask what I'm doing? Jinjo Sosuke glared fiercely at the scruffy-haired man and tightened his grip on his wrist, yanking his hand upward. Watch it, kid. I'm warning you, The man was a head shorter than Jinjo but tried to bluff, forcing himself to sound intimidating. Too much talking. Smack. Jinjo slapped him across the face with his free hand. You wait, kid. The scruffy-haired man's voice trembled as he made a futile attempt to maintain his bravado. Smack. Another slap landed. All right. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. The man gave up entirely, his defiance crumbling. If Jinjo hadn't been holding his wrist, he might have fallen to his knees right then and there. The commotion drew the attention of the other passengers in the train car. Curious eyes turned toward them, accompanied by murmurs. What's going on? I heard it's a harassment case. Harassment? Seriously? Some passengers even pulled out their phones to start recording. Jinjo glanced around at the growing crowd. At that moment, the train arrived at the next station. The scruffy-haired man took advantage of Jinjo's slight distraction, yanked his hand free with all his strength, and bolted off the train. Disgusting scum. Like a rat, only good at running away, Jinjo thought in disgust. The onlookers' attention shifted to Jinjo, their chatter growing louder. But Jinjo wasn't concerned about their gossip. His focus was on the young woman who had been harassed. She still hadn't recovered from the fear, standing frozen, biting her lip and staring blankly ahead. Jinjo wasn't sure how to comfort her. As he thought about what to say, his destination station came into view. He had no choice but to follow the crowd off the train, walking through the ticket gate and exiting the station. Wait, please wait. Hold on. A breathless voice called out from behind him. Jinjo stopped and turned around to see the young woman running toward him. Thank goodness. I caught up, she said, leaning forward with her hands on her knees, trying to catch her breath. She probably didn't realize it herself, but her bent-over posture accentuated her full figure, making it impossible not to notice. Jinjo's gaze was instinctively drawn to her. Wow, still, so big. And her face was so cute. Her long, silky black hair framed delicate and refined features. Her makeup was light, probably what people called the natural look. She exuded a gentle and effortless beauty. The uniform she wore was slightly too small, emphasizing her soft, curvaceous figure. Though undeniably a stunning girl by any measure, Jinjo felt she was different from the typical pretty girls he'd seen in school. Should he call her sexy? There was a hint of maturity in her demeanor that most university students lacked. Thank you so much for earlier. After catching her breath, the young woman bowed deeply. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. Thank you. It's all thanks to you stepping in. And I'm sorry for causing you trouble. She apologized again, bowing slightly as she spoke. Girls in Japan seem to have a habit of constantly apologizing, as if afraid of being a bother to others. Don't worry about it. It was nothing, Jinjo said calmly. Even so, thank you so much, she said, her watery eyes crinkling with a bright smile. You're welcome. There was a moment of silence. Seeing that she had nothing more to say, Jinjo turned and began walking toward his apartment. He hadn't gone far when he felt as if someone was still following him. Turning around, he saw the young woman walking a few meters behind him, hesitating awkwardly when their eyes met. Does she still have something to say to me? Jinjo wondered. He stopped walking to see if she would catch up. The girl stood frozen for a moment before mustering her courage to approach him. Actually, my house is in the same direction, she said shyly after catching up. Is that so? Let's walk together then, Jinjo said with a smile. Okay. They walked side by side, though the girl seemed tense. She fiddled with her hair, lightly touched her lips, and occasionally stole glances at Jinjo out of the corner of her eye. His tall stature, handsome face, sharp features, and perfect side profile caught her attention again and again. Perhaps it was because he had just saved her, but as the sunset cast a golden glow over him, he seemed to radiate a soft, majestic aura. After a short stretch of quiet walking, Jinjo broke the silence to ease the awkwardness. I'm Jinjo Sosuke. I just moved to Tokyo and live in Ketabashicho, up ahead. I'm Mochizuki Haruka. I also live. My name is Mochizuki Haruka, she said, stumbling over her words before laughing nervously. Her voice, tinged with nervousness, had become slightly high-pitched. Jinjo noticed her fair cheeks had turned bright red. Another pause. If you don't mind, could I ask for your contact information, she said, summoning her courage. Her voice grew softer toward the end, nearly inaudible. Of course. Jinjo pulled out his phone, and they exchanged line IDs. I'd like to properly thank you again for today. Sure, but don't worry too much about it. After walking a bit further, the girl stopped 2 blocks from Jinjo's apartment. This is where I live. I'll be in touch, Jinjo-kun. Alright, take care, Jinjo said, waving his phone with a smile as he walked away. See you, she replied cheerfully, waving back. The setting sun bathed the streets in a soft glow, as if covering the ground with a delicate veil. The chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the breeze created a tranquil and serene atmosphere. As Jinjo reached his apartment, he suddenly remembered that the place where the girl had stopped wasn't a residential area. Wasn't that area filled with shops and izakayas? After a moment of thought, he brushed it off. I've only been here for 2 days. Maybe I just don't know the area well yet, he reasoned to himself. Welcome back, Sosuke-kun. Matsumoto Tomoko greeted Jinjo Sosuke warmly as usual when he knocked on her door right on time for dinner. How was your day out? Not bad. I don't know my way around yet, so I just rode the train aimlessly. There were so many people on the streets, though, Jinjo replied with a laugh. Well, it's Sunday, after all. Young people always head out to have fun. When I was younger, I used to go out with my classmates on weekends too. Such fond memories, Matsumoto said, her eyes sparkling as she reminisced about her youth. Sis Tomoko, you still look young now. Maybe I can join you for a day out sometime, Jinjo said with a smile. Sosuke-kun, why do you always say such things? Tomoko replied with mock reproach, though she couldn't hide the wide grin on her face. I'm already at the age where my daughter is in college. Come have dinner before the food gets cold.
As always, Matsumoto had prepared a beautifully arranged meal ahead of time. The two sat across from each other at a table full of delicious dishes. Sometimes, Jinjo wondered if making so much food for just the two of them was a waste. But Matsumoto seemed to genuinely enjoy the process. In return, Jinjo made sure to finish every last bite. Watching Jinjo eat enthusiastically, Matsumoto couldn't help but smile warmly. "Sosuke-kun, school starts tomorrow, right?" "Yes, Sis Tomoko," Jinjo replied. Speaking of school, a thought crossed his mind. "Oh, by the way, Sis Tomoko, are there any other students living in the apartment besides me? Maybe a female university student?" He had been curious about Mochizuki Haruka's unfamiliar uniform, which seemed to belong to a women's college. A female university student? "No, there are only 3 university students living here, including you. The other 2 are currently away because of school commitments," Matsumoto explained. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing, Sis Tomoko." "Just curious," Jinjo replied, taking a few more bites before changing the subject. Since school was starting the next day, Jinjo decided to rest early. After dinner, he helped Matsumoto clean up briefly and returned to his room without lingering like the previous nights. Back in his room, Jinjo took a relaxing hot shower before lying on his bed. He opened the system interface to check the day's rewards. A new section had appeared on the panel. He clicked on it. Target detected, hashtag. Name, Mochizuki Haruka, hashtag. Stamina, 65, hashtag. Charm, 95, hashtag. Current affection, 80, hashtag. Completed support task, rescuing Mochizuki Haruka from harassment on the train. Hashtag. System reward, 50,000 yen. Hashtag. It seemed the rewards for support tasks increased with the severity of the situation. For example, dining with Matsumoto Tomoko on his first night had earned him only 5,000 yen, a tenfold difference. Charm rating of 95? Jinjo trusted the system's judgment when it came to aesthetics. Whether in his past life or this one, he considered himself a man with simple and consistent preferences. His criteria could be summed up in a single word: big. Whether C, D, E, or even F, G, H, as long as it was big, that was enough. Small could be cute too, but somehow it didn't feel like praise. Did you know the top search term on Japanese internet rankings every year? That's right, it's those 2 characters you're thinking of. Clearly, countless other young men shared Jinjo's preferences. In that regard, Mochizuki Haruka was undeniably top tier. Her figure was perfectly balanced and natural. A charm rating of 95 was entirely justified, 100 wouldn't have been excessive. The night deepened, and the sky donned its black veil once more. Scattered stars adorned the vast canvas of the heavens, while the noisy streets fell into silence, leaving only lonely streetlights casting dim, yellowish glows. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, cooling Jinjo's slightly heated body. As he replayed the moment when Mochizuki Haruka had waved goodbye, Jinjo drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Jinjo woke early, without the need for an alarm. Dressed in his school uniform, he looked even more vibrant and youthful than usual. Even Matsumoto Tomoko, who prepared breakfast, couldn't help but compliment him. "Sosuke-kun, you look so handsome today. The girls at school will definitely adore you," she said with a hint of regret in her tone. Matsumoto couldn't help but imagine what it would have been like if she and Jinjo had been the same age. "Thank you for the compliment, Sis Tomoko. Breakfast was as delicious and hearty as ever. Sosuke-kun, I've also prepared a bento for your lunch. Don't forget to take it with you," Matsumoto said, patting a pink lunchbox on the table. "This lunchbox belonged to my daughter when she was in school. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not, Sis Tomoko. I'm incredibly grateful." Jinjo's smile was warm and sincere. "That's great," Matsumoto replied, her own smile widening. Her thoughtful care deeply touched Jinjo. He had never experienced such warmth and attention before. In a bustling city often marked by cold indifference, finding a comfortable apartment and a kind-hearted landlady felt like a stroke of luck. After finishing breakfast, Jinjo helped clean up, grabbed his bag, and stepped out of the room. "I'm off, Sis Tomoko. Take care, Sosuke-kun." Monday morning. The streets were livelier than on the weekend. The spring breeze had scattered cherry blossom petals along the roadsides. Jinjo's school was about a 10-minute walk from the apartment. As he approached, he saw groups of students chatting and laughing. Nearing the school gates, students on bicycles dismounted to walk alongside their peers. The girls in deep blue uniform jackets and red and blue plaid skirts radiated youthful energy.
The bare skin of their legs below the pleated skirts added a subtle charm. As Jinjo walked past, the girls began whispering among themselves. "Who's that handsome guy? I've never seen him before. Do you know who he is?" Dressed in his Western-style uniform, Jinjo's tall, athletic build made him stand out. Combined with his flawless features, deep and piercing eyes, and sharp profile, it was no wonder the girls couldn't take their eyes off him. At that moment, Jinjo looked like the perfect protagonist from a high school romance manga, drawing the admiration and longing of countless young women. Woan General University was famous for its high number of female students and their beauty. Of course, this wasn't the reason Jinjo Sasuke chose to attend. What attracted him was the university's long history and excellent reputation in the professional world. Ahem. At least, that's what he told others. It made him seem more respectable. Otherwise, people might suspect he had ulterior motives. That said, in this hormone-driven phase of life, the allure of youthful and vibrant female college students was undeniable. As he entered the campus and headed toward the shoe lockers, Jinjo found himself the subject of many admiring glances from the girls passing by. Of course, in return, Jinjo also enjoyed the view. The tight, shapely calves wrapped in white knee-high socks, the pale thighs peeking out from under pleated skirts rolled up high above the knees by fashion-conscious girls, and the snug white shirts beneath tailored uniforms. The uniform designs of Japanese universities really knew how to highlight the fresh charm of female students. At the entrance to his classroom, it was exactly 8:30 a.m. The students were already seated, with some huddled together, chatting while they waited for the teacher. Jinjo stood by the door, waiting for the homeroom teacher. As a transfer student, it was customary for the teacher to formally introduce him to the class. Within a minute, the teacher arrived. "Come with me, Jinjo-kun," the teacher said. The homeroom teacher was a man in his 40s, with thinning hair, thick glasses, and a suit that added to his old-fashioned demeanor. The moment the teacher entered, the chattering students quickly returned to their seats. "Good morning, everyone. Today is the first day of the new term, and I'd like to introduce a transfer student joining our class. Jinjo-kun, please come forward." The teacher gestured for Jinjo to step to the front. "Hello, everyone. I'm Jinjo Sosuke. Nice to meet you all." Jinjo bowed politely. "Whoa, so handsome." A girl in the front row couldn't help blurting out, quickly covering her mouth in embarrassment when she realized what she'd done. Other girls exchanged glances, whispering to each other or chatting with their desk neighbors. Some even openly swooned, their expressions dreamy. If this were a manga, their eyes would have turned into heart shapes. The boys, on the other hand, were much less enthusiastic. The arrival of such a good-looking classmate would undoubtedly lower their own chances with the girls. Jinjo understood their feelings. If their roles were reversed, he'd probably feel the same. After his introduction, Jinjo moved to an empty seat at the back of the class. Some of the girls kept turning around to steal glances at him. Jinjo sighed inwardly. Being handsome could be exhausting. The morning classes dragged on, leaving Jinjo bored. These were all subjects he had studied in his past life. Though years had passed, revisiting the material wasn't difficult, which was why he always excelled academically. It was also one of the reasons Woan General University had quickly accepted his transfer application. Jinjo often found himself gazing out the window. The university's campus was expansive, surrounded by tall red brick walls and lined with towering ginkgo trees. Birds hopped playfully among the dense branches, creating a peaceful and harmonious scene that relaxed him. He cherished these moments of daydreaming, allowing his busy life to slow down for a while. When he returned his gaze to the classroom, he noticed a girl sitting diagonally ahead of him sneaking glances in his direction. "Hey! Focus on the lesson, classmate. Don't let a handsome guy distract you from your studies." During the break, a few bold girls gathered around Jinjo's desk. "Where did you transfer from, Jinjo-kun?" "Hokkaido." "Wow, no wonder you're so handsome. I've always wanted to visit Hokkaido." "Jinjo-kun, are you planning to join any clubs? How about the swim team? Since you're from Hokkaido, you must be good at swimming." "No, thanks. I'll be working part-time after school." "Wow, Jinjo-kun, you're so hardworking." "Jinjo-kun, can we exchange line IDs?" Me too, me too." When girls go all out, they can be even more enthusiastic than boys. The endless questions left Jinjo a little overwhelmed, but he managed to respond politely. Despite their cuteness and energy, Jinjo felt these lively college girls lacked the charm of mature older women or kind, nurturing ladies like Matsumoto Tomoko. When lunchtime finally arrived, a few girls invited Jinjo to eat with them, but he politely declined, using a random excuse.
After a morning of non-stop chatter around him, he wanted to enjoy a quiet meal.
As for mingling with the boys to make friends, he figured it could wait.
There was plenty of time for that later. The girls walked arm in arm toward the cafeteria or found spots around campus to enjoy their bento boxes.
Meanwhile, the boys joked loudly, their antics tinged with a distinct Shinibu energy.
Jinjo eventually found an empty classroom, choosing a seat by the window. Outside, students laughed and chatted, their faces glowing with happiness. A few couples on the benches shared sweet, romantic gestures that exuded the innocence of campus love.
Opening the pink lunchbox prepared by Matsumoto Tomoko, Jinjo was greeted by an appetizing sight.
Rice, fried shrimp, tamagoyaki, seaweed, and cherry tomatoes.
Even the bento box included a cute toothpick. Matsumoto's meticulous care was evident in every detail. Picking up a piece of fried shrimp, Jinjo took a bite.
Though it had cooled, it was still delicious. The shrimp was perfectly seasoned, the breading crisp and flavorful. The sweet tamagoyaki, loaded with cheese, paired perfectly with the rice. The crispy seaweed and refreshing cherry tomatoes completed the meal. It was a perfect combination of nutrition and taste.
As Jinjo enjoyed his meal, he couldn't help but admire Matsumoto's thoughtfulness.
After lunch, the short break felt even shorter. Within an hour, Jinjo was back in his seat. The afternoon classes passed more quickly. Jinjo found it hard to stay fully awake, yawning and resting his chin on his hand. A girl in the front row seemed to think he was looking at her, frequently turning around to try and catch his gaze. Winning over a handsome guy wasn't so easy, though.
When the final class ended, Jinjo stood up to leave as soon as the teacher exited.
Just then, a student standing at the door called out to him.
"Jinjo-kun, the student council president wants to see you."
The student council president? Jinjo Sosuke was puzzled. He had just transferred to the school and hadn't even gotten to know his classmates properly.
How could he possibly know the student council president? Why was she looking for him?
Full of questions, Jinjo walked toward the classroom door. "I heard the student council president came to our class."
"Really? Is it Shiraishi Risa-senpai? Why would she come here?"
"They say she's here to see Jinjo-kun."
"Wow, Jinjo-kun is that charming?"
Even the famous Shiraishi-senpai came to see him personally. The two girls near the door seemed more excited than Jinjo himself, chatting so loudly that he could hear every word as he passed. Stepping out of the classroom, Jinjo immediately spotted a girl whose presence stood out from the crowd.
Her unique aura made it clear she was the student council president.
Her silver, medium-length hair was tied into a bun, with loose strands naturally framing her face. Her smooth, fair complexion complemented the delicate, rimless glasses resting on her soft nose. The white shirt beneath her uniform jacket was taut, accentuating her figure. Below the knee-high black socks, her slender, shapely legs seemed even longer and more elegant. Her body was perfectly proportioned, and her height, an estimated 175 centimeters, was striking.
Even in flat black shoes, she almost matched Jinjo's height.
In heels, she might have equaled him. In Japan, where cuteness often takes precedence, girls under 160 centimeters are generally more popular. A tall girl like Shiraishi Risa might have been teased as a Tokyo Tower. Poor Japanese boys, they didn't understand the charm of long legs.
And if those fair, slender legs were wrapped in sheer black stockings? How would anyone resist such a lure?
"I'm Shiraishi Risa, a senior and the current student council president. I came to invite you to join our club," Shiraishi stated her purpose.
Another club invitation? Why were university students so obsessed with club activities?
Jinjo had no time for that, he needed to work part-time.
System rewards didn't come every day, and he had to cover his tuition, rent, and living expenses.
"Sorry, President Shiraishi, but I have a part-time job after school and can't participate in club activities," Jinjo replied. As beautiful as she was, looks wouldn't pay his bills.
Beauty affection system activated. Target detected. Name, Shiraishi Risa. Stamina, 70. Charm, 90. Current affection level, 65. System detected, Shiraishi Risa needs your assistance. Shiraishi Risa hopes you will join her club. Complete this task to earn 5,000 yen.
The system panel popped up just in time, as if it sensed either the allure of yen or the beauty before him.
5,000 yen? Not bad.
But it was a one-time reward. A part-time job, on the other hand, provided continuous income. One meal or daily meals, it wasn't hard to choose. Please reconsider, Jinjo-kun, Shiraishi said, unwilling to give up. Support task upgraded, hashtag. Complete Shiraishi Risa's request to earn 10,000 yen. Hashtag. A task that could be upgraded? Jinjo had never seen this before. Was the system testing his resolve? I'm really sorry, President Shiraishi, but I've already agreed to work at a convenience store. And today's my first day, so I can't make it. Jinjo explained his situation honestly. It won't take up much of your time, Shiraishi persisted. Support task upgraded, hashtag. Complete Shiraishi Risa's request to earn 20,000 yen. Hashtag. Now Jinjo seriously suspected the system had a crush on Shiraishi Risa. Why else would the task keep upgrading? Club activities usually took at least 2 hours. How was that not a significant time commitment? Really, I'm too busy. Why don't you ask someone else? Jinjo couldn't understand why Shiraishi was so determined to recruit him. What if you just help with our recruitment event? Support task upgraded, hashtag. Complete Shiraishi Risa's request to earn 40,000 yen. Hashtag. The start of the semester meant clubs were holding recruitment events to attract new members. Jinjo was aware of this tradition. Fine. How about tomorrow after school? I really can't today, Jinjo relented. He didn't want to bail on Kobayakawa Kana on his first day of work. And with Shiraishi being so sincere, it didn't seem like helping her would hurt. Of course, the 40,000 yen reward didn't hurt either. Thank you so much, Jinjo-kun. I'll come find you tomorrow after school. Don't forget. Shiraishi finally smiled, her mood visibly lifted as she turned and walked away. Her long, slender legs moved gracefully, each step leaving Jinjo in quiet admiration. After his conversation with Shiraishi, Jinjo checked the time and realized he was running late. He quickly grabbed his bag and headed for the convenience store. Welcome! The moment Jinjo walked through the door, he was greeted by Morikawa, the cheerful cashier. When she saw it was Jinjo, her face lit up with excitement, as if she'd stumbled upon some juicy gossip she couldn't wait to share. Ah, it's Jinjo-kun. Morikawa glanced sneakily toward the office before motioning for Jinjo to come closer. As soon as he was within earshot, she whispered conspiratorially, Jinjo-kun, did you know? The queen has changed. Huh? What nonsense was she spouting now? Jinjo wondered if she'd eaten something spoiled. What do you mean by changed? He asked, exasperated. I mean Kobayakawa-san. She actually smiled at me today. A smile? Isn't that normal? Why are you so surprised? Jinjo was at a loss for words, beginning to suspect Morikawa might be a little unhinged. What? You're not surprised? I've worked here for over 6 months and never once seen her smile at me. And that's not all. What else? Morikawa suddenly stopped, a mischievous expression crossing her face as she pretended to keep Jinjo in suspense. I can just see for myself, Jinjo said, uninterested in her games. He turned to leave. Wait, don't go. I'll tell you. Morikawa called after him in a panic. Ignoring her, Jinjo headed straight for the office. Knock, knock, knock. After changing into his uniform, Jinjo Sasuke knocked on the office door. Come in. Kobayakawa Kana's magnetic voice still carried the same striking presence. Ah, it's Sasuke-kun. When Kobayakawa saw that it was Jinjo, a bright smile appeared on her face. Compared to the cold and serious attitude she had during their first meeting, it was like she was a completely different person. It seemed the late-night heart-to-heart from a few days ago had worked wonders. Kobayakawa Kana had dropped her severe facade and returned to her true self. What do you think of my new hairstyle? Kobayakawa stood up and playfully spun around twice, as if to make sure Jinjo could see it clearly. So this was the change Morikawa had mentioned earlier. Kobayakawa Kana had cut her hair short. Her once gorgeous long locks were now a gentle shoulder-length style. The new cut made her look mature and capable while adding a touch of intellectual elegance. Paired with her cheerful smile, it also gave off a youthful vibe. Her refined yet fresh look was undeniably captivating. It looks great. This hairstyle really suits you, Kana. Sosuke-kun. Hearing Jinjo call her by her first name, Kobayakawa's face flushed with a charming red hue. Even though the door was closed, she instinctively glanced outside, as if worried someone might overhear. In the store, you should still call me Kobayakawa. Sosuke-kun. Her voice grew small and shy.
Alright, Kobayakawa manager, Jinjo replied with a smile, deliberately drawing out her name syllable by syllable. Hearing his playful tone, Kobayakawa burst into laughter, unable to hold it in. Why was it that just a few simple words from this boy could make her so happy? A brief phone call interrupted their conversation. It seemed the head office needed some documents. Kobayakawa turned around to reach for a file on the wall shelf. She brought over a step stool and climbed onto it. The shelf was an easy reach for Jinjo, but for Kobayakawa, it seemed to require some effort. She stretched her arm as high as she could, making little straining noises as she tried to grab the file. Let me help you. No, it's fine. I do this all the time. Despite her words, she clearly couldn't reach. Her face turned red as she tightly shut her eyes in concentration. Although her fingers managed to touch the edge of the shelf, the file she was reaching for was still just out of reach. My apologies, excuse me. Jinjo gently placed his hands on either side of her waist and lifted her slightly. Her slender waist felt soft and smooth even through the fabric of her clothes. The curve of her body was undeniably alluring. As he lifted her, the upper half of her body bounced slightly, drawing attention to her figure. Ah! Kobayakawa let out an involuntary sound as Jinjo's firm and steady hands supported her. Can you reach it now? Why yes, I can. Jinjo slowly set her down after she retrieved the large business file. By then, Kobayakawa's face was so red that the blush extended down her pale neck. Thank you, Sosuke-kun. Kobayakawa lowered her head so much that her chin was nearly touching her chest in embarrassment. You're welcome. I'll head back to work now. Jinjo walked out of the office with a small smile of satisfaction. Since the new stock had been organized over the weekend, Jinjo's main task for the day was tidying up the shelves. Not long after, Kobayakawa-kana came out of the office. Sosuke-kun, let's have you try some different tasks today. Morikawa, please head to the back and organize the storage shelves. Sosuke-kun will take over at the register, Kobayakawa instructed the two employees. Got it, Manager Kobayakawa. As Morikawa passed Jinjo, she whispered, Why is Kobayakawa-san's face so red? Jinjo ignored her and headed straight to the register. Sosuke-kun, let me show you how to use the cash register, Kobayakawa said. Alright, Manager Kobayakawa. The operation was simple enough. After one demonstration, Jinjo had it figured out. Then came tasks like preparing hot foods, managing the coffee machine, and monitoring the hot water dispenser for instant noodles. There was a surprising amount to do. Kobayakawa meticulously explained each step, and Jinjo listened carefully. Alright, Sosuke-kun, you'll be in charge of the register for now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me in the office, she said after finishing her instructions. Kobayakawa returned to the office, leaving Jinjo at the register to handle the occasional customer. About half an hour later, a man who appeared to be in his 50s walked in. He wore disheveled clothing, a wrinkled hat, and held a can of beer in his hand. His unsteady steps suggested he was drunk. Reaching the counter, he threw some loose change onto it rudely. Hey, give me cigarettes. Excuse me? The man's slurred speech made him hard to understand. This money's enough. Just give me the cigarettes. Which kind would you like? Jinjo asked calmly. I always buy the same kind here. Do I really need to tell you? His voice grew louder. It's my first day, sir. I don't know what you usually get. If you don't specify, I can't help you. Jinjo's tone remained steady and serious, which only made the man more irritated. That one. The man impatiently pointed in the general direction of the shelf. Jinjo grabbed a pack and placed it on the counter. Before he could process the transaction, the man reached out to snatch the pack and try to leave. Jinjo quickly grabbed the man's wrist. Hold on, you're still short by 20 yen. The man clicked his tongue and fumbled in his pockets before slamming the remaining coins onto the counter. He grabbed the cigarettes and stumbled out of the store, muttering curses under his breath. Kobayakawa poked her head out of the office, her expression concerned. She must have heard the commotion. Sosuke-kun, is everything alright? What happened? Nothing, Manager Kobayakawa, just a drunk customer. Seeing everything was under control, Kobayakawa relaxed and returned to her work. Morikawa, is that guy a regular? Jinjo asked, turning to Morikawa, who had peeked out from the storage area. I've worked here for over 6 months, and this is the first time I've seen him. So the man had been lying. Jinjo sighed in exasperation. After a busy shift, it was finally time to clock out. Jinjo's first day of work was over. Morikawa had agreed to cover for the next shift, so she would be staying a bit longer. Jinjo headed to the break room alone to change. Kobayakawa Kana entered the room shortly after. Manager Kobayakawa, are you done for the day? Should we walk back to the apartment together? I still have some documents to organize, so I can't leave yet. If you have time tonight, could we talk again later? Of course, Jinjo replied. Hearing his answer, a bright, expectant smile spread across Kobayakawa Kana's face. Jinjo Sosuke walked back to the apartment alone. The sun was preparing to end its day, slowly setting in the west. Clusters of clouds were dyed a warm orange-red by the scattered glow of the evening sky. Passing female students raised their phones to capture this unadorned natural beauty. The streetlights along the roadside had already turned on, preparing to welcome the approaching night. Because of his part-time job, Jinjo arrived at Matsumoto Tomoko's room close to 7 p.m. When the door opened, she greeted him with a radiant smile. Today, she was wearing a sleeveless white satin nightgown. Her exposed arms, accentuated by the silky material, appeared even more delicate and smooth. She exuded the elegant charm unique to a mature woman. As she walked, the rhythmic sway of her body confirmed to Jinjo that she was wearing nothing underneath. How was it, Sosuke? With school and your part-time job, you must be exhausted, she said with her usual concern. It's nothing. As long as I know I'll get to enjoy your cooking, Tomoko-san, I don't feel tired at all. Jinjo had already caught the scent of dinner in the air. Take a seat and rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready shortly. Smiling, Matsumoto returned to the kitchen. About 5 minutes later, she brought out a table full of delicious dishes. Perhaps because the kitchen was a bit stuffy, a slight sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. A few damp strands of hair clung to her skin, and tiny beads of sweat trickled down her white neck. As she fanned herself lightly with her hand, she leaned forward slightly, allowing the cool air to flow through her neckline. But Matsumoto didn't notice that her 36D was now completely exposed to Jinjo's line of sight. The weather's getting warmer, isn't it? Come eat, Sosuke. While continuing to fan herself, Matsumoto called him over to the table. Itadakimasu. Jinjo clasped his hands together lightly. A delicious dinner was the best cure for the day's exhaustion. Matsumoto had specially prepared a radish and oyster soup that day. A single sip made Jinjo feel refreshed from head to toe. Perhaps because of the steam from the soup, Jinjo's forehead also started to bead with sweat. Matsumoto reached for a tissue on the table, leaned in close, and gently wiped his face. The soft touch of her delicate hand made Jinjo feel momentarily entranced. After dinner, the two of them cleared the dishes together. Matsumoto then began wiping the floor on her own, crouching down to do so. Her round, full hips stretched her nightgown taut. Her half-kneeling posture made the previously well-fitted dress now seem a little too tight. Tomoko-san, let me help you, Jinjo said as he grabbed a cloth and knelt beside her. There's no need, Sosuke. I can handle it myself. The room isn't that big. 2 people working together will make it faster. With another set of hands, the small dining room was cleaned up in no time. The two of them sat together on the sofa, and Matsumoto let out a light sigh of relief. She clasped her fingers together and stretched her arms straight upward, giving her body a good stretch. The enchanting curves of her figure were once again on full display in front of Jinjo. No matter how many times he saw it, he never tired of the sight. This was the prime of a woman's maturity, like a perfectly ripened fruit just waiting to be plucked by someone worthy. After stretching, Matsumoto leaned closer and began chatting with Jinjo about the little things that had happened during the day. As they talked, Matsumoto's gaze fell on Jinjo's casually placed hand. She gently grasped his wrist. Sosuke, your hands are so big. And your fingers are so long. You'd be great at playing the piano. She spread her soft, delicate hand and placed it against his. Look, your fingers are so much longer than mine. As soon as she said this, Jinjo clearly saw her fair neck tremble slightly as she swallowed hard multiple times. He'd heard that if a man's fingers are long, then... Could it be that this saying was universally accepted worldwide? Tomoko-san, your hands are beautiful too. Matsumoto's fingers were slender and soft, smooth and white like silk. Not at all. I handle so many chores every day, my hands are far too rough to be considered beautiful. Her humility was clearly excessive. My husband passed away almost 10 years ago. I've been managing this apartment for nearly as long. Reflecting on the past, Matsumoto grew a bit emotional. 10 years? That meant Matsumoto had become a widow before she was even 30. Thinking about it, Jinjo couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Sosuke-kun. Yes? Do you think I'm just a boring woman who only knows how to cook and clean? Matsumoto leaned in closer.
Her words seemed like a plea, as if she were hoping for an answer different from what she feared.
Of course not. I think Tomoko-san is a perfect woman. Sosuke-kun. Matsumoto leaned forward entirely, collapsing into Jinjo's arms.
Her sweet voice rang in his ears, and her scent filled his nostrils. Her alluring curves were now fully visible, her pale thighs, her full hips, and her delicately slim waist.
Her soft, elastic body pressed tightly against Jinjo's.
He could feel the warmth and smoothness of her skin against his entire body. Jinjo wrapped his arms around her and held her closer. At this point, no man would back down.
The room seemed stifling, the air becoming humid and sticky.
An hour later, Jinjo returned to his room after a shower. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, he felt clear-headed and refreshed, an inexplicable joy coursing through him. In the mirror, he seemed taller and stronger than usual.
Under the dim yellow light, his reflection carried an almost sage-like aura.
Standing tall, he opened the system panel.
Target, Matsumoto Tomoko, plus 10 affection points. System reward, 10,000 yen. Current affection, 90. Affection is already at 90? Looks like there's room to grow even further, Jinjo thought.
He tossed aside the towel wrapped around his waist and lay down on his soft bed. Opening his phone, he saw an unread line message.
It was from Mochizuki Haruka. Sosuke-kun, it's Haruka. Thank you again for helping me yesterday. If you're free this weekend, I'd like to meet and thank you in person.
Before he could reply, there was a knock at the door.
Jinjo suddenly remembered that he had promised to chat with Kobayakawa Kana after work.
Grabbing a pair of shorts, he quickly went to open the door.
This new semester is really keeping me busy, Jinjo thought to himself. As soon as the door opened, Kobayakawa Kana's cute little face peeked in.
She was holding a delicate paper box in her arms and a large bag of potato chips in the other hand. Jinjo-kun, I brought snacks today, said Kana Kobayakawa, shaking the bag of chips as she spoke. When we're back at the apartment, just call me Sasuke, Kana, replied Jinjo Sasuke, smiling as he took the box from her hands.
All right. Sasuke.
Kana Kobayakawa was wearing a loose white t-shirt that just barely covered her rounded hips, with a large cartoon girl's face printed on it. Although she usually carried herself as a calm and professional working woman, the thought of her being only 23 years old reminded one that she still retained a touch of girlish innocence. Her full, fair legs were exposed, sparking endless imagination. On her, cuteness and sensuality blended together perfectly. The cool evening breeze softly tousled Kana's short, gentle hair, giving her a fresh and captivating look.
Jinjo Sasuke turned on the living room's ceiling light, and the entire room brightened instantly. He placed the snacks Kana had brought on the table, and the two of them sat down side by side on the sofa.
Sasuke, try this.
I made it myself,
Kana said as her fair hands opened the box. Cookies, cream puffs, and cupcakes of all kinds were neatly arranged.
Did you make all of these, Kana? That's amazing. Then I won't hold back.
Jinjo Sasuke picked up a cookie. It was crispy, sweet, and packed with sugar.
It's delicious, Jinjo praised. Kana Kobayakawa smiled happily and handed him a cupcake next. Try this one too.
Having worked up an appetite from earlier exertions, Jinjo Sasuke found the snacks arrived just at the right time.
Is baking your hobby, Kana? Hobby? I wouldn't really call it that. It's just something to pass the time.
And I really like sweets, but desserts at shops are so expensive, so I often make my own.
I see, Sasuke nodded. What about you, Sasuke? What's your hobby? Me? I guess it's swimming. And if I have time, I work out at home. No wonder your body is in such good shape. Kana blurted out the words and then quickly averted her gaze in embarrassment.
She had rushed to open the door earlier, and Jinjo had only put on a loose pair of beach shorts. Under the light, his upper body's muscular contours appeared smooth, firm, and tight, with no trace of excess fat, a body that exuded strength.
Do you like swimming because you're from Hokkaido? Kana asked, steering the conversation elsewhere.
Actually, even without seeing your job application, I could have guessed that, she teased.
Oh? Why's that?
Sasuke asked curiously.
Because of your accent. My accent?
I don't think I have one, Sasuke replied, surprised.
To him, Hokkaido's accent didn't seem different from standard Japanese. How should I put it?
It's not exactly an accent, but certain phrases you use made me guess.
Phrases?
Sosuke was still a bit confused. If you want to know why, it's because I'm also from Hokkaido, Kana said with a smile. There are some specific phrases that only people from Hokkaido use, especially older folks.
Now Sosuke understood.
He had grown up with his grandfather, so it made sense that some of his expressions were influenced by him.
So you're from Hokkaido too, Kana?
Yes. That's one of the reasons you feel familiar to me, Kana replied warmly. Coming all the way from my hometown to Tokyo, without any friends, meeting someone else from Hokkaido gives me a little sense of home. Then from today on, let's officially establish our Hokkaido club here in this apartment.
Jinjo Sosuke's response made Kana burst into laughter.
Her radiant smile paired with her lovely face was truly captivating.
Out of her work attire and relaxed, Kana had a different kind of charm. By the way, we were talking about hobbies earlier. If baking doesn't count, do you have any other hobbies?
Sosuke asked, returning to the topic.
Kana pouted slightly, thinking for a moment. Hobbies. Oh, right. Sometimes I watch videos of reptiles on my phone.
Reptiles? Sosuke looked surprised. Actually, I kind of like things like snakes and lizards, Kana admitted shyly. A lot of people post videos of their pet reptiles online.
There are whole channels for that?
Yep. Some are really popular, Kana said enthusiastically. I didn't have much interest in reptiles at first, but I had a close friend in college who was obsessed with keeping them.
She had dozens. Listening to her talk, I gradually got interested, and now I'm hooked on watching these videos.
Reptiles are, fascinating, she continued. They look like tiny dinosaurs, but the way they eat is so adorable. They're different from mammals, they don't bond with humans, but their cold demeanor is part of their charm. After rambling, Kana suddenly froze, realizing what she had just revealed.
Oops. Did I accidentally let slip my real hobby?
Now Sosuke must think I'm weird, she thought, her face turning red. After a while, she hesitantly said, Sorry, Sosuke.
Is that a weird hobby? Did it scare you? Not at all.
I think it's interesting, Sosuke replied with a bright smile.
Kana let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, I was surprised at first, Sosuke admitted. But hobbies are meant to help us relax, right?
I think it's great that I got to see this unexpected side of you.
Actually, I'm curious now, maybe I'll watch some of those videos too, he said with a laugh.
Kana's heart warmed at his kind words. Sosuke really was the perfect person to talk to. It had been so long since she had shared so much of herself with someone. As she grew older, her relationships outside of work had dwindled. So this feeling of being seen and understood, it had been so long since she'd felt it. As Kobayakawa Kana looked at Jinjo Sosuke sitting next to her, she noticed his hair, still damp from his bath, slightly messy yet naturally styled. His sharp, defined facial features, paired with the wild charm of his untamed look, created an unexpectedly striking beauty.
The exposed muscles of his upper body were well-defined and smooth, firm yet not overly bulky.
His figure was perfectly balanced and elegant, an ideal image of a beautiful young man. If he were to debut as an idol, he would surely become a top star, adored by countless girls. Lost in these thoughts, Kana Kobayakawa drifted into her own world.
No. Snap out of it, Kana Kobayakawa.
Jinjo and I are nothing more than a boss and subordinate working at the convenience store.
At the apartment, we're just neighbors and fellow Hokkaido natives.
If Jinjo agrees, perhaps we could even call each other friends.
That's all the relationship we're supposed to have. I shouldn't hope for anything more.
I'm a divorced woman with strange hobbies that most people wouldn't understand. On top of that, I'm several years older than Jinjo. Thinking this, Kana Kobayakawa grew more certain that her relationship with Jinjo Sosuke would never go beyond this point. I don't need to, nor should I, desire anything more.
But is that really true? Kana Kobayakawa couldn't seem to convince herself in the end.
After all, I'm just a 23-year-old woman. Deep down, I still long to be liked, pursued, and cherished.
And if that person could be Jinjo Sosuke. By the way, about those reptile videos, if you have any recommended channels, could you share them with me? I think I'd like to check them out. Jinjo Sosuke's deep, magnetic voice interrupted Kana Kobayakawa's chaotic thoughts.
Oh, sure. I'll send them to you later, haha. Kana Kobayakawa forced an awkward smile, her voice carrying a trace of nervousness as she snapped back to reality.
Sosuke, it's getting late. I think I'll head back now. See you at the store tomorrow.
Kana Kobayakawa felt she needed to leave quickly, lest she act impulsively and do something unexpected.
Huh? Leaving already?
You didn't even open this big bag of chips yet.
You can keep those, Sosuke.
And the snacks too, if you like them. I can bake more next time.
Alright then.
Oh, by the way, Kana, tomorrow I might be a little late getting to the store. I have some things to take care of at school.
Okay, Kana answered absent-mindedly, not even asking for details, before quickly leaving the room.
Left in quite a hurry, Jinjo Sosuke thought to himself, picking up another cream puff to eat. The night grew deeper, with only the gentle light of the moon casting its glow.
Scattered stars dotted the vast black canvas of the sky. So far apart from one another, could they also feel a sense of loneliness?
The next morning, Jinjo Sosuke woke up early and opened his window as usual. Whoosh! The morning wind howled past, noticeably stronger than usual. It seemed to have rained during the night, as there were still patches of dampness visible in the courtyard. Heading downstairs, Jinjo enjoyed the unique morning quietness of the apartment.
Not seeing Matsumoto Tomoko cleaning the yard as usual, Jinjo found it odd and went to knock gently on her door.
After a moment, the door opened abruptly. Matsumoto Tomoko appeared flustered, her long black hair uncombed and slightly messy.
Sorry, Sosuke-kun.
I overslept.
I must have been really tired yesterday.
I slept so deeply.
As their eyes met, Jinjo noticed a faint trace of embarrassment lingering in Matsumoto Tomoko's gaze.
Perhaps her body's just not used to such strenuous activity after so long, Jinjo thought to himself.
Come on in, Sosuke.
I'll make breakfast right away, Tomoko said as she ushered him into the room.
No need to trouble yourself, Tomoko-san. I'll just grab something from the convenience store on my way.
Although Jinjo had grown accustomed to Tomoko's delicious meals, he didn't want her to feel obligated. After all, her kindness was a gesture of goodwill, not a duty to be imposed on her. Today, Tomoko was wearing a beige tank top and white shorts. The tank top seemed a bit small, fitting snugly against her figure. Her long black hair fell over her chest, accentuating her snow-white skin, which seemed to glow even brighter.
In Jinjo's presence, Matsumoto Tomoko's outfits were becoming increasingly casual, cool and pleasing to the eye. After all, given last night, there was nothing left to hide. I just didn't see you in the yard earlier, so I was a little worried, Jinjo said casually as he sat on the sofa, as though it were his own room.
Oh, thank you for your concern, Sosuke-kun, Matsumoto Tomoko replied with a smile.
Alright then, Tomoko-san, I'll head back to get ready. I need to go to school soon. Wait a moment, Sosuke-kun.
I need to go to the market anyway, we're running low on groceries.
Let's leave together. Alright, I'll wait for you, Tomoko-san.
Just sit tight. I'll be ready in no time. Tomoko went back to her bedroom, leaving the door open as she casually changed her clothes. Her bare back, pure and flawless, was like a blank canvas inviting endless imagination.
After getting dressed and fixing her hair, Tomoko and Jinjo left the apartment together.
The streets were still wet in some spots, and the air carried a faint hint of moisture.
What do you want for dinner tonight, Sosuke-kun? Tomoko asked. Anything you make is fine, Tomoko-san. Your cooking is so good, everything tastes amazing.
Oh, stop exaggerating, Sosuke-kun, Tomoko laughed as she pondered what to prepare for dinner.
Maybe cream-stewed king oyster mushrooms?
For some reason, that was the first dish that popped into her mind. At a fork in the road, the two parted ways. Tomoko headed to the market, while Jinjo stopped by the convenience store to grab breakfast. As Jinjo walked to school, eating an onigiri from the store, he found it tasteless and unsatisfying.
Had his palate become spoiled by Tomoko's cooking?
The onigiri had been his staple food in the past, but now it felt like chewing on wax.
As he finished the onigiri, the school gates came into view.
Noticing Jinjo's arrival, many girls turned their heads to look at him, just as they had on the first day.
Look! Isn't that Jinjo Takuya, the new transfer student in second year?
Two girls whispered excitedly nearby.
Jinjo Takuya?
What kind of strange nickname was that?
Jinjo Takuya, it's obvious the name was derived from Takuya Kimura's name. Is it supposed to mean that I'm as handsome as Takuya Kimura? Though he was indeed very good-looking in his younger days, isn't he quite old by now? Comparing oneself to a star from the previous generation, could it mean my looks are considered retro-handsome? I wonder who came up with this strange nickname. Most likely one of the girls who wouldn't stop chattering around me yesterday.
Jinjo Sosuke passed through the school's entrance hall, changed his shoes, and headed to the classroom. The moment he stepped inside, all his classmates' eyes turned to him.
What's going on? Did I do something?
Jinjo Sosuke found it a bit strange. If this had been yesterday, it would have made sense after all. It was his first day at the new school, and everyone would naturally pay more attention to a new face. But today was already the second day. He had already introduced himself yesterday, so there was no reason for people to keep staring at him as if he were an alien.
Under the gaze of the entire class, Jinjo Sosuke walked to his seat at the back row.
As soon as he sat down, he noticed the students whispering in small groups again.
Jinjo found it baffling, but he didn't bother to think too much about it.
Judging by how college students often acted, it was probably some absurd rumor related to campus relationships. Boys cared about games, and girls cared about celebrities.
Only gossip could capture the unified attention of an entire class.
This was something Jinjo Sosuke had learned from his previous student life.
When the homeroom teacher arrived, the noisy classroom instantly quieted down.
After the morning meeting ended, the first class of the day began. The lesson posed no difficulty for Jinjo as usual. The teacher's voice gradually faded into the background, becoming a distant hum as Jinjo drifted off into his own thoughts.
Was it last night with Matsumoto Tomoko?
She seemed to have been limited by her physical stamina, retreating from the battlefield early. Still, there was a lingering sense of incompleteness. And Kana Kobayakawa's hobby, it really was strange. It was hard to imagine a girl like her being interested in cold-blooded reptiles. Then there was Mochizuki Haruka's line message. He had already replied to her, and they had agreed to meet over the weekend. But the strangest thing of all was Shiraishi Risa, who had approached him yesterday afternoon.
Why had the student council president, a complete stranger, insisted on recruiting him into her club?
If you listen to the lecture attentively, a class can feel incredibly slow.
But if you start daydreaming during the lesson, time truly flies.
What feels like a single blink might mean the teacher has already covered 10 pages.
The morning classes flew by just like that.
Since Matsumoto Tomoko hadn't made him a bento today, Jinjo Sosuke had no choice but to grab some bread from the campus convenience store for lunch. Without the love-packed meals from Tomoko, all he could rely on was plain carbohydrates.
Jinjo-kun.
A male voice called out to him. Turning around, Jinjo saw one of the few boys in his class. However, while he vaguely recognized the face, he didn't know the boy's name.
Where are you going to eat lunch, Jinjo-kun? Do you know the rooftop above the third floor of the main building?
When Jinjo didn't respond, the boy quickly introduced himself.
Oh, I'm Okamoto. Okamoto Ryuichi. We're in the same class.
It seemed he assumed Jinjo didn't recognize him.
Nice to meet you, Okamoto-kun.
You mentioned the rooftop above the third floor.
What do you mean?
The school building only had 3 floors, so Jinjo found it puzzling.
That's right. There's a staircase that leads to the roof. We usually eat lunch on the rooftop platform. Want to join us? The other boys in class are there too.
Seeing how enthusiastic he was, Jinjo felt it would be rude to decline. It was only natural to make new friends at a new school.
Alright, let me grab some bread first.
After starting lunch on the rooftop, the conversation among the boys gradually shifted toward Jinjo Sosuke.
Jinjo-kun, did you know? Everyone in class is talking about it.
Yeah, it's all anyone's been discussing. Jinjo realized the reason they'd invited him to lunch was to hear the inside scoop about some rumor. Unfortunately, while he vaguely knew he was involved in some gossip, Jinjo had no idea what the rumor was.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, Jinjo said honestly.
Huh?
How can you not know, Jinjo-kun? Didn't you reject the student council president?
I heard Jinjo-kun turned down her confession, but she's still clinging to you.
Yeah. I was shocked too.
They say Shiraishi-senpai ran off crying afterward.
Jinjo Sosuke felt like an NPC in an online game with a glowing golden question mark over his head.
A transfer student who's ridiculously handsome and a stunningly beautiful student council president, sure, it sounded like perfect gossip material.
But wasn't this way too exaggerated? And the story wasn't just inaccurate, it was spreading ridiculously fast. The incident had only happened after school yesterday. It seemed that gossip truly held an irresistible allure for college students.
You're mistaken.
That's not what happened.
The student council president just invited me to join her club, Jinjo explained, pouring cold water on their excitement.
So that's how it was. I thought so.
There's no way the untouchable Ice Queen would chase after someone.
Yeah.
It's probably just a bunch of chatterboxes in class spreading nonsense. The boys exchanged comments, seemingly trying to cover up the awkwardness of having their gossip debunked.
So, what kind of person is Shiraishi Risa?
Jinjo asked, feeling somewhat curious after listening to their discussion.
Oh, right. Jinjo-kun just transferred, so you wouldn't know. Shiraishi Risa senpai is famous at this school. Her family is said to be very influential. And she's not just beautiful, her grades are outstanding. She's always at the top of the class.
Countless guys have tried to pursue her, but she's rejected every single one.
That's why she's earned the nickname, the unattainable flower. Wait a second.
I heard Shiraishi senpai doesn't belong to any club. She's only focused on student council activities.
At this point, a few of the boys turned to Jinjo with suspicious looks, wondering if he was hiding something.
You guys are out of the loop. Actually, during the last semester of last year, Shiraishi senpai started a club.
But she couldn't recruit any members, so it was disbanded. Okamoto Ryuichi chimed in, helping Jinjo out of a tight spot. What kind of club was it? Jinjo immediately asked. Well, I haven't heard anything about that. What kind of club fails to recruit even a single member? This question lingered in Jinjo Sosuke's mind, refusing to go away.
The lunch break quickly passed, and the afternoon classes felt short as well. Finally, it was time for school to end.
When the bell rang, none of the students in the class left the room.
They kept glancing back and forth between Jinjo's seat at the back and the classroom door, as if waiting for yesterday's drama to continue.
What is this, a soap opera? Was one episode yesterday not enough, so they need another one today? Jinjo-kun, the student council president is looking for you.
Shiraishi Risa had arrived quickly, and the crowd of gossip-hungry students perked up with excitement as the main character entered the scene. Today, Shiraishi Risa was as stunning as ever. With her tall, curvaceous figure, flawless milk-white skin, and delicate features, she was breathtaking. Her slender hand gently pushed up her glasses, perfectly embodying her title as the untouchable flower.
Jinjo Sosuke walked to the door, and Shiraishi Risa said just one sentence, "Follow me." The two quickly disappeared from the crowd's view.
The thrilling scene everyone had been hoping for didn't unfold, leaving the class visibly disappointed. However, seeing the two leave together reignited their discussions, and speculation spread once again.
Who knows what new rumors would emerge tomorrow? Jinjo-kun, did you bring a swimsuit? Shiraishi Risa's question caught Jinjo off guard.
No, there's no swimming class today.
No problem. I've prepared a new swimsuit for you.
Please change into it shortly, she said calmly.
President Shiraishi, why do I need to wear a swimsuit? And what club are you asking me to join, exactly? If it's recruitment, what kind of work do you need me to do? Jinjo Sosuke fired off his questions one after another. Just follow me.
For now, go over there and change into the swimsuit, Shiraishi said, pointing toward the swimming hall. Although Jinjo felt confused, the thought of the system's reward awaiting him pushed aside his doubts. Taking the swimsuit from Shiraishi Risa's hands, he headed to the swimming hall to change. Moments later, Jinjo emerged wearing the swimsuit Shiraishi had given him, paired with his own black tank top. The afternoon sun warmed his body. Although it was still spring, he didn't feel cold dressed like this. Follow me, Shiraishi Risa said as she led him to an open area behind the school building. When they arrived, they found many students already busy setting up. Some were arranging booths, others handing out flyers, and still others explaining their clubs to passers-by.
Jinjo Sosuke realized that this was the school's unified club recruitment event.
All the clubs trying to recruit new members had set up booths here to attract students. Following Shiraishi Risa to the center of the area, Jinjo saw what she called her recruitment booth. It consisted of nothing more than an empty table and a large display board.
Is it just the two of us?
Jinjo was surprised by the stark contrast between their quiet booth and the lively ones around them.
Yes, it's just the two of us. To be precise, this club currently only has me.
You're just here to help with recruitment, Shiraishi Risa replied matter-of-factly.
What kind of club is this? Jinjo Sosuke walked over to the display board. The text at the top caught his attention immediately. Join the Women's Water Polo Club of Bayuan University. Water Polo Club? Jinjo's confusion only deepened upon learning the club's name. Why does a water polo club even exist at a university? Isn't this such an obscure sport that it only ever appears in Olympic broadcasts? No wonder no one joined. Jinjo Sosuke's mind was full of questions. President Shiraishi, is this the club you belong to? Yes. To be precise, I founded this club, and the school only approved it after my persistent requests. If today's recruitment drive fails, the club will be disbanded again. This is my senior year, so there won't be another chance for recruitment.
Shiraishi Risa's response made Jinjo Sosuke realize the heavy responsibility on his shoulders.
Why did you choose such an obscure sport, President Shiraishi? If you like swimming, wouldn't you join the swim club? And if you like throwing balls, wouldn't basketball make more sense? Jinjo asked honestly. Because I think water polo is a very charming sport.
I only saw it for the first time last year during a televised broadcast. The splashing water, the physical collisions, the goals and blocks, it's a water sport that perfectly combines skill and strength.
Shiraishi Risa's explanation seemed reasonable in its own way.
But the issue was that water polo was so niche that most students probably didn't even know the basic rules.
So, President, how do you plan to recruit new members? And what do you need me to do? Hand out flyers?
Jinjo glanced at the empty table but didn't see any prepared flyers.
It's simple. All I need you to do is stand next to the display board.
And please take off your shirt, just wear the swimsuit.
If possible, could you do a few push-ups first?
That will make your upper body muscles look more defined.
So this was the real reason he was here, to be a human billboard.
Perhaps Shiraishi Risa had heard about the handsome transfer student in second year and came up with this idea on the spot.
But still, wasn't this a bit too much?
Seeing Jinjo Sosuke hesitate, Shiraishi Risa continued.
Please, Jinjo-kun.
If this works out, I'll make sure to repay your help in the future.
Jinjo Sosuke took off his tank top and began doing push-ups on the ground.
Shiraishi Risa's promise aside, Jinjo was more motivated by the system reward, 40,000 yen, enough to cover 10 days of part-time work.
A handsome guy doing push-ups in nothing but a swimsuit? News spread quickly.
Students who had been scattered among the various booths began gathering around. When Jinjo stood up, he casually leaned on the display board.
Isn't that Jinjo Takuya, the new second-year transfer student?
Yeah, that's him. I heard he rejected President Shiraishi yesterday.
Why are they together recruiting today? What club is this, anyway? The water polo club? Never heard of it. Is it about playing with balls in water?
I don't know, but it sounds interesting, and you get to see a swimsuit hottie. It seemed that Shiraishi Risa's strategy was working well.
But Jinjo Sosuke couldn't help but want to complain. Hey, President, is this really how you recruit new members? As more students gathered around, the chatter grew louder.
It was clear that the girls' interest in Jinjo far surpassed their interest in water polo itself. Shiraishi Risa noticed this as well, but that was precisely why she had asked Jinjo Sosuke to help with the recruitment event.
When ordinary methods didn't work, she had no choice but to take a different approach. What is this, a handsome man strategy? But as long as she could attract new members, it didn't matter.
Once they actually experienced water polo, she believed they'd grow to love it. Inwardly, Shiraishi Risa justified her actions to herself.
Ahem. Attention, everyone.
If you're interested, you can sign up for the water polo club to learn more.
Jinjo-kun will also assist with training from time to time.
Shiraishi Risa took a stack of club application forms from the desk drawer.
Hearing her words, Jinjo Sosuke gave her a sideways glance.
He hadn't expected the usually cool and composed student council president to use such underhanded tactics to achieve her goals.
Please give me an application form.
A girl in the crowd reached out to Shiraishi Risa.
Me too. Me too. Could I have one as well, please?
The enthusiasm of the girls exceeded Shiraishi Risa's expectations, and the forms were quickly snatched up. Jinjo Sosuke couldn't help but think, only when a man is truly handsome does he realize how proactive women can be. Half an hour later, all the completed forms had been handed back to Shiraishi Risa.
A quick glance revealed that at least 30 applicants met the criteria.
It seemed they'd need to hold tryouts to select suitable members.
Last year, she hadn't been able to recruit a single person.
But this year, with Jinjo Sosuke, they went from having no one to being overwhelmed with applicants. Looking at the handsome young man before her, Shiraishi Risa couldn't help but marvel at his incredible charm. Thank you for your hard work, Jinjo-kun. Today's success was all thanks to your help. For the first time, her tone carried a hint of warmth. Though she seemed to be trying hard to maintain her composure, Jinjo Sosuke caught a faint, fleeting smile on her face. Opening his system panel,
he checked the status of his task. Support task: assist Shiraishi Risa with her club recruitment event. Task complete. Reward: 40,000 yen. Target: Shiraishi Risa. Favorability +5. Additional reward: 5,000 yen. Current favorability 70.
Seeing the rewards credited, Jinjo felt a sense of balance restored in his heart. President Shiraishi, about what you said earlier, that I'd assist with water polo training from time to time.
What was that about? I don't recall agreeing to that. Jinjo Sosuke remembered Shiraishi Risa's earlier statement. Well,
Shiraishi Risa seemed a bit embarrassed, lowering her head as she thought about how to respond.
I'm really sorry, Jinjo-kun. I got too caught up in the recruitment earlier.
I saw how much the girls were interested in you, so I had no choice but to use you as bait. Her reply was surprisingly candid. As compensation, if you have any requests, feel free to let me know, and I'll do my best to fulfill them.
I understand that without you, today's recruitment wouldn't have been this successful.
It seemed she was truly passionate about establishing the water polo club.
Any requests?
Jinjo glanced at Shiraishi Risa standing next to him. Her long, slender legs, the gentle curves threatening to stretch her uniform shirt, her soft red lips, and the clear eyes behind her thin glasses.
Truly captivating. Jinjo-kun?
Seeing Jinjo standing there, seemingly lost in thought, Shiraishi Risa called out to him softly.
Ahem. Well. Okay. A request? I don't have one right now. If I think of something later, I'll let you know, President Shiraishi.
I need to head to my part-time job now, so I'll take my leave.
As for the swimsuit, I'll wash it and return it to you later.
Jinjo Sosuke had only asked for a short leave from work, so he couldn't be late. There's no need to trouble yourself, Jinjo-kun.
Just leave it with me. Alright then.
Jinjo changed back into his clothes, handed the swimsuit back to Shiraishi, and left the school alone. It wasn't yet 5 p.m., and the streets were quiet, with few pedestrians. Most students were likely participating in club activities, and office workers were still busy chasing their performance targets. Walking in the warm sunlight, listening to the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze, Jinjo felt a sense of comfort and ease. When he arrived at the convenience store, it was Kana Kobayakawa standing at the register.
Kana? Wait, Manager Kobayakawa, why are you at the counter today? Where's Morikawa? Oh, Sosuke-kun, you're here.
Morikawa had something urgent come up, so he asked for leave and left early.
Seeing Jinjo, Kana Kobayakawa couldn't hide her joy. I see. So you're the only one here today? It's just me. Sosuke, go change into your uniform. Kana's face turned slightly red.
Although it wasn't the first time, every time Jinjo called her by her first name, her heart fluttered like a deer in the headlights. It was like being a schoolgirl again, hearing her crush call her name and feeling that same thrilling excitement.
Jinjo quickly changed into his work uniform and came out.
At this time of day, the store was nearly empty. Kana left the register and joined Jinjo in organizing the shelves. While restocking ani.recap sandwiches, Kana heard a soft, long rumbling sound, like the whine of a small dog.
Ha! Sosuke, is your stomach growling? Indeed, Jinjo was starving.
He had only eaten a single ani.recap in the morning and a piece of bread at noon.
After the club recruitment event, his stomach was completely empty.
Even though it's still early, I'm pretty hungry, Jinjo admitted, holding his stomach.
Why didn't you say so? I have some pre-packaged donuts in my bag. Donuts! Jinjo's eyes lit up, sparkling with delight.
Maybe it was because of his hunger, but he suddenly felt like another curly-haired character with Jin in his name, fully embracing a sugar-first philosophy.
Kana Kobayakawa returned to the office and quickly brought out several small white lace-patterned bags. Then I won't hold back. Jinjo took one of the bags, tore it open, and began eating enthusiastically.
The sugary glaze was sweet and smooth, and the dough was fried to perfection, soft and delicious. Watching Jinjo enjoy the donut so much, Kana smiled and handed him another.
Here, have another. There's plenty. Thank you, Kana.
Although they hadn't known each other long, Kana seemed to have grown somewhat attached to him. Every afternoon, she found herself checking the time, eagerly anticipating his arrival after school.
In the evenings, she looked forward to chances to chat with him. And that one night, the warmth of his youthful, strong hands during their embrace.
She often found herself thinking about it late at night.
Stop for a moment, Sosuke. What's wrong, Kana?
Jinjo Sosuke paused mid-bite of his donut and looked up.
Kana Kobayakawa leaned forward, extending her slender fingers to gently wipe the corner of his mouth. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, with only a few centimeters separating the two of them. Kana's delicate fragrance mixed with the sweet aroma of the donut, filling the space between them with an irresistible charm. Kana raised her finger lightly, the white icing coating her fingertip. "Eat slower, Sosuke." Jinjo responded with a bright, sunny smile. Kana swallowed hard, resisting the urge to suck the icing off her finger. "If possible, could you stay a little longer today, Sosuke? The evening shift staff doesn't arrive until 8 p.m., and with Morikawa on leave, I'm worried I won't be able to manage alone," Kana asked softly. "Sure, Kana. Leave it to me," Sosuke replied. Replenished by the sugar, Jinjo felt energized again. Thinking of Matsumoto Tomoko, who might be waiting for him to have dinner, he sent her a message. Would she feel lonely tonight? As night fell, the convenience store grew busier, with more customers arriving. Kana and Jinjo focused on their respective tasks, managing the rush. After a busy stretch, a university-aged employee arrived to take over the shift. Jinjo finally finished his part-time work. Kana, however, still needed to handle some inventory matters, so she couldn't leave yet. After saying goodbye to her, Jinjo walked back to his apartment alone. Living in an area far from the city center, Jinjo didn't feel surrounded by Tokyo's usual bustling energy at night. No dazzling neon lights, no noisy crowds, and certainly no so-called kamimaki girls. Even they knew there was no kami-sama on these quiet streets to grant them shelter or food. Jinjo was curious about this phenomenon: girls with suitcases, wearing ultra-short skirts, baring their long legs, standing at street corners in the chill night air, waiting for someone to take them in. If that's the case, why not go to more professional establishments? For this kind of work, Tokyo had plenty of options. Walking slowly under the dim streetlights, Jinjo's attention was caught by a figure near the apartment entrance. It was a woman in a business suit, looking like an office worker. Her black hair was tied back neatly, and she wore thin-framed glasses. The sound of her high heels clicked rhythmically against the pavement. Could she be another tenant at this apartment? According to Matsumoto Tomoko, there were only 3 university students, including himself, living in the building. The rest were all working adults. Because of their differing schedules, Jinjo hadn't met any of the other tenants except Kana Kobayakawa, who worked with him. As she turned to enter the building, her figure came into full view. Her curves were perfectly proportioned, and even her tailored business suit couldn't hide her generous figure. Wait a second, this shape, this size. A scene suddenly flashed through Jinjo's mind. With his past life as a seasoned appreciator, Jinjo's eyes were as sharp as a scanner. Any shape or size, once scanned by him, would be stored in his mental database. If he saw it again, he could instantly match it to its owner. The conclusion he reached left Jinjo slightly surprised. But instinctively, he called out, "M.O. Mochizuki-san?" The office worker turned at the sound, revealing Jinjo's confused expression. He could clearly see her body tremble, her face twisting slightly, as if she might faint at any moment. When she turned around, Jinjo scrutinized her carefully. Her hairstyle and clothing were entirely different from the Mochizuki Haruka he'd seen before. It was like looking at a completely different person. But on closer inspection, her face was identical. Now he was sure the office worker before him was the same Mochizuki Haruka he had saved on the train. Before, she had been wearing a school uniform and looked every bit like a college student. Why was she dressed like this today? Mochizuki Haruka? Jinjo called her name again. Mochizuki stood frozen, as if turned to stone. The next moment, before Jinjo could react, she turned and dashed up the stairs, moving as fast as the wind. She left Jinjo standing in confusion. So, you can run that fast in high heels, huh? That was the first thought that crossed Jinjo's mind. He noticed that she seemed to enter one of the second-floor apartments. Deciding not to overthink it, he reminded himself of their plan to meet on the weekend. He'd just ask her then. Though, with her reaction tonight, would they really meet again? When Jinjo returned to his room, it was already past 8:30. Kana had thoughtfully brought him some bentos from the store. He grabbed a few pickled snacks from the fridge and enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. After eating his fill, Jinjo lazily lay on the couch, scrolling through videos on his phone. Suddenly, a line notification popped up. Opening it, he saw it was from Mochizuki Haruka. "Jinjo-kun, I was very rude earlier. Please allow me to apologize in person. If you don't mind, could you come to my apartment? I'm in room 202. Putting his phone away, Jinjo went downstairs.
It seemed Mochizuki had heard his footsteps, as her door was already open. "Please come in, Jinjo-kun." Her eyes darted nervously, unable to settle. After taking off his shoes, Jinjo stepped inside. His first impression was how spotless the apartment was. The white walls, the black sofa, the carpet in the center, and the table, it all looked impeccably clean and tidy, with very few personal items. Aside from a vacuum robot, a humidifier, and a few other appliances, there wasn't a single thing that revealed her hobbies or personality. How to describe it? It felt like a model room from a furniture catalog. "Your place is so clean. Every corner is spotless," Jinjo said, impressed. "Well, since I live alone, I just don't want it to get too messy," Mochizuki replied softly, her voice barely audible. Please, make yourself comfortable," she added hesitantly. Jinjo sat on the sofa, and Mochizuki sat beside him, keeping a noticeable distance. Her tension was visible to the naked eye. "So, Jinjo-kun, how did you recognize me?" Mochizuki asked nervously. Well, from your shape, from your silhouette. Your silhouette is beautiful, so it left a strong impression." Jinjo sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding a slip of the tongue. "Mochizuki-san? What should I do?" Mochizuki sighed deeply, as if mustering her courage. "Ikeda Corporation, Marketing and Sales Division, Mochizuki Haruka." That's what was written on the business card the woman sitting next to me handed over. Speaking of Ikeda Corporation, even as a college student, Jinjo had heard of this well-known company. It primarily produces packaged bread, snacks, and other instant food products, with its name frequently appearing in TV and online advertisements. The company's headquarters is reportedly in Tokyo, with branches all over the country. "So, now you understand, don't you, Jinjo-kun?" Dressed in an office lady suit, Mochizuki Haruka spoke with an expression that still carried a trace of embarrassment. Jinjo Sosuke was still confused. Over the weekend, she was dressed in a college uniform, but today she was in a full OL outfit. Did Mochizuki have some sort of peculiar hobby? Or was this just cosplay? Were these outfits part of her role-playing activities? Even though she had handed him her business card, it didn't feel entirely convincing. Noticing Jinjo's slightly furrowed brow and puzzled expression, Mochizuki Haruka seemed to realize something. She stood up, fetched her wallet, and placed her work ID and driver's license in front of Jinjo. Jinjo nodded in acknowledgement. With her work ID and license as solid evidence before him, there was no room left for doubt. Mochizuki Haruka wasn't a college student. She was an adult, a company employee, and, as it turned out, 22 years old. "I'm truly sorry for making you think I was a college student." Mochizuki Haruka bowed her head apologetically. "No, it's fine." After all, what she chose to wear was entirely her business and didn't bother Jinjo in the slightest. There was no need for her to apologize, but Jinjo was undeniably curious about her behavior. Both of them fell silent for a while, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Jinjo-kun, may I ask you something? Did you really not notice?" Mochizuki Haruka seemed to have thought for a long time before finally speaking in a soft voice. "Notice what?" Jinjo Sosuke didn't immediately understand. "Did you really not notice that I wasn't a college student?" Mochizuki repeated her question. "No. I didn't." "Completely? Not even a hint of something being off?" "That's right, not even a hint." "Really? I see." A faint smile appeared on Mochizuki Haruka's lips. Though she tried to maintain her composure, the joy on her face was hard to conceal. To be honest, when Jinjo first met her, he had sensed a certain maturity in her demeanor that most college students didn't have. But it was only a fleeting impression. After all, many college students these days wore makeup on weekends, making it hard to differentiate based on appearance alone. Of course, Jinjo's answer was also partly to spare Mochizuki's feelings. After all, being a 22-year-old office worker dressed as a college student, if he had bluntly said, "Your outfit looked completely out of place," I could tell immediately, Mochizuki might have fainted on the spot given her current vulnerable state. Hearing an answer that satisfied her, Mochizuki visibly relaxed and slowly straightened her posture. Taking this opportunity, Jinjo reassessed her appearance. Her black hair was shiny and slightly curled at the ends. Her fair skin was smooth and radiant, and her delicate face still carried a slight blush from the earlier conversation. The buttons of her suit jacket were undone, revealing the white shirt underneath, which was stretched taut. It was enormous. For Jinjo, at his current age, her appearance was far too dangerous. The tight skirt of her suit hugged her full hips, and below that were legs encased in black pantyhose.
He couldn't help but wonder what would the texture of pantyhose feel like. A blend of skin and fabric? At this moment, Jinjo Sasuke confirmed that the woman before him, dressed in an OL suit, was indeed Mochizuki Haruka. This was her true form. But one question still lingered in Jinjo's mind. May I ask a fundamental question? Mochizuki Haruka bit her lip lightly. Please, go ahead. Why do you dress up as a college student?
When faced with Jinjo's direct question, Mochizuki looked away shyly, her voice tinged with awkwardness.
Well, everyone has different interests. No, that's not it, not at all. She seemed conflicted, unsure of how to explain.
Tilting her head slightly, her rosy lips pouted just a bit. After a moment of silence and a long sigh, Mochizuki finally continued.
It's not because I enjoy it. Where should I start?
Well, it goes back to when I was in college, which was 3 or 4 years ago. Seeing that Jinjo was listening attentively, Mochizuki began recalling her university days.
Back then, I was just an unremarkable college girl with a plain braid and a little extra weight.
If I were to describe it now, I was the kind of invisible person in the classroom. I spent most of my time in the corner of the classroom reading novels. Although I had female friends, I hardly spoke to any boys my age for nearly 3 years. It was a time filled with disappointment, loneliness, and regret, a gray period of my youth.
I thought love wasn't meant for me, so I gave up on pursuing it. But that doesn't mean I wasn't interested.
I was very interested in romance and always admired those student couples strolling around campus and on the streets.
I always wanted to experience that kind of love.
To avoid being overweight when wearing a kimono for my coming-of-age ceremony, I started working hard to lose weight. I didn't have much hope, but in the end, I succeeded. That's why I've managed to maintain my current figure. At this point, Jinjo's gaze wandered toward Mochizuki's figure. Her waist had slimmed into perfect curves, but it seemed like certain areas hadn't slimmed down at all. Noticing Jinjo's gaze lingering, Mochizuki instinctively covered her chest with her hands.
Ahem. Jinjo quickly looked away, coughing lightly to ease the awkwardness.
This part didn't slim down at all, it's really strange, Mochizuki said with a self-deprecating smile, glancing down at herself.
A perfect balance, slim where it matters, full where it counts. That's got to be a gift from the heavens. How many women would envy such a natural talent? Jinjo thought to himself.
To erase my insecurities from my student days, to rewrite my dull and unremarkable youth.
That's why I
put on a college uniform again.
Wearing a college uniform, doing the things I couldn't do back then.
I wanted to relive the youth I missed out on.
It's all for my own satisfaction.
Mochizuki's voice faltered at the end, as if she had thought long and hard before saying these final words.
So, Mochizuki wanted to relive her university days? Most people probably have similar thoughts at some point.
The innocence of first love, the purity of friendships, or regrets of various kinds. University is indeed a mix of laughter and tears, a chapter of unforgettable youth.
Unfortunately, unlike Jinjo Sasuke, Mochizuki Haruka couldn't travel back in time to experience university life again.
Jinjo simply looked at her, listening as she continued to tell her story. I've always been thinking about how to make up for the regrets of my university years, she began. But dressing in a college uniform happened purely by chance. I have a university friend named Riko. We're still very close. On the day I met Jinjo-kun, it was a weekend, and I went to Riko's house to hang out.
Around noon, we started drinking. By drinking, she clearly meant alcohol. At 22, Mochizuki Haruka was of legal drinking age.
Since we hadn't seen each other for a long time, we kept drinking and chatting without stopping. Before we realized it, we were both completely drunk, dizzy, and out of it. While we were drunk, Riko said something like this.
Haruka, you've become such a beauty now. If you went back to university, you'd definitely be super popular. Then, Riko pulled out her old college uniform. I was drunk out of my mind and, on a whim, decided to put it on.
It turned out the uniform Mochizuki Haruka wore that day wasn't hers, which explained why it had looked a bit small at the time, so small that the buttons on the top were nearly bursting.
Apparently, Riko didn't have Mochizuki's generous proportions.
After putting on the uniform, I even styled my hair and did my makeup to look like a college student.
After that, I hardly remember anything. When I woke up, it was already late afternoon.
Since I had work the next day, I hurriedly left Riko's house, thinking I could just change clothes when I got home.
Before getting on the train, I was actually quite excited.
Looking at myself in the station mirror, I started imagining what kind of unforgettable romance I'd have if I went back to university.
But what followed felt like a descent into hell until Jinjo-kun appeared and saved me from my panicked and helpless state. Without a doubt, Jinjo knew she was referring to the harassment incident on the train. After talking for so long, Mochizuki Haruka felt thirsty and took a sip of water.
Since she had already shared so much with Jinjo, she decided to continue. Being harassed was terrifying, but exposing my real age was just as frightening.
If the next day's headlines read, "Female college student harassed on train. Investigation reveals victim is actually an office worker in disguise?"
If it had blown up, it might have even reached my company.
That would have been the end of my social life.
Honestly, my brain completely shut down at that moment.
I just froze, unable to move.
That's when the person who saved me from hell appeared. It was you, Jinjo-kun.
So, I really need to thank you again. I'm truly grateful to you.
Thanks to you, I escaped unscathed and preserved my social standing.
Mochizuki Haruka's tone was sincere, and her gratitude felt genuine and heartfelt.
If it weren't for you, Jinjo-kun, I might have fled the city that very night. I wanted to thank you on the way back, but then I noticed we were walking the same route home.
When you mentioned you lived in Kitabashi town, I realized we might be living in the same apartment.
The manager had mentioned a male college student was moving in, but I didn't expect it to be you, Jinjo-kun. Afraid you'd expose me for pretending to be a college student, I stopped at the nearest street corner and let you walk ahead. I thought our schedules would be different since you're a college student, and even if we lived in the same building, we wouldn't run into each other.
But then tonight.
So that's how it was. The truth was out, and all of Jinjo's lingering doubts from that day were resolved. Mochizuki Haruka had revealed so much at once that Jinjo Sosuke found it hard to process. A drunken OL, persuaded by her friend's ramblings, put on a college uniform. Then, while being harassed on a train, she was saved by a handsome young man who, as it turned out, was her neighbor in the same apartment. Such an absurd coincidence seemed like something straight out of a novel. After a while, Jinjo sipped some water and noticed that Mochizuki Haruka had calmed down. Jinjo Sosuke asked, "If I hadn't recognized you at the apartment entrance tonight, would you have worn the college uniform again for our meeting this weekend?" This question made Mochizuki's face, which had just returned to a pale shade, instantly turn bright red.
Maybe I would have. Going on a date with a college student has always been something I wanted to try.
Of course, I'd only do it while pretending to be a college student myself, she quickly added, afraid Jinjo might think she was just an older woman chasing after younger men.
Well, since the truth is out, can we still meet this weekend as planned? Mochizuki's voice grew softer again, likely out of embarrassment. Why not?
I've already set aside time for it, Jinjo replied.
Besides, I'd like to explore Tokyo more. Last time I was alone, and it felt a bit lonely, huh? Seeing Jinjo's bright and cheerful smile, Mochizuki Haruka couldn't help but smile too.
Oh, by the way, Mochizuki-san, please wear the college uniform this weekend.
You look great in it. Really? Jinjo-kun?
Of course. Plus, university students these days have so many new ways to have fun, we can try some of them together.
Thank you, Jinjo-kun.
Mochizuki Haruka's gentle yet passionate gaze met his. You're such a thoughtful and kind person, Jinjo-kun. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her shy, captivating smile seemed to draw Jinjo in.
For a few seconds, Jinjo and Mochizuki stared into each other's eyes, the awkwardness and bashfulness gradually rising.
Both turned their heads away at the same time, as though they had truly returned to the youthful, innocent ambiguity of university days.
Faced with the current situation, Mochizuki Haruka was clearly out of her depth.
During her university days, she had been completely cut off from interactions with boys, never participating in social mixers due to her lack of confidence. After starting her job, her workdays were so exhausting that she would return to her apartment late at night, only wanting to fall asleep as quickly as possible. When it came to dealing with men, she was completely clueless. Today marked the first time she had ever let a man into her room. And that man was a stunningly handsome one, now sitting less than a meter away from her.
With every passing second, the blush on Mochizuki Haruka's face deepened, spreading to her pale neck. Should she say something? Should she do something?
She had no idea what to do and could only hope that Jinjo Sosuke would take the lead to ease the awkward tension.
Jinjo Sosuke, however, was much calmer.
From her earlier story, he had sensed her longing for the innocent romance she had missed out on during her university days. To him, she was like a budding flower, requiring careful attention and patient nurturing. When the flower fully bloomed, it would be the perfect time to appreciate its fragrance. If he pushed too hard now, it would only backfire, damaging the delicate bud and leaving a bitter taste.
Seeing that Mochizuki Haruka's entire face seemed to glow with warmth, Jinjo Sosuke finally spoke. It's getting late. You should rest now, Mochizuki-san.
We'll have plenty of time to spend together this weekend.
Mochizuki let out a long sigh of relief. Alright, Jinjo-kun.
You should rest early too.
See you this weekend. To be honest, I'm actually a bit glad you ran into me today.
Huh?
What do you mean by that? Jinjo asked with a smile.
If we hadn't met today, I was planning to change into my uniform early and arrive at the meeting spot ahead of time. That way, I wouldn't risk running into you when leaving the apartment.
But now it's so much easier.
We can leave together this weekend, no more sneaking around, haha.
Mochizuki laughed softly, her voice warm and endearing.
This might have been the most relaxed moment she had all evening. Well then, see you this weekend, Jinjo said as he bid her goodbye and returned to his room. The night breeze swept through, carrying a refreshing coolness. Looking up at the sky, Jinjo saw the bright moon hanging high, its beauty almost enviable. Back in his room, Jinjo followed his nightly routine, taking a hot shower before lazily settling into bed. Once comfortable, he focused his thoughts and opened his system panel.
Target Mochizuki Haruka favorability +5. Reward, 5,000 yen. Hashtag. Current target Mochizuki Haruka, favorability 85. Hashtag. Target Kobayako Akana favorability +3. Reward, 3,000 yen. Hashtag. Current target Kobayako Akana, favorability 78. Hashtag.
With the rewards he earned earlier that afternoon for assisting Shiraishi Lisa, it had been a highly productive day.
He tapped lightly on the soft blue screen, closing the panel. Reflecting on the evening's events, Jinjo couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental.
Whether it was Mochizuki Haruka, Kobayako Akana, or Matsumoto Tomoko, each of them seemed to have a side completely different from their usual demeanor. Perhaps the monotony of their daily routines had dulled their passion for life, prompting them to adopt protective facades. But Jinjo's arrival had been like a whirlwind of youth, turning their lives upside down. He had sparked something in each of them, encouraging them to rediscover their true selves.
The night deepened, and the streets grew silent.
Before long, Jinjo's soft and steady breathing filled his room.
Morning. Awakened by his internal clock, Jinjo Sosuke opened his eyes. A restful night's sleep left him feeling utterly refreshed.
Golden rays of sunlight streamed into his room, and the warm light reflected off the wooden floor. After freshening up, he headed to the courtyard, where Matsumoto Tomoko was already doing her daily morning cleaning.
Good morning, Tomoko-san.
The boy's cheerful smile was as bright as the morning sun.
Good morning, Sosuke-kun.
Having not seen Jinjo for an entire day, Matsumoto greeted him with a radiant smile. I had dinner ready for you yesterday, but then I suddenly got a message saying you had to work late.
Sorry about that, Tomoko-san.
One of my seniors had an urgent matter, so I had to fill in for them.
Did you have a proper dinner, at least? I ate a bento from the convenience store. Hearing this, Matsumoto pouted slightly, as if annoyed.
In that case, you could have told me earlier.
I would have heated up dinner for you when you got back.
I didn't know how late I'd be, and I didn't want to keep you waiting. You silly boy, that's no trouble at all.
Next time, make sure to let me know in advance, okay?
Alright, I promise, Tomoko-san.
Matsumoto wasn't truly angry. It was clear that cooking for Jinjo had become one of her favorite joys.
It gave her a sense of purpose, as though her life had gained a new meaning.
It was almost like raising a child all over again.
But no, she thought to herself, he's no child.
He's a handsome, strong young man. And besides, thinking about their growing closeness, Matsumoto felt a warm current flow through her body.
The significant age gap between her and Jinjo gave her a forbidden sense of thrill, a feeling she couldn't resist. The two chatted as they finished cleaning the courtyard together. Afterward, they returned to Matsumoto's room, where she entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today, Matsumoto wore a pink floral dress, its tailored fit perfectly accentuating her figure. The youthful Jinjo, full of energy like the morning sun, couldn't help but admire her elegant and alluring silhouette. Gently, he wrapped his arms around her slim waist from behind, leaning closer.
So, Sosuke-kun, it's still early. You need to finish breakfast and head to school. Let's wait until tonight.
Jinjo savored her mature and irresistible scent. More than breakfast,
What I want right now is you, Tomoko-san. Sosuke-kun. His whispered words tickled her ear, making her entire body melt into his embrace. After lingering in their embrace for a while, Jinjo Sosuke finally withdrew gently. Morning time truly seemed insufficient. Young men his age were brimming with boundless energy, needing longer hours and a grander stage to fully unleash themselves. Let's have breakfast, Tomoko-san. You go wait outside, breakfast will be ready soon. Matsumoto Tomoko's face was still flushed with warmth. Before long, she emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray. Grilled fish, rice topped with raw egg, miso soup, and some fresh fruit filled the small dining table with a delightful spread. Seated across from each other, the atmosphere was warm and cozy, as if they had been living together for a long time. Are you working after school today, Sosuke-kun? There seemed to be an undertone in Matsumoto's question. No, Tomoko-san, I'm off today. My part-time job is only 4 days a week, and today, Wednesday, happens to be a rest day. Jinjo replied and took a sip of the warm soup, feeling a comforting heat spread through his body. If you have time this afternoon, would you come shopping with me? I haven't gone out in a while, and all my clothes feel old. I'd like to see if there's anything new to buy. As soon as Tomoko made her request, the system panel popped up. The system has detected that target Matsumoto Tomoko may need your assistance. Hashtag. A lonely housewife wants to invite you to go shopping together. Hashtag. Complete this task to receive a reward of 5,000 yen. Hashtag. Shopping? Jinjo blurted out as he saw the faint blue text, his tone slightly curious. Ah. If you have other plans, that's fine. I can go by myself, Matsumoto said, a slightly embarrassed smile crossing her face, as if she felt her request had been too abrupt. You misunderstood, Tomoko-san. I'm free this afternoon. Let's go shopping together after I get back from school. Jinjo's answer made Matsumoto's uneasy heart settle. That's wonderful. I'll wait for you this afternoon, Sosuke-kun. Alright, Tomoko-san. While the system's reward was a factor, it wasn't the sole reason Jinjo agreed to accompany her. When a woman, especially a housewife, starts paying attention to her appearance, it's often because someone special has entered her life. For Matsumoto Tomoko, that someone was undoubtedly Jinjo Sosuke. Accompanying her was only natural. After all, if helping her become even more beautiful brought her joy, Jinjo would ultimately benefit from it too. With so many styles available in the mall these days, even playful ones, Jinjo couldn't help but wonder what outfits Tomoko might try on. Besides, Jinjo had been thinking of buying a small gift for Matsumoto Tomoko, but the timing had never felt right. This trip could be the perfect opportunity. Breakfast was delicious and left Jinjo feeling energized. Reflecting on yesterday's convenience store rice balls, he thought, nothing highlights the difference quite like a comparison. Today, Tomoko had also prepared a lunch bento, packed in an adorable pink box. After returning to his room and grabbing his bag, Jinjo left the apartment and headed to school. The streets were lively, with students walking in groups, laughing and chatting. A gentle breeze blew, carrying scattered cherry blossoms through the air. Some girls stopped to take pictures of the natural beauty with their phones. As the weather grew warmer, skirts seemed to get shorter, and Jinjo wondered which view, beneath the skirts or the falling petals, was more captivating. Upon arriving at school, Jinjo stepped into his classroom, greeted by a lively discussion among his classmates. It seemed that yesterday's recruitment event for Shiraishi Risa's club had left quite an impression. Jinjo didn't bother to explain further, explaining would only fuel the rumors. The best way to deal with them was to let time gradually erase them. During the morning classes, Jinjo spent most of his time gazing out the window, lost in thought. The teacher noticed but didn't say anything. Jinjo's entrance exam results were outstanding, so he was given some leeway. At lunchtime, several boys from his class invited Jinjo to join them, as they had done the day before. With only a handful of boys in the class, their camaraderie was strong, and they often did things as a group. Jinjo gladly joined them. As university students, discussing games, baseball matches, and the girls in their class was simple yet enjoyable. Life at university was full of youthful energy, passion, and a refreshing straightforwardness. During the afternoon classes, Jinjo began jotting calculations on paper. The system rewards he had earned so far totaled several 100,000 yen. For a college student, that was no small sum. It seemed his future living expenses were covered, with extra funds available for discretionary spending. This afternoon's shopping trip with Tomoko presented a chance for some light spending. When school ended, Jinjo declined the club activities and returned to the apartment early. After changing out of his school uniform, he put on casual clothes, jeans and a white t-shirt. In the mirror, he looked fresh and sunny. Jinjo's tall and lean frame made him a natural clothes hanger. Simple outfits looked as stylish as if worn by a celebrity. When Jinjo went downstairs, Matsumoto Tomoko was already waiting in the courtyard. It was clear she was excited. As a housewife, she hadn't gone shopping in ages. Today, Tomoko had put on carefully applied makeup, likely spending a long time preparing. Jinjo, accustomed to her usual barefaced elegance, found her mature and alluring in full makeup. She wore a black fitted dress that hugged her curvy figure, accentuating her well-endowed chest. Her slender waist and shapely hips were elegantly outlined, highlighting the charm of a mature woman. Her small, delicate feet were adorned with black high heels, which made her bare, smooth legs appear even longer. Thanks to her meticulous skincare, Matsumoto Tomoko looked no older than her late 20s. Noticing Jinjo's gaze lingering on her, Matsumoto bit her lip lightly, her heart secretly delighted. "Let's go, Sosuke-kun." Their destination was a shopping mall not far from the apartment. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at its entrance. "Even though it's so close, I haven't been here since it was built," Matsumoto remarked. "Well, today's the perfect time to explore it, Tomoko-san." Thank you, Sosuke-kun." With a handsome young man by her side, Matsumoto Tomoko's mood brightened as they stepped into the bustling mall. Although it wasn't the weekend, the shopping mall was bustling with people, packed to the brim. Most of the crowd consisted of students in uniforms. Jinjo had heard that this mall was a popular hangout spot for students from nearby schools, and seeing the lively scene today, he realized it was no exaggeration. Boys and girls laughing and joking, couples holding hands, everyone's enthusiasm created a vibrant atmosphere that was contagious. As soon as they entered the mall, Matsumoto Tomoko led Jinjo straight to the women's clothing section. At the very first store, she stopped, browsing through the racks of clothes before quickly selecting a few pieces and heading to the fitting room. Jinjo strolled around nearby, killing time. "Sir, can I help you with anything? Are you helping your girlfriend pick out clothes?" A cheerful saleswoman approached Jinjo with a warm smile. "Thanks, but no. I'm just here with a friend." "Alright, let me know if you need any assistance." As she walked away, the saleswoman couldn't resist sneaking another glance at Jinjo's tall, handsome figure. Matsumoto Tomoko soon stepped out of the fitting room, wearing a new outfit and holding another one in her hand. "Sosuke-kun, how does this one look? And this one, too, don't you think it's pretty?" They both look great. They suit you perfectly, Tomoko-san." Standing in front of the mirror, Tomoko looked herself over with a satisfied expression. The saleswoman, seeing that Jinjo's companion was a graceful woman like Matsumoto, cast her a glance filled with envy. After paying for her purchases, they moved on to the next store. It seemed every shop sparked Tomoko's interest, and she eagerly tried on clothes wherever they went. Her excitement was practically overflowing. Jinjo watched from the sidelines as Tomoko switched outfits one after another, feeling like he was the sole audience for an exclusive and dazzling fashion show. Before long, his arms were loaded with shopping bags of various sizes. "Let me carry those, Sasuke-kun," Tomoko offered, concerned. "Leave it to me, Tomoko-san." Jinjo raised the bags high to show off his sturdy arms. Seeing this, Tomoko chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her delicate hand. Their leisurely stroll brought them to a shop selling loungewear and sleepwear. The racks were filled with an array of cozy and stylish options. In a corner of the store, Jinjo's attention was caught by a particular rack. "Tomoko-san, what do you think of this one?" he asked, holding up an outfit with a playful grin. Tomoko, who had been examining a nearby nightgown, turned to look and her face instantly flushed red. "Sosuke-kun. That's a bit too." The garment in Jinjo's hands could only be described as somewhat risque. With a cinched waist and flared hem, it was perfectly suited for Tomoko's pear-shaped figure. The semi-transparent black fabric, adorned with lace trim, revealed just enough to spark curiosity. Around the waist, two small wing-like panels flared out, leaving the center entirely bare. The design seemed to balance between concealing and revealing, inviting the viewer's imagination to wander. True allure wasn't found in full exposure, but in the tantalizing mystery of what lay beneath, the game of suggestion and subtlety that proved far more seductive. Seeing Tomoko so shy that she could hardly lift her head, Jinjo casually returned the outfit to the rack. "I was just kidding, Tomoko-san. Don't take it to heart." Tomoko nodded, her face still flushed, and said nothing more. After browsing the store a little longer, Tomoko gently tugged on Jinjo's sleeve. "Sosuke-kun, Why don't you look around elsewhere for a bit? Maybe check out the men's section or electronics. You don't need to stay with me the whole time.
Noticing her slightly evasive gaze, Jinjo seemed to understand her intentions. Alright, Tomoko-san, he replied, nodding as he turned to leave.
Does Sosuke-kun like this style? But at my age, wouldn't it be too?
Once Jinjo was gone, Tomoko returned to the rack he had been eyeing earlier. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up the sheer black outfit and headed to the checkout counter.
Meanwhile, Jinjo roamed the mall, thinking about what gift he could buy for Tomoko.
Since she had already bought plenty of clothes herself, and expensive bags or cosmetics were out of his budget, he finally decided on a pair of cushions at a home goods store.
The cushions on Tomoko's sofa looked worn and flat, no longer providing proper support.
He often saw her adjusting them repeatedly, clearly uncomfortable. She even used them when giving him massages, kneeling on them for support. Thinking of all the other uses they might serve, Jinjo felt these cushions were a practical and thoughtful gift. After about half an hour, the two met at their agreed meeting spot.
Tomoko-san, this is for you.
Thank you for taking such good care of me. Jinjo handed her the two soft cushions, his usual bright smile lighting up his face.
Sosuke-kun, you didn't have to. You're too kind.
Despite her words, Tomoko accepted the cushions and pressed them lightly, then held them against her back to test the fit.
They're so soft, and the size is just right. Thank you, Sosuke-kun.
The cushions at home were getting old, and I was thinking about replacing them.
You're so thoughtful. Tomoko felt a warm glow in her chest.
Though the gift was simple, it had been years since anyone had given her something with such consideration. For someone like Tomoko, living alone and stuck in a monotonous routine, the satisfaction didn't come from the value of the gift but from the care it represented.
Tomoko-san, you must be tired after all this shopping. Let's find a cafe and rest for a bit. Let's do that, Sosuke-kun.
In the corner of the mall, they found a quaint cafe and settled at a windowside table. After their coffee and milk were served, Tomoko gently poured the milk into her coffee, creating soft, swirling patterns.
The rich, sweet aroma wafted upward, adding a touch of warmth to the atmosphere.
As they sipped their coffee, Jinjo noticed Tomoko gazing out the window at the bustling crowds outside. Turning her coffee cup slowly, she spoke with a tinge of wistfulness. These young girls are so vibrant.
Their energy is dazzling, almost blinding.
If I were a man, I'm sure I'd fall for a girl like that. Once you reach a certain age, time really does fly.
Before I knew it, I'd become more and more like a middle-aged woman.
Ah, so that was what she had been reflecting on. For many women, once they hit their 30s, their sensitivity to age seemed to grow exponentially.
Tomoko-san, you don't look like a middle-aged woman at all.
You don't have to force yourself to say such polite things, Sosuke-kun.
I'm not forcing anything.
You're beautiful, kind, and have a mature charm that younger girls could never match.
Tomoko turned to look at Jinjo, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Sosuke-kun.
You're the only one who says such sweet things to me now. She brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down almost to the floor. The bustling mall, even on a weekday, was filled with people. Most were students in uniforms. Jinjo had heard that this place was a popular hangout for students from nearby schools, and seeing the scene today, he could confirm it was no exaggeration. Boys and girls laughed loudly, couples held hands affectionately, the energy of the crowd was infectious, enveloping everyone nearby.
After leaving the coffee shop, Jinjo and Matsumoto Tomoko continued browsing the mall.
They had bought most of what they needed, and as the evening wore on, the rumbling of their stomachs signaled it was time to eat.
Tomoko-san, let's eat out tonight. You've always been cooking for me, so let me treat you this time.
Ha?
Sosuke-kun, are you sure?
You work so hard at your part-time job, you should save your money.
It's fine, Tomoko-san.
Sometimes it's okay to splurge a little. After all, Jinjo had earned plenty of system rewards through Tomoko, so treating her felt like the right thing to do.
Though, wasn't this technically like using her contributions to treat her? Jinjo chose a Chinese restaurant within the mall. Although Tomoko was an excellent cook, his memories of his past life made him crave the flavors of home.
Peking duck, mapo tofu, dan-dan noodles, and pan-fried dumplings, it seemed like every Chinese restaurant in Japan served these staple dishes.
Jinjo decided to order them all.
If he was eating out, he was going to enjoy it thoroughly.
Tomoko, who had cooked at home for years, was intrigued by the exotic flavors on the table. Wow, this duck is so good. The tofu is so spicy. What's this numbing sensation? Oh, Is this from Sichuan pepper? The filling in these dumplings is so juicy. I need to look up how to make this at home. Even while eating, the lovely chef couldn't help thinking about improving her own cooking skills. The portions at Japanese restaurants were small. Despite ordering a variety of dishes, the two of them finished everything. As for the taste? Jinjo thought it was passable at best. These dishes had been adapted to Japanese tastes, far from the authentic flavors of Chinatown. Still, it was better than nothing. Phew. I'm so full. It's nice to eat out once in a while. But I'd made you spend so much, Sosuke-kun.
Tomoko gently placed her pale, delicate hand on her slightly rounded belly, her soft and tender demeanor making her all the more endearing.
No need to be so polite, Tomoko-san. It's getting late. Let's head home. Okay, Sosuke-kun.
The night sky was dark, with the moon high and bright against the inky backdrop. A patch of clouds drifted by, dimming the moonlight as if a shy maiden were hiding her face behind delicate hands. A soft breeze brushed through, rustling Tomoko's loose hair. A sliver of moonlight peeked through the clouds, illuminating her face. Her mature, radiant complexion seemed to glow faintly under the gentle light, exuding a charm that was subtle yet captivating, like a whisper on the evening wind, unintentional, fleeting, yet intoxicating.
Today was so satisfying. It's been ages since I've enjoyed shopping like this.
Tomoko looked at the numerous bags they carried, her words brimming with contentment.
Looks like I'll need to cut back on spending for the next few months.
She laughed softly, her tone self-deprecating.
Then I'd better start eating less too. Don't want to blow Tomoko-san's grocery budget, Jinjo joked. Sosuke-kun, you're too much.
Tomoko chuckled, her laughter sweet and melodic. Under the warm glow of the streetlights, the two walked side by side.
Their shadows stretched long behind them, eventually blending into one.
Back at the apartment, Jinjo helped Tomoko carry all her shopping bags into her room.
Sosuke-kun, don't go just yet. Would you like something to drink? Understanding her intent, Jinjo sat casually on the sofa. Sure, I'll have a cola. Alright, give me a moment.
Tomoko had never kept soft drinks at home before, but after hearing that younger people liked them, she had thoughtfully stocked up.
While she prepared the drink, Jinjo took the opportunity to arrange the new cushions he had bought on her sofa.
Leaning back against them, he found they were just the right fit.
Returning with the drink, Tomoko carefully pulled one small bag from the pile of shopping bags and quietly slipped into her bedroom.
The soft pop of the can opening filled the quiet room. Jinjo took a long sip of the ice-cold cola, the fizzy sensation rushing straight to his head, leaving him refreshed and energized. The room fell silent again, except for the faint rustling sounds coming from the bedroom. The warm, ambient light spilling from the bedroom door had a faintly romantic hue.
Sosuke-kun. Tomoko's voice trembled slightly, as if from nervousness.
Jinjo stood up, momentarily stunned by what he saw.
Tomoko's cheeks were tinged with a rosy blush.
The moment their eyes met, she quickly turned her head away, trying to hide her shy expression. The sheer black fabric draped lightly over her curvaceous figure. The fitted design at the top emphasized her ample chest, which seemed on the verge of spilling out. The cinched waist, accentuated by delicate lace, highlighted her slender, supple figure, while the loose lower half revealed her shapely thighs, creating an explosive visual impact. Tomoko, her head slightly bowed, stood leaning against the doorframe, her hands resting lightly on her smooth thighs, gently kneading them. She looked as fragile and endearing as a lamb waiting to be embraced.
Sosuke-kun. Is this the one you like?
Her voice was soft and lingering, wrapping around him like a gentle breeze.
Suddenly, a strong gust of wind howled outside, the sound of its fury audible even through the glass.
The night wind was particularly fierce, and it seemed a storm was imminent. The alarm on Sosuke Jinjo's phone rang over and over again. He struggled to open his eyes and glanced at the time. It was already late. This time, he had no choice but to get up. Thankfully, he had the foresight to know his biological clock might fail him today.
1, 2, 3.
After the third time, he stopped counting. Stumbling back into his room last night, he didn't even have the energy to shower and collapsed directly onto the bed. It was as if every ounce of energy had been drained from him. That night, he had fallen into a particularly deep sleep. Hurriedly, he jumped up and rushed to the bathroom to take a quick shower. Breakfast was out of the question now, there was no time. Jinjo dashed out of his apartment, jogging all the way to school. He made it to his seat just as the bell rang. Phew, that was close. In the first class, Jinjo was barely awake, his head nodding sleepily.
Tomoko-san is probably still in bed. Was that new outfit too much of a game changer? The soundproofing in my room doesn't seem great. Hopefully, her room is better. His thoughts drifted aimlessly like this until the bell signaling the end of class finally rang. After an intense night, Jinjo's stomach was growling loudly, begging for sustenance. He rushed to the school's convenience store and bought a piece of bread. After one bite, the protests from his stomach finally subsided a little. "Jinjo-kun, didn't you have breakfast?" A clear, pleasant voice came from behind him. Turning around, Jinjo saw the familiar silver hair bun and petite frameless glasses. "Shiraishi-senpai, did you come to grab something to eat too?" While speaking, Jinjo didn't forget to take another big bite of his bread. "I just happened to pass by to buy a bottle of water," Risa Shiraishi replied in her usual calm tone. "How's the water polo club doing?" Jinjo's mouth was still stuffed with bread, so his words came out muffled. "Thanks to you, it's going quite well. There are now more than 10 members who passed the tests, which is far beyond my expectations." That's great. At least my, sacrifice wasn't in vain." Jinjo ate too quickly and choked a bit, thumping his chest with his fist to try and clear it. Noticing this, Shiraishi quickly handed him the bottle of water she had just purchased. Jinjo gulped it down and finally recovered. Thanks, Shiraishi-senpai. Should I buy you another bottle?" "No need, Jinjo-kun. You can keep it. By the way, about the water polo club, I know we have enough members now, but there's still a small problem." "What kind of problem?" Jinjo asked curiously. "The members keep asking about you." "Asking about me? Why? I'm not even a member of your club." "Because during recruitment, I mentioned that you'd occasionally come by to help with training." Jinjo recalled that Shiraishi had indeed said something like that. Judging by the number of recruits, it seemed like 8 out of 10 probably joined because of that promise. False advertising really doesn't work in the long run. I admit, that was my fault. But if this continues, I'm afraid. I originally planned to talk to you after school to ask for your help. I didn't expect to run into you here. Don't tell me you want me to help train the water polo club? Jinjo preempted her request. Well, yes. I know you have a part-time job after school, but could you spare some time over the weekend? I already have plans for the weekend. Jinjo answered flatly. Jinjo-kun, you're really popular with the girls, aren't you? Your schedule seems so full. Shiraishi furrowed her brows slightly, and her lips puffed out a bit. For some reason, her tone seemed to carry some emotion he couldn't quite place. Let's put that aside for now. I haven't had the chance to properly thank you for helping with the recruitment last time. I'd like to treat you to dinner. What do you think? Jinjo thought about it. Having dinner with Shiraishi Risa? It didn't sound like a bad idea. If he went to Tomoko's for dinner again tonight, would it reignite yesterday's flames of passion? From the experience of his past life, Jinjo knew it was better for young people to exercise a little restraint. Otherwise, in old age, he couldn't bear to imagine himself as a weary old man shedding tears of regret. Dinner sounds good, but I have work after school. When does your shift end? Normally, by 7. Great. I'll go to water polo practice first, and after I'm done, I'll come find you. Where do you work? At the Nichiho convenience store in Kitabashi. Got it. I know that place. I'll meet you there tonight. See you later. As the class bell rang again, Shiraishi turned and walked towards her classroom. Her tall figure and her proportions far beyond those of her peers made Jinjo wonder. What would Shiraishi Risa look like in a swimsuit? Perhaps helping out with the water polo club wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Realizing he was about to be late, Jinjo hurried back to his classroom. The next class was English, and as usual, Jinjo stared out the window, daydreaming. The school grounds were covered in cherry blossom petals scattered by last night's storm. A few trees were leaning slightly, their frail trunks bent by the powerful wind. The surviving blossoms on the branches glistened with raindrops, remnants of the storm. Jinjo-kun, please read the passage on page 10 aloud. The English teacher's voice interrupted his thoughts. Read in English? Ha! Jinjo smirked. In his past life, he'd had over 10 years of formal education and had watched countless American TV series. His pronunciation wasn't perfect, but it was light years ahead of the others in the class. One thing he couldn't stand since coming to this world was the horrendous Japanese English accent. That peculiar pronunciation, it was almost inhuman. You had to hear it to believe it.
Fortunately, Jinjo had a versatile tongue honed by countless verbal sparring sessions with girls in his past life.
He could pronounce the R sound flawlessly.
With his deep, magnetic voice, he delivered the passage smoothly and accurately.
Whoa!
The classroom buzzed with admiration. Even the teacher froze for a moment before saying, Jinjo-kun's pronunciation is excellent.
Everyone should learn from him. Not so easy, Jinjo thought.
Though if I trained their tongues a bit, maybe they'd have a chance. After the English class ended, the girls in the class, who had been quiet for 2 days, gathered around Sasuke Jinjo again.
Jinjo-kun, your English pronunciation is amazing. Did you live abroad? Hey, Jinjo-kun, can you teach me after school? If you tutor me, my grades will definitely improve. Jinjo-kun, you're always so busy.
You didn't reply to my line messages.
Exactly.
You didn't reply to mine either. Sitting in the middle of the group, Jinjo felt helpless. If he had to reply to every girl's line message, he wouldn't have time to do anything else. Besides, their messages were far from meaningful.
It was always, Jinjo-kun, are you free? Or Jinjo-kun, are you busy?
Occasionally, they'd send him stickers of cute cats or cartoon girls. It seemed that girls in Japan weren't particularly skilled at flirting either.
At least send some well-edited glamorous selfies that might actually catch a guy's attention.
Only when the bell rang again did the girls reluctantly disperse.
The remaining 2 morning classes passed uneventfully, and soon it was lunchtime. Jinjo decided to inform Tomoko Matsumoto in advance that he wouldn't be coming home for dinner tonight.
He opened Line, found her profile picture, and sent a message.
Tomoko-san, there's an event at school, so you don't need to wait for me for dinner tonight. After sending the message, Ryuichi Okamoto and some other boys approached him. Let's go eat lunch together, Jinjo.
Sure. Jinjo put his phone away, grabbed his pink bento box, and joined the group. As usual, they headed to the rooftop above the 3rd floor of the main building, the boys' regular lunch spot.
Jinjo, your bento box is pink? That's pretty cute, Ryuichi said with a laugh.
This was a gift from my landlady. It used to belong to her daughter, Jinjo replied nonchalantly.
Man, I'm so jealous of you, Jinjo-kun.
All the girls like you.
It must feel amazing to always be surrounded by them.
Exactly.
By the way, Jinjo-kun, how did you get so good at English? Teach us too.
Another boy seemed more interested in Jinjo's impressive performance during English class.
English isn't that hard.
To practice listening and speaking, you can watch American TV shows, Jinjo shared his tips.
American shows, huh? Sounds tough. I'd rather read Jump.
Yeah. What do you guys think about the latest chapter with Gojo Satoru? In a matter of seconds, the conversation had shifted from learning English to discussing manga.
Boys' minds were indeed unpredictable. What do I think? I'm done with it.
I heard Gidge got punched at an offline event.
For real? A fan caught him? If that's true, he totally deserved it. Even I want to kick him if I ever see him.
The boys got so heated that their lunches were nearly flung to the ground in anger. Sitting to the side, Jinjo quietly ate his lunch, reminiscing about his own cringy teenage years.
It was nostalgic in its own way. As lunch was coming to an end, Jinjo finally received a reply from Tomoko Matsumoto. Okay, Jinjo-kun. Please make sure to eat dinner on time.
Even just reading her words, Jinjo could sense her exhaustion.
Judging by the timing, was she just waking up?
The afternoon classes were shorter than the morning ones and flew by in what felt like an instant.
Packing up his bag, Jinjo left school, ready to transform into part-time worker Jinjo.
The convenience store was close to the school, so it only took a few minutes for him to get there.
Welcome.
Behind the register was a familiar face, Morikawa.
Oh, it's Jinjo-kun.
Whether it was because there had been no customers for a while or because she was happy to see Jinjo, Morikawa seemed unusually energetic.
I was getting so bored alone.
There haven't been any customers, and the manager isn't here either.
Manager Kanna isn't here? Is something going on? Jinjo knew Kanna Kobayakawa as a diligent worker who always stayed until the end to ensure everything was in order. Not really. I think she went to the head office for a meeting. Lately, there seems to be more stuff going on at the company. I see.
Jinjo headed to the locker room, quickly changed into his uniform, and started his shift.
I'll help you, Jinjo-kun.
Since the store was still quiet, Morikawa joined him in restocking the shelves. As the evening progressed, more customers began arriving after work and school, and the store finally got busier.
Time flew, and soon it was almost 7 p.m. Jinjo-kun, I'm here.
A tall girl waved at Jinjo from near the shelves.
Ah, Shiraishi-senpai. Could you wait for me outside for a moment? My shift is almost over.
Sure. Shiraishi picked up a bottle of drink, paid for it, and started sipping it outside the store.
Is that Jinjo-kun's girlfriend?
She's so pretty, and tall too, Morikawa said, her voice full of curiosity.
She's not. She's just a senior from school. Jinjo-kun, you're such a heartthrob. No wonder even the manager looks at you differently. Morikawa giggled mischievously.
Jinjo ignored her, focusing on finishing his last few tasks. As he restocked the final shelf, he noticed Shiraishi outside being approached by a man. The man, probably in his 20s, was wearing a flashy floral shirt and light sunglasses, a classic delinquent look. Though Jinjo couldn't hear their conversation, the atmosphere seemed tense. Shiraishi's face twitched slightly, a sign of fear. Jinjo quickly put down the products he was holding and walked outside. Hey, little miss. You're from Takazono University, right? You're looking fine. How about we go for a ride? Jinjo caught the man's words just as he stepped out. Hey! Jinjo called out to the man. What? What's it to you? Get lost. She's with me. Jinjo positioned himself next to Shiraishi. TCH. You little punk. Careful, or I'll mess you up. The man shouted, and Shiraishi instinctively shrank back, her shoulders trembling. Don't underestimate me. I'll call my crew here, you little punk. Hearing that, Jinjo almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Was this supposed to be a threat? It sounded straight out of a comedy manga. Go ahead. Call them, Jinjo replied coldly, barely suppressing his amusement. The man hesitated, sizing up Jinjo's tall, athletic frame. Damn it! He cursed, kicking over a nearby trash can before storming off, muttering angrily to himself. Shiraishi-risa's hands trembled slightly, and the red and blue checkered pleated skirt she was holding became wrinkled from her grip. Her ample chest heaved with her rapid breathing. Despite her usual calm and slightly aloof demeanor, the student council president was, at heart, a timid young woman. After all, she was just a university student. Feeling scared in such situations was completely understandable. Are you okay, Shiraishi-senpai? Jinjo Sasuke waited until she had calmed down a bit before speaking gently. I'm fine now, thank you, Jinjo-kun. Shiraishi-risa took a deep breath and seemed to regain some composure. Senpai, why don't you wait for me inside the store? I'll be finished here shortly, Jinjo suggested, worried that the man in the floral shirt might return to bother her. Okay. Jinjo-kun, she said softly. Jinjo opened the door, and Shiraishi quickly followed him into the convenience store. At 7 p.m., the next shift worker, another university student, arrived on time. Jinjo handed over his responsibilities, changed out of his work uniform, and emerged from the back room to greet Shiraishi. Let's go, Shiraishi-senpai. She nodded, and the two of them left the convenience store together. What would you like for dinner, senpai? Dinner's on me tonight. You can pick the restaurant, Jinjo-kun, Shiraishi replied, looking much more relaxed. Jinjo paused to think. I haven't been living here for long, but I don't think there are any upscale restaurants nearby that match senpai's status. My status? Upscale restaurants? What do you mean by that, Jinjo-kun? She asked, her tone curious. Well, I heard from classmates that your family is very influential, so I figured you'd usually go to fancy restaurants with luxurious decor, Jinjo explained awkwardly. That's just a rumor, it's not true, Shiraishi said earnestly, pushing her small glasses up with a slender finger. My father is just the president of a small trading company. While my family is relatively well off, we don't have any significant influence. I see. So those guys were just making things up, Jinjo remarked, nodding. There are many rumors at school, Jinjo-kun. You shouldn't take them seriously. For instance, there's one about me confessing to you and being harshly rejected. Oh, right, I've heard that one too. It's pretty exaggerated, Jinjo agreed. There's another one that says we went to a hotel together after school, and the next day, you helped me recruit new members for the club. Golden question marks floated above Jinjo's head. The sheer absurdity of this rumor exceeded his imagination. Were university students these days always this dramatic? Jinjo was momentarily at a loss for words. I haven't heard that one, but isn't it a bit too much? Shouldn't you clear it up, senpai? It might still be circulating among upperclassmen, which is why you haven't heard it yet.
You'll probably hear it in a few days, Shiraishi sighed. Clearing it up wouldn't help. If you dispel one rumor, another will pop up. I've gotten used to it by now.
She sounded resigned. The saying that beautiful, aloof girls always attract rumors seemed to hold true.
Returning to the matter of dinner, there weren't many options nearby.
The mall Jinjo had visited with Matsumoto Tomoko yesterday was in the opposite direction, and taking Shiraishi to a pub didn't seem appropriate. After some thought, Jinjo suggested, "There's a burger place at the next intersection that I've heard is pretty good.
Shall we go there?"
"I'll go with whatever you decide, Jinjo-kun," Shiraishi said with a slight nod. As dusk fell, the sky turned deep and mysterious. The orange-red afterglow of the setting sun faded, and the outlines of buildings grew hazy. Streetlights flickered on one by one, and the moon began to peek out, complementing the city's lights to create a soft, poetic scene.
In this picturesque setting, two university students strolled side by side.
A tall, handsome young man and a strikingly beautiful, elegant young woman, they looked like the perfect protagonists of a romantic campus drama. Such an attractive pair naturally drew the attention of passers-by. Before long, they arrived at the burger place. After placing their orders at the counter, Jinjo and Shiraishi carried their trays back to their table. Shiraishi eagerly grabbed a fry and nibbled on it, her small bites resembling those of a hamster. The sight of her munching fries with her cheeks puffed out conveyed an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Noticing Jinjo watching her, Shiraishi glanced up slightly. "I like food like this, but I usually don't come to places like this," she said.
"Why not? Is it for dieting or something?" Jinjo asked.
She shook her head gently.
"When I'm with friends, we usually go to cafes or dessert shops. Everyone prefers trendy and cute places, so I have to go along with it. Otherwise, it's hard to make friends."
Her expression revealed a hint of bitterness and discomfort. After speaking, she took a big bite of her cheeseburger, smearing her delicate lips with white sauce. For a moment, she looked like a mischievous child indulging in a treat. Seeing this playful side of the usually aloof student council president was a first for Jinjo. It seemed that the pressure to fit in and avoid exclusion was universal, no matter where one lived. "I don't really enjoy eating overpriced crepes or visiting trendy dessert shops I see on Instagram," Shiraishi admitted.
"That's why I'm really happy you brought me here today."
She smiled, her cheeks adorably stuffed with food, exuding a rare sense of happiness.
"If you'd like, we can come here again sometime," Jinjo offered.
"Really?" Shiraishi leaned forward slightly, her impressive chest pressing against the table.
"Of course. It's not a big deal."
Having dinner with Shiraishi that evening revealed a side of her he'd never seen before. Her refined and mature appearance gave the impression of someone who enjoyed sophisticated things, yet her taste was unexpectedly childlike. A childlike heart, the demeanor of a university student, and the charm of an adult's mature and captivating body, she was a bundle of contradictions.
Jinjo realized he wanted to understand this complex student council president even more deeply. "Jinjo-kun, is there really no time for you to visit the water polo club in the next few days?"
Shiraishi Risa finally stopped eating long enough to ask.
Jinjo Sasuke thought for a moment. He had already made plans with Mochizuki Haruka on Saturday. "Maybe on Sunday," he said. "But I don't know anything about water polo. How exactly could I help?" "First, Jinjo-kun could boost the team's morale. So it's about using my looks again, huh?"
"You sure know how to make it sound noble, Shiraishi-senpai." Shiraishi Risa ignored his jab, responding with a faint smile.
"Second, I'd like you to help improve the team's swimming skills, which are crucial for water polo."
"I heard your swimming skills are exceptional, so I was hoping you could assist us."
Jinjo hadn't mentioned his swimming abilities to anyone.
However, his classmates, assuming that a guy from Hokkaido must be a swimming expert, had spread the rumor.
Coincidentally, their guess happened to be accurate, so it stuck. "Doesn't the water polo club have a coach or a faculty advisor?" Jinjo asked.
Shiraishi Risa shook her head, looking somewhat helpless.
"No, not at all.
The water polo club only exists because I repeatedly requested it to be established. The school made it clear they would only provide a training space and no additional support. So, I have to find training videos online and learn from them. Then, I practice with the team and guide them myself. If you could occasionally lend a hand, Jinjo-kun, it would be a huge help." Shiraishi Risa's dedication to her club was evident, and Jinjo couldn't help but feel moved by her determination. After a moment of thought, he realized he had no pressing plans for Sunday.
"All right. I'll stop by on Sunday. What time?" "Thank you so much, Jinjo-kun." We'll meet at 9 a.m. by the outdoor pool at school.
A rare, radiant smile appeared on Shiraishi Risa's face. She looked as happy as a little girl finally getting her long-desired candy. Her eyes sparkled with joy, making it impossible for Jinjo to refuse. And no, it definitely wasn't because he wanted to see Shiraishi-senpai's alluring figure in a wet swimsuit.
After dinner, Jinjo walked her to the station.
As the station broadcast announced her approaching train, Shiraishi Risa nodded slightly in thanks and headed toward the platform. The train pulled up, its doors opened, and just as she was about to step inside, she turned back to look at Jinjo. Her expression softened, a gentle smile forming as her lips moved silently.
Jinjo couldn't hear what she said over the roar of a passing train.
All he could see were her rosy, moist lips parting and closing. Moments later, Shiraishi left behind a radiant, flower-like smile before boarding the train and disappearing from Jinjo's sight. That evening, the weather had significantly improved. The stormy winds and heavy rain had passed, leaving behind a clear sky adorned with a bright moon and scattered stars. Walking along the quiet, empty road, the only sound accompanying Jinjo was the soft echo of his footsteps. The gentle, cool breeze brushed against his face, soothing his thoughts. By the time he returned to his apartment, it was already past 9. After a relaxing hot shower, he collapsed onto his soft bed in a starfish-like position, arms and legs spread wide.
This was the most peaceful and comfortable moment of the day.
After the intense battle the night before, his body had mostly recovered.
Jinjo couldn't help but marvel at the resilience and vitality of youth.
If he were still his overworked self from his past life, he would probably need at least 3 days to recover from such exertion if he could even endure a whole night like that. Actually, that version of him might have called it quits after 2 rounds at most.
He remembered he hadn't had a chance to check his system rewards from yesterday. Refocusing, he opened the interface. Beauty affection system activated. Target, Shiraishi Risa, affection +5, reward, 5,000 yen. Current affection level, Shiraishi Risa, 75. Target, Matsumoto Tomoko, affection +10, reward, 10,000 yen. Current affection level, Matsumoto Tomoko, 100. Target affection maxed. Matsumoto Tomoko will now provide a daily fixed reward of 5,000 yen. Matsumoto Tomoko's affection level had risen rapidly, reaching the maximum in just a few days.
Last night's exercise hadn't just been physically intense, it seemed the satisfaction level had also been off the charts.
With Tomoko now providing a steady daily reward, Jinjo thought to himself, I'll have to thank her more often.
After closing the system panel, he watched a few episodes of the latest anime before drowsiness overcame him. Fully relaxed, he drifted off to sleep.
The next morning, the chirping of birds heralded the start of a new day. Gentle sunlight bathed the earth in a golden glow. Jinjo, back to his usual routine, woke up early and stepped into the yard. Matsumoto Tomoko was already there, sweeping the fallen leaves with a large broom. Good morning, Tomoko-san. Good morning, Jinjo-kun.
The moment she saw him, her pale cheeks turned a soft shade of pink, perhaps recalling certain memories from the night before last.
Breakfast is ready.
Come back in once you're done, she said, her tone warm.
Got it, Tomoko-san. Walking behind her, Jinjo couldn't help but notice something.
Her already full figure seemed even rounder than before.
Was it just his imagination, or had the nurturing from the other night revitalized her somehow? At breakfast, Jinjo couldn't resist bringing up the topic. So, how did you sleep, Tomoko-san?
I was so tired the other day, I almost overslept for school.
Jinjo-kun.
Tomoko's cheeks flushed a deep red, her expression turning shy as she covered her mouth with her delicate hand. Her bashfulness, even after all they had shared, was endlessly endearing. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Tomoko-san, Jinjo said with a laugh, letting her off the hook. Today was Friday, and the thought of the weekend looming ahead filled him with renewed energy. For both university students and office workers, Fridays held a special place as the gateway to the coveted weekend. Friday passed as quickly as expected. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday, the day Jinjo Sosuke had arranged to go on a date with Mochizuki Haruka. The agreed meeting time was 10 a.m., and the meeting place was the front of their apartment building.
Ah, good morning, Jinjo-kun, Mochizuki greeted him with a wave as he stepped into the courtyard.
She seemed excited, her demeanor full of eager anticipation. Hearing her voice, Jinjo naturally quickened his pace. Good morning, Mochizuki-san, he replied, addressing her with deliberate formality as he took in her university uniform.
Mochizuki's fair face, tinged with a soft blush, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Why are you wearing your school uniform today, Jinjo-kun?
Since we're recreating a university-style date, I thought I should be properly dressed for the occasion, Jinjo explained.
You didn't have to go out of your way just for me. I wasn't that concerned about it,
Mochizuki said softly, though the delighted smile on her face betrayed her words. Grabbing the edges of her pleated skirt with both hands, she struck a playful, girlish pose.
How do I look in today's uniform, Jinjo-kun? Mochizuki had chosen a completely new outfit for the day. A deep blue blazer paired with a crisp white blouse, accented by a charming red and black bow at her neckline.
The snug blouse struggled to contain her full chest, with buttons stretched to their limit as if begging for mercy. The pleated skirt, matching the bow in its red and black design, was worn high at her waist, just as many university students preferred. Her toned and shapely thighs were wrapped in sleek black tights that climbed upwards, hugging her full, curvy hips. The entire outfit seemed just a tad small, though perhaps that was inevitable given Mochizuki's overly mature figure, which made finding a perfectly fitting size a challenge.
It suits you perfectly, Mochizuki-san.
You look no different from a typical university student, Jinjo commented. Well, maybe there is one difference, he added, pausing for effect.
What's the difference? Mochizuki asked, tilting her head slightly, her sparkling eyes brimming with curiosity.
If anything, the difference is that you look far better than most university students,
Jinjo declared earnestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinjo-kun, Mochizuki said shyly, lowering her head with a sweet smile.
Alright, shall we get going, Jinjo-kun?
Sure.
Where are we headed? I haven't decided yet.
Let's just wander around and see where we end up, she suggested.
Wander around?
Yes, wander around, Mochizuki said with a radiant smile.
Let's begin a proper university-style date. The two took a train to Ikebukuro. Since it was nearing lunchtime, they decided to grab something to eat first.
Jinjo and Mochizuki entered a sandwich chain located within the station.
Wow, it's been so long since I've been to a place like this,
Mochizuki exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement.
For someone in her line of work, visiting chain restaurants like this was likely a rare occurrence.
The shop was bustling with students around Jinjo's age, a clear sign of its popularity among younger people. The two ordered a combo meal for two and, at Mochizuki's insistence, split the cost evenly. After all, splitting the bill was something of a tradition in Japan. They sat at a table toward the back of the shop, eating the affordable meal and chatting.
This sandwich is so tasty. Wow, this hot dog looks pretty good, too.
Mochizuki seemed genuinely interested in the simple yet satisfying foods popular with students. She picked up a hot dog skewered with a thin stick and cautiously brought it to her lips. Her delicate mouth encased the hot dog, slowly drawing it in as her tongue flicked at it gently. Finally, her teeth sank into it, causing the juicy filling to burst forth.
Ah, it's so hot, she exclaimed, quickly pulling the remaining hot dog from her mouth and waving her hand by her lips to cool the heat.
Take it slow, Mochizuki-san.
Are you that sensitive to heat? Do you want a drink?
Yes, I've always been super sensitive to heat. Maybe it's because my tongue is too sensitive, she mumbled, still fanning her mouth before grabbing her juice and taking a few quick gulps.
Maybe if you eat a few more hot dogs, you'll get used to it, Jinjo joked, chuckling at her adorably flustered expression. The two chatted and ate, finishing their meal by around 2 p.m.
After some discussion, they decided to head to Round 1 near the station.
For university students on dates, Round 1 was a top destination of choice.
The massive entertainment complex, with over 100 locations nationwide, was a familiar hangout for Jinjo from his time in Hokkaido. After exiting the station, the two soon spotted the enormous and iconic bowling pin-shaped sign.
Wow.
It's so huge, Mochizuki gasped, marveling at the towering structure, which stood 10 stories tall. As it was a Saturday, the place was packed with people. Student groups, young couples, and families with children filled the building, their chatter and the booming music from the speakers creating a lively, chaotic atmosphere.
Wow, this place is really big, and so crowded, Mochizuki exclaimed as she gazed out from the second-floor counter.
Her eyes sparkled with excitement.
This must be your first time at Round 1, right, Mochizuki-san?
Yes,
it's my first time here, she replied, nodding enthusiastically. How should I put this? I mentioned it before, didn't I? Back in university, I wasn't very social.
I was interested in places like this but never had friends to come with. Mochizuki's words carried a hint of sadness, but as she looked at Jinjo with her big, hopeful eyes, her expression was filled with anticipation.
Do you come here often, Jinjo-kun? Me? I used to go with friends back home, but this is my first time at this Tokyo location. I have to admit, it's much bigger than the ones in my hometown. After hearing this, Mochizuki gently grabbed the sleeve of Jinjo's uniform. Then, show me how to enjoy this place, Jinjo-kun. Her adorable, shy expression and soft voice melted Jinjo's heart in an instant. Although she said she wanted me to teach her, a place like this entertainment complex doesn't really have a correct way to play. People just enjoy whatever they want to, whenever they want. Bowling, ping pong, badminton, billiards, basketball, tennis, video games, karaoke, darts, photo booths, claw machines. Everything imaginable is here. The goal for us now was simply to make the most of our time and try as many attractions as possible within the limits of the day. Round 1 is truly a perfect spot for a university-style date, open 24 hours, affordable pricing within a student's budget, and countless entertainment options. Jinjo Sasuke and Mochizuki Haruka wandered from one attraction to the next, playing baseball, basketball, badminton, and more. The hours flew by in laughter and excitement, and before they knew it, they had spent the entire afternoon here. Ah, that was so much fun. I haven't exercised like this in forever, Mochizuki said as she stretched with a big yawn while they waited for the elevator on the 5th floor. I didn't expect Jinjo-kun to not only be so handsome but also so good at sports. It's nothing special. Back when I was a kid, my family didn't have computers or gaming consoles, so all I could do was play sports outside every day, Jinjo explained modestly. You're so humble, Jinjo-kun, but I think you're amazing. Your badminton and ping pong shots were impossible for me to return, and your 3-point shots in basketball were so precise, it's like you're a professional athlete. Plus, Jinjo-kun, you're tall and have such well-defined muscles. It's honestly enviable. Mochizuki's bright, admiring gaze sparkled as she looked at him. Thanks for the compliments, but honestly, Mochizuki-san, you're quite the sports beginner, huh? Jinjo playfully tapped her on the forehead with his finger, laughing heartily. What? After I praised you so much, you still call me a beginner? Mochizuki pouted, her round cheeks puffing up visibly like an adorable chipmunk. Earlier at the baseball batting cage, you confidently said, let your big sister show you how it's done, but then you missed every single pitch, ha. Jinjo teased her without mercy. That's not true. I managed to graze one of them. I heard a faint whoosh sound. But, ha ha ha. Finally, even Mochizuki couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing with him. Alright, fine. I admit I'm a total klutz at sports. Back in university, I was so afraid of embarrassing myself that I didn't dare join any sports clubs. But thanks to Jinjo-kun, I got to experience it all today, and it was honestly so much fun. After what felt like forever, the elevator finally arrived, and the two rode it down to the 1st floor. Ah, I'm so happy. Mochizuki thought to herself, smiling. Perhaps moments like these were what people referred to as true happiness. If possible, I'd love to plan another date with Jinjo-kun next time. Starting today, I'm going to leave behind the passive version of myself, she resolved internally. As they exited the elevator, the two made their way through the arcade on the 1st floor toward the exit. Just as they were passing by the photo booths, Mochizuki suddenly cried out in alarm. Quick! Hide! Her body froze for a moment before she grabbed Jinjo's hand in a panic. What's going on? Jinjo asked, confused. My colleagues from work are here. Please, Jinjo-kun, hide with me. Without waiting for his response, Mochizuki pulled him into a tight space between two photo booths. The gap was so narrow that their bodies were pressed closely together. Jinjo found it hard to breathe. Sorry, Jinjo-kun, are you okay? I'm fine, he replied, though it was far from the truth. The two were tightly pressed together in the cramped space, the proximity making Jinjo's breathing heavier. What if they see me like this? Mochizuki muttered anxiously. Focused on watching her colleagues, she didn't seem to realize how close they were. Her warm breath brushed against Jinjo's neck, and their bodies pressed even tighter. Jinjo-kun, can you move in just a little further? Mochizuki whispered, trying to squeeze deeper into the gap. The situation was already intense, and her words somehow made it sound even more suggestive. Phew! That was close. It looks like they've gone toward the karaoke area, Mochizuki sighed in relief after watching her colleagues walk away. As soon as the danger passed, Mochizuki seemed to realize their compromising position. She quickly jumped out of the gap as if fleeing the scene. I am really sorry, Jinjo-kun. Did I squish you? It's fine. You could have stayed there longer,
And I wouldn't have minded at all, Jinjo thought to himself. Out loud, he reassured her, it's no problem.
But honestly, why did we squeeze into such a tight space? Wouldn't it have been easier to just hide inside the photo booth?
Now that he could think clearly, the solution seemed obvious.
Ah, you're right, Jinjo-kun. I panicked and didn't even think about that. Ha ha.
Mochizuki let out an embarrassed laugh, her gaze drifting toward the nearby photo booth with a curious expression.
Jinjo-kun, if it's okay with you, could we take a photo together?
A photo?
Yes, a photo. I've never taken one in a booth before. Have you?
I have, but that was ages ago, Jinjo admitted. Photo booths were something he never understood. In most places, they had fallen out of popularity decades ago, but in Japan, they remained oddly trendy. Girls still loved cramming into photo booths, applying makeup, and taking pictures, despite the prevalence of smartphones. The printed photo strips often ended up discarded in a drawer somewhere, while the digital copies were shared online. Why not just take selfies?
Jinjo could never figure it out. Jinjo-kun, come on. Let's take one together as a memory of today. Mochizuki's eager voice pulled him from his thoughts.
Before he could respond, she grabbed his arm and led him inside the booth.
Wow, how do I operate this?
Where should I press?
I think you just need to insert money here. Huh? What's this box? Which option should we pick? Mochizuki Haruka appeared flustered and unsure. Just pick anything, it should be fine. Jinjo-kun, this isn't good. The countdown is almost over. Don't worry. Once the countdown ends, it'll automatically proceed to the next step. Following the steps one by one, they finally reached the photo-taking phase. The lively voice of the photo booth's automated system kept chiming in. Try hugging each other this time. Move closer, get your faces closer together. Mochizuki turned to glance at Jinjo Sasuke.
Her delicate, fair face began to blush slightly.
Jinjo-kun.
The continuous prompts from the machine left her at a loss. She wanted to follow the instructions, but the memory of their earlier cramped moment made her feel too embarrassed. She had told herself to be less passive, but this was her first date with Jinjo-kun.
Wouldn't such a close pose be too much?
As she hesitated, the countdown continued ticking down, leaving only a few seconds. Before Mochizuki could make up her mind, Jinjo wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer.
Hey, Mochizuki-san, don't zone out. Didn't you hear the prompt? Look at the camera, it's about to start. Ah. Oh, okay. She quickly lifted her flushed face toward the camera.
Jinjo's firm, steady arm rested securely on her shoulders. Earlier, when they had squeezed into the narrow space, she hadn't noticed, but now she could clearly feel Jinjo's warmth. The rough yet gentle touch of his hand, the warmth of his embrace, she felt like a kitten nestled in its owner's arms.
And the almost non-existent distance between them.
Jinjo's breath gently tickled her ear, surrounding her with a sensation that felt unmistakably youthful. No, this was even more wonderful than she had ever imagined.
Click, click.
A series of photos were quickly taken, and the machine began counting down for the next set.
Hurry, the next one's starting. Mochizuki-san, move your face closer. Following the voice prompts, Jinjo leaned in, bringing his face closer to hers. Mochizuki timidly moved as well until their cheeks pressed softly together.
Let's strike a pose, Mochizuki-san, Jinjo suggested, noticing their stiff expressions.
Oh, okay.
Shyly, she raised her hand and formed a peace sign. With a series of beeps, the machine signaled the end of the session.
Is it over already? Mochizuki, still lost in the moment, seemed dazed and a bit unfocused. Yeah, it's done. Now we can doodle on them over here.
Jinjo explained the next step, but Mochizuki quickly waved her hands.
I'm not good at that. You do it, Jinjo-kun. No problem. Let's do it together, it doesn't have to be perfect.
And so, two complete amateurs began decorating the photos. Their doodles consisted mainly of adding the date, their names, and some simple frames, nothing fancy, just the standard edits. Mochizuki's movements were clumsy, her fingers trembling slightly, but her awkwardness only made her seem more endearing. About a minute later, the machine ejected the printed photos. Using scissors provided nearby, Jinjo and Mochizuki carefully cut the photos into two sets.
Wow, this is amazing.
So this is a photo sticker.
My first ever photo sticker.
Mochizuki's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression resembling a child unwrapping a gift on Christmas morning. Thank you, Jinjo-kun, for indulging my selfish request. She hugged her share of the photo stickers to her chest, her voice brimming with gratitude and emotion. I'll treasure these forever as one of the most precious memories of my life. Her tone was full of satisfaction and joy. No need to thank me, Mochizuki-san. This is what a proper student-style date should be like, right? Helping this once lonely girl relive her college dreams and giving her an unforgettable experience filled Jinjo's heart with warmth. Mochizuki smiled a radiant, genuine smile. But as she smiled, it seemed like she was holding back tears. Her face struggled to maintain its cheerful expression while simultaneously suppressing the flood of emotions threatening to spill over. It was a complex mixture of nostalgia, reluctance, contentment, and exhilaration. Bittersweet and fragile, yet also profoundly moving, it was as if she were finally saying goodbye to the regret-filled version of herself from her university days. Mochizuki suddenly felt an urge to reach out and hold Jinjo's hand. Because at that moment, she feared that if she didn't grasp him tightly, he might disappear into the distance. Though Jinjo stood right before her, he seemed to blur into something intangible, as if he could vanish at any moment. The photo stickers slipped from her hands, fluttering to the ground. Determined not to let another opportunity slip away like in her past, Mochizuki made a decision. She extended her smooth, delicate hand and tightly grasped Jinjo's palm. She had hesitated, overthought, and doubted herself, but her instincts and emotions had finally pushed her into action. Even though their time together had been short, the happiness she felt with him was unparalleled. She didn't want to lose this connection or let it fade away. Mochizuki yearned for more moments with him, to understand him better and be understood by him in return. For the first time in her life, she felt the thrill of youthful love she had always dreamed of. If she didn't take a bold step now, the world around her would remain unchanged. But the very next moment, regret and embarrassment flooded her mind. Her heart raced as if it might burst, her blood felt like it was surging backward, and her entire body trembled slightly. Overwhelmed by nervousness, she feared rejection. She feared she had made a mistake and that this would cause her to lose Jinjo forever. Anxiety and hope tangled together, leaving her mind spinning. She lowered her head, squeezed her eyes shut, and stood frozen, waiting for Jinjo's response. The seconds dragged on endlessly, each moment feeling like an eternity. Unable to bear the seemingly endless silence, Mochizuki Haruka cautiously raised her head and opened her eyes. What greeted her was a radiant smile. Jinjo Sasuke was smiling brightly and effortlessly, as though his entire being radiated a light of redemption. He had saved her on the train once before, and now, he had fulfilled her long-held dream. Jinjo's fingers gently spread open, interlocking with Mochizuki's trembling hand. "What's the matter, Mochizuki-san? Why do you look so emotional all of a sudden?" Jinjo asked softly, his warm and soothing voice immediately putting her at ease. Mochizuki Haruka heaved a small sigh of relief, lifting her other hand to wipe away the tears that were threatening to fall from the corners of her eyes. "I'm fine, Jinjo-kun. I'm just really happy right now." Jinjo Sasuke had already sensed the shift in Mochizuki's emotions. Her delicate hand had started trembling the moment it grabbed onto his. Despite being an adult and a working professional, she had never experienced the kind of youthful, innocent love found in school life. Responding naturally and calmly was the best way to protect her fragile and tender heart, which didn't seem to match her age. Now, Mochizuki finally relaxed. "That's good to hear. Well then, shall we go have dinner, Mochizuki-san?" Yes. Let's go, Jinjo-kun." Mochizuki smiled, and their hands seemed to clasp even tighter as they stepped out of the mall and onto the bustling street. The neon lights glimmered in myriad colors, advertisements flickered nonstop, and the brilliant illumination contrasted sharply with the pitch-black night sky, creating a surreal, dreamlike atmosphere. For the first time, Jinjo Sasuke truly felt the vibrance of Tokyo's nightlife. After a quick search on their phones, they decided on an Italian restaurant famous for its bolognese pasta. The place was packed when they arrived, with a steady stream of people coming in for dinner. After about 20 minutes of waiting, they were finally seated by a hostess. Both ordered the restaurant's signature pasta. Having been active all afternoon, they were famished and quickly dove into their meals. The continuous influx of customers and their need to catch the next train shortened their dinner time considerably. Walking briskly, they managed to board the train just moments before it departed. By now, it was close to 9 p.m., and the train was no longer crowded or noisy. Sitting side by side on the gently swaying train, fatigue seemed to catch up with Mochizuki. Before long, her small head leaned onto Jinjo's shoulder. The rhythmic sound of her soft breathing indicated she had fallen asleep. Jinjo turned to look at the sleeping girl beside him. Her head nestled lightly against his neck, like a delicate flower quietly basking in this peaceful moment. Her silky black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, her fair and smooth face radiated a gentle glow, and her petite yet exquisite features complemented the steady rise and fall of her chest as she breathed. She smelled wonderful, not the overpowering scent of perfume but a natural, subtle fragrance that was an enchanting blend of youthfulness and maturity. Mochizuki seemed enveloped in a sense of safety and comfort, sleeping soundly as if she had finally found a shoulder to lean on. When they arrived at their destination, Jinjo gently woke her up.
Ah. I'm sorry, Jinjo-kun. I was so tired I fell asleep.
Mochizuki rubbed her drowsy eyes, her voice soft and slightly hoarse from sleep.
Looks like you need to exercise more, Mochizuki-san. If you want to experience student life, you'll need a body full of energy.
Jinjo chuckled as he stretched his slightly numb shoulder.
Humph, there you go again. Mochizuki pouted, but her expression soon softened. Moments later, she couldn't hold back a small laugh. Ha! Ha ha! Compared to Jinjo-kun, I'm practically an old lady. It's been years since I've exercised properly. Jinjo-kun, can we go out together again next time?
The decision she had made that afternoon to arrange another date now flowed naturally from her lips.
Sure, no problem. Jinjo replied effortlessly. The two strolled along the quiet, dimly lit street, with only the faint glow of streetlights to guide them. Amid the bustling world, this small corner felt uniquely serene.
A long day was coming to an end, but the memories of this day would linger in Mochizuki's mind for a long time to come.
Back at the apartment, they said their goodnights and returned to their respective rooms.
Though he had teased Mochizuki earlier about her lack of stamina, Jinjo felt just as exhausted.
He stepped into the bathroom, letting the warm water wash away the day's fatigue.
After his shower, Jinjo wrapped himself in a towel and walked to the window. Opening it, he let the cool night breeze drift in, ruffling his still damp hair. The tranquility of the late night was captivating, and the gentle wind seemed to hum a soothing lullaby.
Lying on his bed, he habitually checked his progress for the day. Assistance mission: go on a student-style date with Mochizuki Haruka. Hashtag. Mission complete. Reward, 10,000 yen. Hashtag. Target, Mochizuki Haruka. Affection +5. Reward, 5,000 yen. Hashtag. Current affection, 90. Hashtag. It looked like today's system rewards could cover the day's expenses, leaving Jinjo quite satisfied. Initially planning to watch some anime as usual, he suddenly remembered his promise to assist Shirace Risa with the water polo team the next day. At the very least, he needed to familiarize himself with the basics of water polo. Adopting the last-minute cramming yields great results mentality, Jinjo opened his search engine and typed in relevant keywords. The page refreshed, displaying a list of water polo tutorial videos. Clicking on the most popular one, Jinjo began his impromptu study session. So that's how it works. As the video progressed, he nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the rules and concepts. After finishing the tutorial, Jinjo searched for actual match footage to see the sport in action. To his surprise, water polo turned out to be far more intense than he had imagined. The physical clashes, struggles, and grappling were fierce. The players' swimsuits stretched and twisted amid the rough play, creating some revealing moments. Wait, was this really free to watch? Jinjo blinked in astonishment, momentarily blinded by the unfiltered action on screen. He double-checked to ensure he hadn't wandered into an inappropriate website. It was indeed a legitimate sports site. As the match highlights ended, Jinjo found himself oddly anticipating tomorrow's training session. Morning.
Sunlight streamed through the windows, gradually brightening and warming the entire room. The wooden floor was split into distinct zones of light and shadow, while dust particles floated lazily in the rays of sunlight, drifting with the air.
Jinjo Sosuke lazily opened his eyes.
Although he never slept in too late, even on weekends, the absence of weekday pressure to rush to school made the morning feel noticeably more relaxed. After stretching and yawning several times, Jinjo finally sat up on the soft mattress. Unlocking his phone, he found a flood of line messages waiting for him.
Most of them were the usual uninspired messages from his female classmates trying to make small talk. However, two messages stood out. The first was from Mochizuki Haruka. She had sent over the digital copy of the photo booth pictures they took yesterday, accompanied by a short message. A first-time memory. Thank you, Jinjo-kun. Looking forward to our next date. Red heart. The second was from Shy Race Risa. Her message contained a reminder of the training session's time and location, making sure Jinjo had all the details confirmed.
Clearly, the diligent student council president was paying close attention to every detail, underscoring just how much she cared about today's practice.
Jinjo quickly replied to both messages. After washing up, he had a simple breakfast prepared by Matsumoto Tomoko.
Checking his phone, he saw that it was just after 8 a.m. With some time to spare, he returned to his room to work out briefly. Since he'd be helping the girls with their training soon, Jinjo thought it best to warm up beforehand to get his body in optimal shape.
A few sets of stretches, sit-ups, and push-ups later, his well-defined muscles looked even more prominent.
Seeing that it was about time, he packed his swimwear and headed to the university. The streets were mostly empty on this quiet Sunday morning. Most people were likely still tucked in bed, enjoying the luxury of a weekend sleep-in. The temperature was beginning to climb, and the sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm and pleasant glow over everything it touched. Before even reaching the school gates, Jinjo spotted Shy Race Risa from a distance. Her tall, elegant figure was hard to miss. Jinjo waved to her, and she slowly walked over to him.
"You're right on time, Jinjo-kun.
I was worried you might forget, so I sent you another message just in case. You can always count on me, Shy Race-senpai."
"I wouldn't forget something this important." Thank you.
"I'll be counting on you today, Jinjo-kun."
Shy Race Risa seemed to be in a good mood.
After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two headed to the outdoor swimming pool, where the training would take place. Buan University had two pools, an indoor pool reserved for the swim team and an outdoor pool allocated to smaller clubs like the water polo team. As the clock approached 9 a.m., other team members began to arrive.
"Wow, it really is Jinjo-senpai.
I'm so glad I joined the water polo club for him.
Jinjo Takuya is just as handsome as the rumors say."
The girls lit up at the sight of Jinjo Sasuke, excitedly chattering among themselves.
It appeared that most of the new recruits were first-year students.
Upperclassmen already had their own clubs, and first-years were notoriously easy to lure in with flashy recruitment tactics.
Shy Race Risa watched the scene unfold but didn't say much.
She knew full well that Jinjo Sasuke's presence was the main reason she had managed to establish the water polo club in the first place. "Alright, everyone, please head to the locker rooms to change into your swimsuits and caps.
Let's gather by the pool in 10 minutes.
Shy Race Risa's calm yet authoritative voice broke through the enthusiastic chatter, drawing the girls' attention back to the task at hand.
"Yes, President."
"Got it, Shy Race-senpai." The girls responded cheerfully, laughing and chatting as they made their way to the locker room.
Even as they walked away, many couldn't resist stealing glances back at Jinjo. "Jinjo-kun, you should go change as well. I'll see you in a bit."
"Understood, Shy Race-senpai." They each headed to their respective locker rooms to change. 10 minutes later, the team members, now dressed in swimsuits, stood in a neat row by the pool. Standing at the front, Shy Race Risa briefly explained the day's training plan.
"So dazzling."
That was the first thought that crossed Jinjo Sasuke's mind when he saw the line of girls in their swimsuits. Since school swimming classes were typically divided by gender, such a scene was rare. So this is what competitive swimsuits look like, Jinjo thought. Although he had seen them in training videos yesterday, witnessing them in person was an entirely different experience. Designed for performance, competitive swimsuits prioritized reducing water resistance. They were sleek, form-fitting, and higher cut at the neck, waist, and legs than regular swimsuits. The girls looked like ripe fruits, with the snug swimsuits accentuating their most prominent curves. However, for those wearing these swimsuits for the first time, discomfort was inevitable.
Don't you think these new swimsuits are way too tight?"
Yeah.
"Did you feel it too?"
"Of course.
It's squeezing so much it feels like it's digging in."
Several girls whispered to each other, their voices barely audible.
"Ahem. Quiet down, everyone."
Shy Race Risa cleared her throat, and the chatter quickly ceased. If the other team members were appetizers, then Shy Race Risa was undoubtedly the grand main course. Standing at the forefront, she wore a deep blue competitive swimsuit with a white swim cap covering her head. Without her usual frameless glasses, her clear, bright eyes were on full display.
Her porcelain-like complexion looked so smooth and supple it seemed almost luminous.
The swimsuit clung tightly to her body, emphasizing her toned arms, long legs, and the graceful curve from her upper body to her waist. Perhaps feeling the swimsuit's tightness herself, Shy Race adjusted her shoulder straps with slender fingers. Her soft chest shifted slightly, the snug fabric pressing against her skin. The suit's high-leg design drew attention to the deep V-cut at her hips, and her tall, flawless figure was nothing short of breathtaking.
Competitive swimsuits. For some reason, these words floated into Jinjo's mind, triggering alarm bells.
He forced himself to stop thinking further. After all, he was wearing nothing but swim trunks.
If he allowed his thoughts to wander, the consequences would be catastrophic.
Today, I've specially invited second-year student Sasuke Jinjo for our training. Jinjo's swimming skills are exceptional, so he'll focus on helping everyone improve in this area.
If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask Jinjo for guidance.
Risa Shiraishi introduced Sasuke Jinjo, who was standing off to the side, to the team members. Although Jinjo's reputation was already well known throughout the school, Risa still felt it was necessary to follow proper procedures.
That's amazing. Jinjo-senpai is so cool. I want Jinjo-senpai's guidance too.
The girls standing in a row quickly became excited. Well then, let's have Jinjo explain today's training to everyone.
Jinjo, please take it away. Risa stepped aside and guided Jinjo to the center.
Fortunately, Risa's speech snapped Jinjo out of the odd thoughts he'd been having earlier. Taking a big step forward, Jinjo cleared his throat slightly and said,
Ahem. Hello, everyone. I've been invited by Shiraishi-senpai today to assist with your training.
As you all know, swimming skills are crucial for water polo.
But apart from swimming, there's another technique that's just as important for water polo.
Today, I'd like to help you train in that area first. After cramming last night, Jinjo had gained some knowledge and decided to apply what he'd learned on the spot.
What could be more important than swimming? Is it passing or shooting?
Some of the girls were already curious and began asking questions. Today, I've decided to help you practice treading water first. Water polo is all about performing ball skills while staying on the surface, so you need to stay afloat throughout the game.
Treading water is an essential skill to master. This was the result of Jinjo's late-night video watching session.
He had always thought water polo was just a simple combination of swimming and shooting, but he realized it was far more complex than he'd imagined.
Oh, so it's treading water. The girls listened intently, nodding in understanding. Alright, I've explained enough, so let's start training now.
Jinjo glanced at Risa, who immediately understood his intent and began directing the team to start the day's training.
First came the warm-up.
Risa led the group in jogging a few laps around the pool deck. Even though she was tightly dressed, the way her body moved up and down was still incredibly noticeable. Then came some basic stretches. The girls paired up and assisted each other with moves like back presses and leg stretches.
After the warm-up, the actual training began.
When it came to treading water, Jinjo, who was familiar with water skills, was in his element.
However, knowing how to do it didn't necessarily mean he could teach it effectively.
So Jinjo started by explaining the basic movements of treading water to the girls. He had them sit on the edge of the pool and lift their legs high into the air.
Yes, just like that.
Spread your legs apart, wider than your shoulders.
Bend your legs below the knees. Jinjo demonstrated the movement himself first, then went around to correct the girls' postures one by one. Your legs aren't spread wide enough. Open them a bit more. That's perfect now. Your knees are too stiff. Try to relax them a bit.
As he spoke, he guided their legs into a bent position.
Good, now hold this posture.
Jinjo went down the line, giving individual feedback to each girl. Eventually, he made his way to Risa Shiraishi. Risa's smooth, toned, and slender legs were raised high, visibly longer than those of the other girls around her. Her legs were spread wide, at an angle noticeably beyond her shoulders, with her knees slightly bent and her fair feet tightly pointed.
Risa's textbook perfect form left Jinjo momentarily entranced.
Sensing that Jinjo's gaze lingered on her for too long, Risa began to feel shy, a faint blush creeping onto her fair cheeks.
Jinjo, how is my posture?
Her tone softened as she asked.
Very standard, as expected of Shiraishi-senpai. Jinjo quickly replied.
It was clear Risa had practiced this extensively in private, her movements were flawless.
Shiraishi-senpai, practicing the movements on land might not be very effective. It's better for the team to practice in the pool. Real practice yields better results. Jinjo suggested. Alright, we'll follow your advice, Jinjo.
Risa stood up and called the team together.
Next, we'll move to the pool for treading water practice. Remember to pay attention to the movements Jinjo just explained. Yes. The girls replied in unison, dragging out their tone, and then began jumping into the pool one by one. The water's surface erupted in splashes, as if joyfully applauding the young women entering it. The team had already passed the entry tests, so swimming wasn't an issue. However, since treading water wasn't something they'd mastered yet, things became chaotic during their first attempts. "Ah, Jinjo-senpai, please help me,"
one girl called out shortly after entering the water, flailing her arms. Hearing her, Jinjo swam over and held her up. "You need to use your feet to kick the water while circling them. Relax your knees and don't keep them stiff, okay?" he patiently explained.
Thank you, Jinjo-senpai."
The girl nodded shyly, then returned to practicing.
"Wow, my body feels lighter, like I can stand on water now,"
the girl exclaimed excitedly as she successfully tried the technique, now floating gracefully like a swan on the surface.
"You're doing great. Remember to keep your legs bent and kick with your feet." At that moment, Risa also swam over to Jinjo. "Your teaching is going well, Jinjo." Her tone was slightly breathless, likely from swimming over quickly. "I'll handle guiding the girls here.
You go underwater and observe their leg movements.
See if anything needs improvement." "Underwater?" Jinjo confirmed.
"Yes, it's hard to see clearly from the surface."
"All right then."
Jinjo adjusted his goggles, took a deep breath, and dove underwater. And under the surface, he discovered a world that was unexpectedly full of vivid sights. Diving underwater in one breath, Sasuke Jinjo was immediately captivated by the scene before him. Sunlight filtered through the surface, forming tiny beams of light that shimmered delicately.
Even more dazzling were the female college students in swimsuits floating on the water.
Countless slender, toned legs moved gracefully in the water, their fair skin taking on a translucent glow under the sunlight. Petite feet continuously kicked underwater, creating small, swirling eddies. The ripples on the surface merged together, generating an indescribable sense of youthful vitality and gentle rhythm. The girls' legs, spread wide for a treading water, revealed depths and angles that could only be appreciated from below the surface. Gradually, their figures became hazy and mysterious under the play of sunlight, stirring an irresistible curiosity to explore further. Underwater, it was extraordinarily quiet, as if time had frozen. Blub, blub, blub.
Small bubbles emerged from Jinjo's mouth.
Oh! He had spent too much time admiring the scene and was running out of air.
Jinjo vigorously moved his arms, swiftly swimming to the surface. Huff! Huff! Huff!
The next second, Jinjo clung to the edge of the pool, gasping for fresh air. His heavy breathing made the rise and fall of his chest particularly noticeable. Risa Shiraishi, who had been guiding the team from the surface, noticed what was happening and swam over as quickly as she could.
"Are you okay, Jinjo?"
She looked genuinely worried.
I'm fine," Jinjo replied, panting heavily.
"It's just,
I held my breath a little too long underwater. I just need a moment to recover."
After a few more seconds, his breathing gradually steadied. "Don't push yourself too hard, Jinjo," Risa said with concern.
"Do you want to take a break on land?" "No need, Shiraishi-senpai.
I'll just rest here for a bit," Jinjo replied. Seeing that Jinjo's tone had returned to normal, Risa felt relieved.
"So, Jinjo, based on your underwater observations, do the team members have any issues with their treading water technique?"
"Not really, Shiraishi-senpai.
Their understanding is excellent, and their movements underwater look very precise."
"That's great.
Thanks to you, Jinjo, the team is more enthusiastic today, and their progress is much better than usual." Hearing about the team's improvement, Risa beamed. Her fair face, dotted with water droplets, looked even more radiant in the sunlight. "It's about time."
"Let them rest for a bit," Jinjo suggested, estimating that the girls had probably reached their physical limit by now.
"All right, Jinjo." Risa blew her whistle, signaling the team to finish their session and come ashore. "Phew, that was tough. My legs are about to cramp."
"Ha!
I'm fine."
Jinjo-senpai's method is super effective. I feel like I can stand on water now." As the girls entered their break, they picked up towels to dry off and relax.
"Here, have some water, Jinjo."
Risa handed him a bottle of mineral water.
"Thanks, Shiraishi-senpai." Jinjo gulped it down eagerly.
After all the explanations he had given, his throat was parched.
"What's next for the training, Jinjo?" Risa asked about the upcoming activities. "I think today's treading water practice is enough. Overtraining might have the opposite effect."
After their break, let the team practice swimming freely for a while.
Jinjo felt it was better to take things step by step.
Advanced exercises, like treading water while holding weights, could wait for another time.
Rushing might lower the girls' morale, and having anyone quit the team would be unfortunate.
Although the water polo club was founded by Risa, Jinjo couldn't help but think about how these members were recruited, likely through her charm.
He didn't want their efforts to go to waste.
You're really good at training, Jinjo, not only at teaching but also at understanding how to motivate the team.
Risa praised him with a smile, though there seemed to be a hint of mischief in her expression. Hey, President, don't flatter me too much. Are you trying to make me do something? Jinjo teased. Ha! You caught me.
I knew you were sharp as ever, Jinjo. Risa chuckled lightly, like a child who had just pulled off a successful prank.
Actually, I was thinking, since your training methods are so effective, why not come to the water polo club more often to guide us? Well, I'll have to think about it. Jinjo genuinely needed to consider it.
Watching these swimsuit-clad girls train regularly might be too much for him to handle.
Everyone! Risa suddenly called out to the resting team.
The girls turned their heads in unison.
Should we ask Jinjo-senpai to guide us again next time?
Risa raised her voice slightly.
Yes. That would be amazing. Jinjo-senpai is the best.
The girls responded enthusiastically, dragging out their words.
See, Jinjo? That's what everyone wants, Risa said smugly, her usual calm demeanor replaced with uncharacteristic excitement.
Clearly, water polo was her passion. Hey, Shiraishi-senpai, this is blatant coercion, Jinjo said with a helpless smile.
Alright, if I have time on weekends, I'll come by to help. Seeing the girls' enthusiasm, Jinjo couldn't bring himself to refuse. Helping them improve was just part of who he was. Jinjo agreed. Risa announced the good news to the team. Yay!
The girls cheered, high-fiving each other as if they had just won a major reward.
I'll treat everyone to lunch later. Risa added. Wow! Awesome! President's really going all out today. Her words sent the excitement to its peak.
Typical rich girl, celebrating by treating everyone, Jinjo thought to himself. For lunch, they went to the same burger place where Jinjo and Risa had eaten dinner last time. The team occupied a long, connected table, and the atmosphere was lively throughout the meal.
Jinjo and Risa sat at one end of the table.
Look, Jinjo-senpai and Shiraishi-senpai look so good together. A random girl shouted, and the others started to tease them.
Jinjo glanced at Risa.
She merely smiled faintly, her ears slightly red, as if she wasn't too bothered by it.
The lively group lunch lasted until nearly 3 in the afternoon.
Aside from teasing the handsome man and beautiful woman among them, the girls also enthusiastically chatted about other topics. University girls were like that, always full of endless conversations and gossip to share.
Tomorrow is a school day, so everyone should head back and rest early, Risa Shiraishi said, noticing it was getting late. Okay. The girls, though reluctant to leave, realized they had stayed longer than they should have. Thank you for your hard work today, Jinjo. See you tomorrow at school.
Alright, see you tomorrow, Shiraishi-senpai. After saying goodbye to Risa and the other team members, Sosuke Jinjo prepared to head back to his apartment to rest.
Ding ding ding.
The line notification sound came from his phone.
Sosuke, are you coming home for dinner tonight?
It was a message from Tomoko Matsumoto. I'll be there, Tomoko-san, Jinjo replied directly. On the way home, he passed the market that Tomoko Matsumoto often frequented.
Jinjo suddenly had an idea, why not cook for her tonight and let her try his cooking?
He couldn't stop thinking about the Chinese food they'd had at the mall last time. Although Japanese-style Chinese cuisine wasn't quite the same, it had awakened his craving for the flavors of home. Considering how much Tomoko Matsumoto had taken care of him, cooking dinner tonight seemed like a small but meaningful way to show his gratitude. That's right, Sasuke Jinjo had been quite capable of cooking in his past life. Initially, it was just to escape the monotony of the limited delivery options around his place. But after trying it a few times, he realized he had a knack for it. While he couldn't compare to professional chefs, he could handle basic home cooking with ease. Japanese cuisine, in his opinion, was too bland, either boiled, steamed, or raw, with minimal seasoning to preserve the ingredients' natural flavors.
Today, Jinjo decided to do something different and let Tomoko Matsumoto experience the true taste of authentic Chinese food.
After walking around the market, Jinjo bought a large piece of lamb leg, some pork ribs, and a variety of vegetables like corn and carrots. He planned to make stir-fried lamb and a corn and rib soup. Lamb dishes were rare in Japan, and the soup would be a nutritious treat for Tomoko, especially given her recent fatigue. Carrying a large bag of groceries,
Jinjo arrived at the apartment around 4 p.m. He knocked on the door, and Tomoko Matsumoto quickly came to greet him. "Look what I bought, Tomoko-san." Jinjo held up the bag with a grin. "Ha? Sosuke, what's this?" "I'll be cooking dinner tonight, Tomoko-san. You can try my cooking," Jinjo said with a bright smile. Tomoko, who had probably just woken up from a nap, looked a bit dazed. She quickly took the bag from Jinjo's hands. Her long black hair cascaded naturally, and she wore a loose silk nightgown that just barely covered her rounded hips. As she bent forward slightly, a glimpse of her fair skin caught the light. "You can cook, Sosuke? No need to trouble yourself, I was about to start preparing dinner anyway." "Don't worry, Tomoko-san. You'll see what I can do soon enough," Jinjo said confidently. "By the way, what did you think of the Chinese food we had at the mall last time?" "It was delicious. I've even been looking up Chinese recipes online, but I haven't had the chance to try them yet." "Well then, let me take a shot at it today. I'm going to challenge myself with some authentic Chinese dishes." Curious, Tomoko peeked into the bag Jinjo had brought. "Is this lamb? And what's this red stuff?" she asked, pulling out a small transparent bag filled with red berries. "That's goji berries. They're great for making soup, very nutritious and good for the skin," Jinjo explained with a mischievous smile. "Tomoko-san, you've probably been losing a lot of moisture lately, haven't you?" "Sosuke, you're teasing me again." Tomoko's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she rubbed her smooth thighs in embarrassment. Jinjo carried the large bag of groceries into the kitchen and began preparing the ingredients. Tomoko quickly changed her clothes, or rather, she just added a floral apron over her nightgown and came to help him. "I'll handle the meat. Can you take care of the vegetables, Tomoko-san?" "Sure thing, Sosuke. I never expected a college student like you to know how to cook." "Ha, it's something I picked up out of curiosity." "And since you work so hard, Tomoko-san, let's switch roles today, I'll be the chef," Jinjo said as he began slicing the lamb into thin pieces. He cleaned it with baking soda, salt, and water, ensuring the meat would be tender and juicy. Then he moved on to blanching the pork ribs, quickly skimming off the foam. Meanwhile, Tomoko washed the vegetables, carrots, corn, green onions, carefully following Jinjo's instructions. The small kitchen grew warm in the summer afternoon heat, and both of them started to feel a little overheated. Tomoko's loose strands of hair clung to her forehead, and beads of sweat trickled down her neck, disappearing into her fair skin. Jinjo finished preparing the soup ingredients, placing the blanched ribs, ginger, corn, and carrots into a clay pot. He added red dates and goji berries for extra nutrition, thinking about how they would benefit the beautiful woman beside him. After bringing the soup to a boil, Jinjo turned down the heat to let it simmer. "Phew! It's so hot. The soup's on the stove now, Tomoko-san. Let's cool off for a bit." "Okay, Sosuke," Tomoko said, wiping sweat from her forehead as she followed him out of the kitchen. Jinjo sat on the couch and gulped down some water. Tomoko sat next to him, fanning herself with one hand and tugging at the loose neckline of her nightgown to let some air in. "Judging by the heat, it seems like the dress is unnecessary. Next time, just wear the apron," Jinjo thought to himself. Watching Tomoko's delicate demeanor, Jinjo couldn't resist pulling her into his arms. Tomoko didn't resist, instead softly lying against his broad chest, her body melting into his. The heat seemed to intensify, and beads of sweat began to form even more rapidly. Jinjo glanced down at her, noticing the glossy sheen of her lips from the faint lip gloss she wore. Lowering his head, he kissed the nape of her neck, intoxicated by her mature scent. "Sosuke," Tomoko murmured, shifting slightly in his arms. "The soup is still on the stove," she reminded him. "Don't worry, Tomoko-san. It needs at least 40 more minutes to simmer. Trust me, I've got the timing under control." "Oh, okay. Sosuke," she whispered. The bedroom door was half open, and the heat from the boiling soup in the kitchen slowly filled the apartment. Before long, the room was enveloped in a thick, steamy air filled with the rich aroma of simmering meat. 40 minutes later, drenched in sweat, Sosuke Jinjo arrived in the kitchen right on time. He lifted the lid of the clay pot, revealing a clear, fragrant soup that had been cooked to perfection. Adding a pinch of salt for seasoning, he took a ladle, scooped some up, and tasted it. The flavor was excellent. Jinjo couldn't help but feel a little self-satisfied. Turning off the heat, he let the soup sit for a while to let the flavors settle before serving. Next, Jinjo began cooking the lamb. He fried the chopped green onions until fragrant, added the marinated lamb to the sizzling pan, turned the heat to high, and quickly stir-fried it with light seasoning.
Within moments, another dish was ready to be plated.
The enticing aroma drew Tomoko Matsumoto over.
"It smells amazing, Sasuke," she said.
"It looks fantastic too."
Fresh out of the shower, Tomoko was drying her glossy black hair with a towel. A bath towel was loosely wrapped around her body, barely covering her full figure. Pulling it up slightly left the lower part exposed, and pulling it down left the upper part struggling to stay in place. "You should take a shower too, Sasuke," Tomoko said, her fair cheeks flushed pink from the steam.
"Alright, Tomoko-san." This was Jinjo's first time stepping into her bathroom.
Although its layout was similar to his own, it was filled with items he didn't have, a variety of towels, bath sponges, and rows of bottles and jars whose names he didn't even recognize.
No wonder Tomoko's skin was so well maintained.
Warm water flowed over his body, washing away sweat and other unidentifiable substances.
Ah, so refreshing. After finishing his shower, Jinjo felt rejuvenated.
The stickiness from before was now replaced with a fresh, clean sensation.
He quickly changed clothes and walked out. Tomoko had already placed the 2 dishes he'd prepared on the dining table.
During his shower, she had also quickly made a tamagoyaki and a vegetable salad. The golden and green colors added a touch of elegance to the table. Tomoko had tossed her damp nightgown into the laundry basket and changed into a loose white tank top and black shorts. Her nearly dry hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, giving her a wilder charm that was different from her usual composed demeanor. Jinjo served bowls of soup for both of them and set the table. He felt quite satisfied with his work today.
"Let's eat, Tomoko-san. Try my cooking and let me know what you think."
"Sasuke, honestly, you've stolen my usual lines today," Tomoko said with a smile.
"You're such a thoughtful boy." "Well then, itadakimasu." Tomoko clasped her hands together happily before picking up a spoon. "Wow, this soup is so fresh and delicious. The light flavor, with a hint of sweetness, is absolutely wonderful. I can't believe this is your first time cooking, it's amazing." Tomoko couldn't stop praising the corn and rib soup as she took sip after sip. "This soup is great for nourishment, Tomoko-san. Drink more, you've been exerting yourself a lot lately."
Tomoko set her spoon down, gently touching her rosy lips with her delicate hand, exuding an irresistible charm.
"Sasuke, there you go again."
Here, Tomoko-san, try some lamb," Jinjo said, placing a few pieces into her bowl.
"Be careful, it's hot."
Tomoko picked up a piece of lamb, puffed her cheeks as she blew on it, then slowly placed it into her mouth.
She chewed thoughtfully, her pale neck trembling slightly. This lamb is so tender. I've never been able to handle lamb's unique flavor. How did you do it, Sasuke?"
"Oh, it's simple, stir-frying," Jinjo replied.
"Stir-frying?" Tomoko asked, puzzled.
"Yes, you turn the heat to the highest setting and add the lamb to hot oil, quickly stir-frying it.
The high temperature eliminates the odor and locks in the moisture."
"I see.
Sasuke, you really know a lot. Stir-frying, huh? I'll have to try that next time."
Jinjo picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The flavors were indeed excellent, even though he hadn't cooked in a while. Thankfully, his skills from his past life were still reliable, allowing him to easily create a satisfying homemade meal. The familiar taste of home brought immense comfort to his palate.
The 2 of them chatted casually while enjoying the meal.
Before long, they had cleared the table of all the dishes.
"Phew! I'm so full."
"Your cooking is incredible, Sasuke.
I ate much more than usual today.
Looks like I'll have to eat less tomorrow, or I'll definitely gain weight," Tomoko said as she gently patted her stomach.
"It's fine, Tomoko-san.
Your extra weight always ends up in the perfect places," Jinjo said with a teasing smile, his gaze drifting to her most prominent feature.
Sasuke. Tomoko was gradually getting used to his playful remarks.
She lightly tapped his arm with her slender hand, her eyes full of affection. After tidying up, the 2 of them lazily lounged on the couch. "I can't believe a college student like you is such a great cook," Tomoko said. "You're handsome, tall, thoughtful, and also..." She glanced toward the bedroom, hesitated, and swallowed her words.
"And also what?" Jinjo pressed. "Ahem, nothing. I was just thinking, Sasuke, you're really the perfect man."
With a soft sigh, Tomoko's expression became slightly wistful. "If my daughter could find someone like you as her husband, that would be amazing. I'd be so happy I'd wake up laughing from my dreams. Oh, I just hope she doesn't end up as unlucky as me." Jinjo had heard before that Tomoko had a daughter in college, but she rarely talked about her.
"Tomoko-san, your daughter's in college, right? What's her major?" Jinjo's question seemed to open Tomoko's floodgates. My daughter's name is Sachiko. She's very beautiful and has always excelled academically.
She's majoring in literature, and becoming a writer has always been her dream. As she spoke about her daughter, Tomoko's eyes lit up.
Ever since Sachiko was little, it's just been the two of us, mother and daughter, relying on each other.
She's such a considerate child, never causing me any trouble.
We've always been very close.
So when Sachiko went to college, I felt lost for a long time, lonely and empty, going through the same motions every day.
So, thank you, Sosuke. Since you arrived, you've brought new energy into my life.
You've filled the emptiness in my heart.
Filling the void in her heart? Sosuke Jinjo thought for a moment.
It seemed he did have a knack for helping women feel better.
No need to be so sad, Tomoko-san. Your daughter should come back during the holidays, right?
Seeing the hint of melancholy on Tomoko Matsumoto's face as she thought about her daughter, Jinjo offered some comforting words.
Yes. She should be back for summer vacation, it's not too far away now.
Besides, Sachiko often messages or video calls me when she has free time. When she comes back, the three of us can have dinner together.
It'll be much livelier then. Thinking about that, Tomoko's mood brightened quickly. I'm looking forward to that day.
I'm so envious, Tomoko-san. You have such a considerate daughter. I grew up with my grandfather, so I never really got to experience much familial warmth.
Tomoko reached out and gently tousled Jinjo's slightly messy hair.
Her soft, warm smile seemed to melt away all worries.
Then it's like we're two lonely souls right now, aren't we?
At least we can keep each other company, she said. Jinjo turned to look at her, noticing the maternal glow in her warm smile and half-closed eyes. At that moment, their eyes met, and silence fell between them. Before they knew it, their lips had met. Jinjo stirred slightly, feeling himself ready to engage in battle as his energy seemed fully restored. After training with the water polo team at noon, showering at Tomoko Matsumoto's house in the afternoon, and then returning to his apartment in the evening, Jinjo ended up showering 3 times in a single day. Finally, he could collapse onto his soft bed. At that moment, all he wanted was to empty his mind and enjoy the peace of the night.
Knock, knock, knock. Unfortunately, a knock on the door interrupted his tranquility. Jinjo reluctantly threw on some clothes and got up to open the door.
Sosuke, I'm so sorry to bother you so late, a familiar voice said.
In the moonlight, Jinjo recognized the visitor. It was Kana Kobayakawa. Kana. I haven't seen you in a few days.
Come on in, he said, stepping aside to let her enter.
Tonight, Kana looked entirely different from her usual self. She was wearing a standard office lady's suit, which fit her perfectly. The tailored outfit emphasized her curves, and her legs, extending from beneath the tight skirt to her feet, were encased in sheer black tights. Although her ample upper body usually drew attention, Jinjo now realized how stunning her legs were too. This woman truly could pull off any style. Have a seat, Kana, Jinjo said as they both sat down on the couch. I haven't seen you at the shop lately. I heard from Morikawa that you've been attending company meetings?
Yes, Kana sighed.
I've been in meetings non-stop lately. It seems the company is considering promoting me to work at headquarters.
That's great. Congratulations on your promotion, Kana, Jinjo said enthusiastically.
Thank you, Sosuke, but I may have to leave for a while.
I came tonight to say goodbye.
You're leaving Tokyo, Kana?
Jinjo asked, surprised.
No.
Kana raised her delicate hand, pretending to knock herself on the head with a small fist.
Sorry for the confusion, Sosuke.
I'm just being sent on a business trip for a few days.
She sighed again, looking a little dispirited.
I haven't seen you in days, so I wanted to come and say goodbye tonight.
I see. Where are you going on your business trip?
I'm not sure yet.
They said I'd be touring some of the company's top-performing stores in different prefectures. And how long will you be gone?
That's still unclear, Kana replied with a wry smile, looking somewhat resigned.
To be honest, Sosuke, even though this promotion is a good opportunity, I'm a bit conflicted. Once I join headquarters, I'll probably be stuck with endless work. Mid-level management basically means dealing with a never-ending stream of tasks.
Lately, all these meetings and late-night material preparations have been overwhelming. The sheer workload makes it hard to breathe, Kana said, sighing deeply again.
Now Jinjo understood why she looked so tired.
It's always a bit tough adjusting to a new role at first, he said. The fact that headquarters noticed you so quickly shows how capable you are.
And maybe you can take this business trip as an opportunity to relax a bit. I hope it's like you say, Sosuke, Kana said. Honestly, I'd be happy just staying as a small store manager. The work is familiar, and I get to see you every day. Kana's gaze softened, and a hint of reliance shone in her eyes as she looked at Jinjo. Ha, even if you move to headquarters, we can still see each other often, right?
You live right next door, after all, Jinjo said with a reassuring smile.
Like I've said before, Kana, my door is always open for you. If work ever stresses you out, you can come and talk to me. Being alone can make the pressure worse, so it's good to have someone to help you relax. Jinjo could clearly sense the immense pressure she'd been under recently. Thank you, Sosuke, Kana said, her expression softening. Her ears turned slightly red.
Kana hesitated, her voice trailing off.
What is it, Kana? Jinjo asked gently.
Sosuke, can I hug you one more time? Her voice was quiet and shy, full of vulnerability yet laced with a heartfelt yearning. The next moment, Jinjo smiled and opened his arms. Kana froze for a moment before throwing herself into his embrace. Her unrestrained longing pressed against his chest, dissolving the awkwardness and shyness from earlier. She remembered the warmth of his arms from their previous hug. Each time, Jinjo felt like a lifeline, allowing her to find a brief reprieve from life's pressures. She buried her head deeper into his warm, strong chest, her arms wrapping tightly around his back as if never wanting to let go. The hug lasted for a long time. Sosuke Jinjo gently wrapped his arms around Kana Kobayakawa's waist, holding her softly. Kana's breathing, which had been quick and shallow at first, gradually became calm. Slowly, their breaths synchronized into a unique rhythm. With every passing second, Jinjo could feel Kana's body relaxing more and more, as if her stress was slowly melting away under his gentle touch. Sometimes, even adults can't handle pressure as well as children. Who says adults aren't allowed to have moments of vulnerability? Jinjo gently patted Kana's back, as if comforting a wounded girl. Finally, she slowly raised her fair face, which carried a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, Sosuke. Did I make things awkward for you? Kana felt a little embarrassed about her impulsive behavior. Of course not, Kana. Do you feel better now? Jinjo asked softly, his voice calm and soothing. In the bright moonlight, his side profile was perfectly outlined. His clear, gentle eyes and warm voice left Kana completely mesmerized. It took her a moment to snap out of it. I feel much better now, as though all the stress from the past few days has disappeared.
Thank you, Sosuke. Ah.
I feel so refreshed. Kana raised her arms high and stretched her body, then forced a big smile to show how much her mood had improved.
Ha, Sosuke, you're like a therapist. You cured me so quickly. Really?
Then I'll have to charge you for the session, Kana, Jinjo teased.
Fine, I'll make sure to reward Dr. Jinjo generously, Kana replied with a natural, sweet smile. By the way, Sosuke, how have you been these past few days? Relaxed, Kana struck up a casual conversation. Me? My days have been pretty routine.
But today, I helped train the water polo club.
Water polo?
Do universities still have clubs like that? Yes, but it's very niche, more niche than your interest in reptiles, Kana.
Ah, I forgot I told you about that before.
How embarrassing, Kana said, her face suddenly turning red.
Why would it be?
After you mentioned it, I even checked out a few reptile channels myself.
It's quite interesting. Really, Sosuke?
Of course.
That's great. There are even reptile exhibitions held every year, but I've never had the courage to go alone. Maybe I can bring you along next time? No problem. It's a deal.
Deal, Sosuke. Kana's radiant smile was a stark contrast to the state she was in when she first walked in.
It was getting late.
After chatting for a little while longer, Kana had to leave since she needed to prepare for her business trip the next day. I really love spending time with Sosuke, she thought as she returned to her room.
It's just a shame the time is always so short. I hope I'll have more free time after my trip.
After sending Kana off, Jinjo lay back down on his bed and opened his system interface to check the day's gains.
Beauty affection system activated, #.
Assistance mission, help Risa Shiraishi complete water polo club training.
#.
Mission complete, reward 5,000 yen.
#. Target Risa Shiraishi, affection +5, reward 5,000 yen. #.
Current target, Risa Shiraishi, affection level, 80.
#. Target Kana Kobayakawa, affection +7, reward 7,000 yen. Hashtag. Current target, Kana Kobayakawa, affection level, 85. Hashtag. Current target, Tomoko Matsumoto, affection level, 100. Hashtag. Daily fixed income reward, 5,000 yen. Hashtag. It had been a productive day. The affection levels of the girls toward Jinjo were steadily increasing, and the rewards were piling up accordingly. It seemed his helpful nature was truly appreciated by these young women. Perhaps this was the essence of the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. The soft moonlight poured into the room, leaving scattered patches of light on the floor. A cool night breeze drifted through, like a gentle lullaby, easing him into a peaceful sleep. Another week began, and Jinjo's life settled into a routine, commuting between his apartment, school, and the convenience store. Aside from his ongoing interactions with Tomoko Matsumoto, life was fairly uneventful. During the week, Jinjo went on 2 more dates with Haruka Mochizuki. The dates were similar to their first one, spending time at popular student hangouts like amusement parks and movie theaters. Haruka had tucked a photo from their first date into the back of her phone case. She confessed that she didn't even know how many times she'd removed the case to admire it. Occasionally, her coworkers caught her grinning like a fool at work. She really was an adorable, slightly childish girl. On Saturday evening, after taking a shower, Jinjo was lying in bed scrolling through videos on his phone when his phone suddenly rang. It was Haruka Mochizuki's number. "Hello, Haruka," Jinjo answered. "Jinjo-kun, your voice really is magnetic," came the response after a pause. But the voice on the other end was calm, steady, and slightly cold. It was a woman Jinjo had never spoken to before. "Ha?" Jinjo glanced at his phone again. The caller ID still showed Haruka Mochizuki. "From what I've heard, you're supposed to be a kind and handsome guy, right? Who are you? And why do you have Haruka's phone?" Jinjo asked. "I'm Riko Ito, Haruka's friend." "Oh, Riko-san? I've heard about you." "Really? You've heard of me?" "Yes, Haruka has mentioned you a few times." Riko Ito was the owner of the university uniform Haruka had worn on their first date and one of her closest friends. Haruka had said they'd known each other for a long time. Riko was married now and had a child, but the two still occasionally met up for drinks after work. "Why are you calling me with Haruka's phone, Riko-san?" "Well, even if you hadn't asked, I was about to explain why I'm using your college girlfriend's phone to call you." It seemed Haruka had told her friend about their dates. "Hey, are you listening? Let me explain why I have Haruka's phone," Riko said firmly. "Yes, please go ahead." "Ah, what a shame," Riko said, letting out a small laugh. "Jinjo-kun, can you come out right now? Haruka has run into some serious trouble." "So this is the famous Jinjo-kun I've heard so much about." Riko Ito glanced at the photo sticker in her hand and then turned her gaze to Sasuke Jinjo, as if confirming it was the same person. "You're even more handsome than in the photo." Haruka really got lucky this time. The izakaya where they were meeting wasn't far from the apartment. Jinjo had arrived in about 10 minutes on foot. At the entrance, he informed the receptionist that he was there to pick up a friend, and the hostess guided him inside. When Jinjo was led to the innermost private room, Haruka Mochizuki looked completely drunk. "Hey, Jinjo-kun. Over here, over here. Sit next to me." Haruka, her face flushed red, shouted loudly at Jinjo. "How much has she had to drink?" Jinjo asked Riko Ito, who was sitting across from Haruka. Riko could only shake her head helplessly. "Sit down here." Haruka insisted, her voice growing louder as she pulled Jinjo down beside her. Her face was bright red, her eyes unfocused, but her mood was unusually high. It's Jinjo-kun, it's Jinjo-kun," she giggled, leaning closer until her shoulder was pressed against his arm. "Sorry for calling you out so late," Riko said with a wry smile. "Riko taught me lots of moves, Jinjo-kun. Just wait and see how awesome I can be," Haruka said, clinging to Jinjo's arm and giggling as if she had caught her prey. After muttering a few more incomprehensible words, Haruka suddenly slumped forward and collapsed onto Jinjo. Instinctively, Jinjo caught her, but she kept sliding down until her head ended up resting on his lap. Hey! Haruka?" Jinjo tried to wake her, but there was no response. Moments later, he heard her start snoring softly. "She seems to have fallen asleep," Jinjo said, slightly exasperated. "That's probably the case. Whenever she gets drunk, she falls asleep pretty quickly," Riko said, taking a sip of her drink. "Does Haruka always drink this much?" Jinjo asked. "Not usually. She knows her limits and rarely drinks beyond them." I think it's my fault she overdid it today. Your fault, Riko-san?
I guess I teased her a bit too much, Riko admitted.
What was that about moves she mentioned earlier? Riko smiled faintly but didn't answer, instead downing another glass of alcohol.
Jinjo looked down at Haruka, who was sound asleep on his lap, her face peaceful and childlike. Even though she wasn't waking up, her movements were tickling him slightly, as she unconsciously squirmed now and then.
Sorry, Jinjo-kun. Could you take Haruka home?
Jinjo had already been told over the phone that this was why Riko had called him out. She wanted him to take Haruka back to her apartment.
I could take her myself, but honestly, this was just an excuse. An excuse?
Jinjo asked, confused.
Yes, an excuse to meet you. I wanted to see what kind of person had rescued poor Haruka. Riko said this playfully, her gaze fixed on Jinjo with interest. You know, Haruka has spoken very highly of you. Back in university, she was the type to sit quietly in the corner, unnoticed by anyone.
I never imagined she'd openly talk about a man like this. Jinjo simply nodded slightly, while Riko smiled with satisfaction. Honestly, this world works in mysterious ways.
Who would have thought that my old university uniform could lead to something so interesting?
Jinjo was already aware that the uniform Haruka had worn that day belonged to Riko.
It had been the starting point of the fateful encounter between Jinjo and Haruka on the train. Riko-san, can I ask you something I've been curious about? Jinjo inquired.
Of course.
What is it?
I've always wondered why, during the time you and Haruka drank at home, you still had your old university uniform.
Most people wouldn't keep something like that after getting married and moving out, right? Well, that's... Riko, usually calm and composed, seemed hesitant to answer this time.
That has to do with some private matters between my husband and me, so I'd rather not explain.
Understood.
No explanation was necessary, Jinjo already had a good idea of the reason.
Don't worry, though. I brought it back from my old home on a whim.
I tried it on once, but it scared my husband, so I quickly took it off.
I guess it didn't suit his tastes.
So, it wasn't used for anything weird, Riko clarified.
Got it, Jinjo replied, nodding.
You said you didn't want to explain, but you still ended up saying a lot.
Well, I should head home now. My husband's watching the kids tonight, so I can't stay out too late. All right. Take care on your way back. After settling the bill, Riko left the izakaya.
Jinjo attempted to help Haruka up, but she was heavier than he expected. In the end, he carried her bridal style. Despite her ample upper body, Haruka's waist was slim and delicate, fitting perfectly into Jinjo's arms. He gently supported her waist, placing her arms around his neck for balance. Thanks to his regular workouts, Jinjo didn't feel any strain carrying her.
Haruka nestled into Jinjo's chest, soft and fragrant. Under the streetlights of the quiet midnight streets, their shadows overlapped, cast onto the dark ground below.
The bustling energy of Tokyo didn't reach this secluded corner. The only sounds were Haruka's soft murmurs and Jinjo's steady heartbeat. Jinjo walked down the empty alleyway, reaching the apartment. He carried her up the stairs to her door. Since he didn't have her keys, he tried to wake her again. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered gently, "Haruka.
Haruka-san."
Haruka vaguely felt herself being shaken, her body weightless, as though floating. The warmth enveloping her wasn't the heat of alcohol but the comforting embrace of another person.
The sensation was so pleasant that she didn't want to wake up.
But the soft, persistent voice calling her name finally brought her back to her senses. Summoning all her strength, Haruka opened her eyes. When she looked up, she saw Jinjo's concerned face.
"Ah, you're awake. That's a relief," he said. "G.I. Jinjo-kun? What's going on?"
At this moment, Haruka Mochizuki finally realized her current situation.
She was floating in the air.
Sosuke Jinjo's strong arms were supporting her body, one under her shoulders and the other under her knees.
No wonder her feet weren't touching the ground. Was this the legendary Princess Carrie? Why am I being carried by Jinjo-kun?
Haruka stammered, her voice full of panic, as she wriggled in his arms.
"Hey, don't move around."
"I'll put you down now," Jinjo said, bending down carefully and lowering her gently to the ground. Although Haruka felt a bit regretful, she knew she needed to figure out what was going on. She looked around and realized they were standing at the door to her apartment.
Northbridge Town, Matsumoto Apartments, 2nd floor, room 202.
She had lived here ever since starting her job, almost a year now.
What? What happened? How did I get back here? Why is Jinjo-kun standing in front of my door?
The alcohol in her system, combined with her confusion, made Haruka feel like her head was about to explode.
Do you not remember anything?
Jinjo asked, sounding a bit helpless.
I remember everything up to drinking with Riko at the izakaya.
I even remember her teasing me non-stop, Haruka muttered.
But after that, I just started drinking glass after glass, and everything went blank.
Jinjo explained, Riko-san called me.
She said you were drunk and asked me to take you home.
Oh, so that's what happened, Haruka said, finally piecing things together.
Ah.
I'm so sorry for letting you see me like this, Jinjo-kun, Haruka apologized, her voice filled with guilt.
And I'm sorry for making you carry me back. I must have been so heavy.
You weren't heavy at all, Jinjo replied casually.
Not heavy?
So you mean I wasn't too heavy, but still a little heavy, right?
Ah, why did it have to be like this?
If I'd known Jinjo-kun would carry me like that, I would have started dieting earlier, Haruka thought, feeling even more self-conscious.
Well, it's good you're awake now.
I didn't know what to do without a key, Jinjo said.
Ah, I'm so sorry, Jinjo-kun, for causing you so much trouble, Haruka said, bowing her head repeatedly. Ah, by the way, why don't you come in for some tea before you leave?
Feeling embarrassed about everything, Haruka wanted to invite him in to make up for her behavior and salvage her image. She hurriedly fished her keys out of her bag and inserted them into the lock. Suddenly, her hand froze. As she turned the doorknob, a wave of dizziness hit her, making her head spin. Her body lost its balance, and she was about to collapse. Thankfully, Jinjo's quick reflexes allowed him to catch her just in time, his hand steadying her shoulder.
Give me the key, Haruka-san.
Don't push yourself, you're still drunk, he said.
Okay.
I'll leave it to you, Jinjo-kun, Haruka mumbled, handing him the key.
Jinjo opened the door and guided her inside.
I'll help you to the bed so you can rest, Jinjo said, carefully supporting Haruka as they walked in.
I don't usually drink this much. I'm normally very disciplined with alcohol.
It's just that today, Haruka trailed off as she sat on the bed, starting to explain herself.
Don't worry about it, Haruka-san.
It's no big deal, Jinjo said with a cheerful smile. His gentle demeanor made Haruka's chest tighten with a strange sense of pain. The more perfect he seemed, the more embarrassed she felt about her own behavior.
Did I say anything strange while I was drunk? Haruka asked cautiously. No.
Not really, Jinjo answered, hesitating slightly.
Ah. So I did say something weird. Haruka exclaimed, panicking. I knew it. I must have said something stupid, right? Jinjo-kun, please tell me. What did I say?
Haruka was practically losing her mind with worry. It wasn't anything too strange.
You just what? You just said something, happily, like you were proud of it. What was it? Haruka asked, her eyes wide with desperation.
You said you learned some kind of technique from Riko-san and wanted to show me how good you were. Jinjo recalled their conversation in the izakaya's private room.
Ah!
Haruka let out a loud cry, as if she were about to faint. Her face turned even redder than when she was drunk earlier. Even from a distance, Jinjo could feel the heat radiating from her face. If he touched her now, her skin would probably burn his hand.
What on earth could have made her react like this? Jinjo thought to himself. Haruka-san?
Jinjo waved his hand in front of her face, trying to bring her back to reality.
I'm
listening, Jinjo-kun, Haruka finally mumbled after a long pause.
It's all Riko's fault.
She kept saying strange things to me, Haruka muttered with a sigh, clearly blaming Riko. Jinjo's curiosity deepened, his brows furrowing slightly. Dinner was fine at first, but then Riko heard that we'd gone on 3 dates already, so... Haruka's head sank lower and lower until it was almost buried in her chest. She said, after 3 dates, most people would usually do that. Her voice became so soft that it was nearly inaudible.
Because I have no experience in that area.
I didn't know what to say, so I just kept drinking. And then Riko made it worse, saying we didn't have to go that far, and that there were other techniques we could try instead.
What kind of techniques? Jinjo asked, finally addressing the question that had been bothering him all night.
Just those kinds of techniques, Haruka stammered, motioning with her hands and then lightly touching her lips with her finger.
Finally, Jinjo understood what she meant. Riko Ito truly lived up to her status as a married woman, her knowledge was clearly extensive.
After finishing her explanation, Haruka felt like her whole body was on fire. Although the alcohol contributed to the heat, her embarrassment from recounting the story was the main reason. Feeling utterly mortified, she grabbed the blanket on her bed and dove underneath, covering herself completely. After a moment of silence, Sasuke Jinjo tried speaking to Haruka Mochizuki through the blanket. Haruka-san, Haruka-san? There was no response. After a while, a small, muffled voice came from beneath the blanket. I'm sorry, Jinjo-kun. I've never gone on a date with a guy before, so I have no experience with this kind of thing. Today, I drank too much, said a bunch of nonsense, got so drunk you had to carry me home, and then I said such embarrassing things just now. I really don't have the face to see you again, Jinjo-kun. Her voice was full of guilt and self-deprecation. It seemed her experiences during university had left a lasting impact on her. Come out, Haruka-san. Staying under the blanket like that can't be comfortable. Jinjo tugged gently at the blanket, trying to coax her out. It was strange to have a conversation this way. And no. I can't, Haruka resisted, clutching the edge of the blanket tightly. It's fine. Come on out, Haruka-san, Jinjo said patiently. After what felt like a long internal struggle, Haruka finally poked her head out from under the blanket, trembling slightly. The first thing she saw was Jinjo's warm, sunny smile. You finally came out, Haruka-san. Jinjo-kun, you're not angry with me? Angry? Why would I be angry? Because I'm so clueless about everything. If it weren't for Riko reminding me today, I wouldn't have realized anything at all. That doesn't bother me at all. Don't worry about it. Really? Jinjo-kun? Of course. Not everyone is like what Riko-san said. Haruka let out a deep breath. Although she didn't look entirely convinced, she seemed noticeably more relaxed than before. Haruka-san, didn't you say earlier that you'd make me some tea? Jinjo said, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. Ah, yes. Jinjo-kun, please wait a moment, I'll make it right away. After everything that had happened, Haruka felt like she'd sobered up quite a bit. A short while later, she returned with a tray holding teacups. Here, Jinjo-kun, try this. It's my favorite black tea, she said, offering him a steaming cup. Jinjo took a sip. The elegant aroma of bergamot mixed with the fresh citrus scent filled his nose, creating a calming effect. The tea had a soothing quality, and after drinking it, Jinjo felt an involuntary sense of relaxation. Ah, it's really good. I feel completely at ease now, Jinjo said, holding the cup. Right? I always drink this after work to help relieve some of my stress, Haruka replied, sipping her tea as well. She seemed to have regained her composure. Haruka raised her cup to her lips and, with a slightly apologetic look, stared at Jinjo. Jinjo-kun, have you really never thought about that? Well. Jinjo hesitated, unsure of how to respond. To say he hadn't thought about it would be a blatant lie. But to admit it might put too much pressure on her in her current state. So you have thought about it, haven't you, Jinjo-kun? But I guess that's only natural. Haruka's face turned as red as a tomato. She hesitated, her thumbs nervously circling the edge of her teacup. After a moment of internal debate, she seemed to make up her mind. Riko said that guys our age have desires 10 times stronger than girls. Like animals. Of course, that's just what Riko said. I think she was exaggerating. She must have been joking with me, Haruka added quickly. 10 times? Animals? Jinjo thought back to an episode of an American TV show he'd seen, which described men in this age range as never letting a walking hole pass by. He took another sip of tea, deciding to let Haruka continue speaking. If, and I'm just saying if, what Riko said is true, then Jinjo-kun must be suffering, right? The blush on Haruka's face now extended down to her pale neck. Suffering? Not really, Jinjo replied, though he thought to himself, Haruka-san and Tomoko-san would definitely give very different answers to that question. As someone older than you, I should be the one guiding you, Haruka said, her voice trembling. But when it comes to this, I'm so clueless. So? It was as if a dam had burst, and Haruka's true thoughts came pouring out. Even though I'm already a working adult, even college students might be more experienced than I am. Isn't it embarrassing? Isn't it strange? I feel like I'm always making a fool of myself. Am I disappointing you, Jinjo-kun? Please, don't hate me. The moment she said this, Haruka immediately regretted it. After a few seconds of silence, a wave of shame and self-reproach washed over her. Jinjo looked up and saw Haruka's eyes brimming with tears, her shoulders trembling slightly.
In an instant, tears began to fall, large drops rolling down her cheeks.
Don't take it too seriously, Haruka-san. I'm sure Riko-san was just joking, Jinjo said gently.
Even if today's students are more mature, it's not unusual not to know about these things. There are even platonic relationships, you know.
After saying this, Jinjo paused, realizing she might take it too literally. Haruka-san, just let things happen naturally.
When the time is right, everything will fall into place.
Jinjo's words seemed to ease her anxiety, giving her some hope for the future.
Thank you, Jinjo-kun. Thank you for being so understanding of someone as immature as me.
Haruka couldn't hold back her tears anymore and started crying uncontrollably, wiping her face messily with the back of her hand.
Hey, Haruka-san.
Don't cry, or your makeup will smudge.
You don't want to end up looking like a panda, do you?
Jinjo joked, handing her a tissue with a smile. I feel like I've used up my entire year's quota of embarrassing moments, Haruka said, taking the tissue and laughing through her tears. Seeing that Haruka had finally worked through her emotions, Jinjo breathed a sigh of relief.
It's getting late.
You should rest soon.
Drinking too much is bad for your health, so take care next time, okay?
Jinjo reminded her gently.
Yes, I will, Jinjo-kun.
Don't worry, Haruka replied with a nod.
After saying goodnight, Jinjo left the room.
Although he urged her to go to bed, Haruka leaned against the railing in the hallway, watching him until he disappeared from sight. Even though so much happened tonight, I feel like I'll have a good dream. I can't wait for the day I spend with Jinjo-kun, Haruka thought to herself, full of anticipation. When Sosuke Jinjo returned to his room, he noticed the lingering smell of alcohol on his clothes. With no other choice, he decided to take another shower. Warm water flowed over his body, and Jinjo found himself thinking about Haruka Mochizuki again. After finishing his shower, he stood by the window. The night breeze gently brushed past him, enhancing the refreshing sensation of being clean.
Jinjo didn't like using a hairdryer.
He preferred the natural feel of his damp hair swaying in the wind. Outside, the sky was completely dark, an infinite blackness that seemed capable of swallowing everything. If only people's worries could be absorbed into a sky like a black hole, he thought.
Maybe life would be simpler that way. The next morning,
soft rays of sunlight streamed into the room, their gentle warmth waking Jinjo naturally. Before the intense heat of summer arrived, this was the most comfortable time of the year. It was Sunday, and just like last week, Jinjo had promised Risa Shiraishi to help with the water polo club's training.
After breakfast, he checked the time and left for school.
The warming weather had encouraged the girls on the streets to switch to skirts, their fair, slender legs exposed under the gentle sunlight. Soft cherry blossom pink, fresh sky blue, and the delicate peachy hue of their lips, springtime was truly a rare and beautiful sight. When Jinjo arrived at the school gate, Risa Shiraishi was already waiting for him, as always.
Risa-senpai, you're really looking forward to my arrival, huh?
You always greet me here, Jinjo said with a smile.
Of course. How could we start training without our coach?
If you didn't show up, the girls wouldn't let me off the hook, Risa replied, her smile restrained yet full of quiet joy.
All right. Don't worry, club president. I always keep my promises. I trust you, Jinjo-kun. Let's go, everyone's already here.
Huh? But it's not even time for practice yet, Jinjo said, glancing at his phone.
That just shows how enthusiastic everyone is about training,
Risa said, pulling Jinjo along toward the campus.
Weekends, water polo, and Jinjo, these three elements combined had lifted Risa's spirits considerably. Good morning, Jinjo-senpai.
By the poolside, the girls were already lined up, wearing their swimsuits.
The moment Jinjo walked over in his swimwear, they greeted him in unison, their voices drawn out playfully. It was quite the sight.
Their youthful, full figures were snugly wrapped in tight swimsuits, while their rosy, toned legs looked even longer thanks to the high-cut design.
It was impossible not to admire them.
And this wasn't just one or two girls, it was an entire group, their combined presence creating a stunning visual impact. Especially with someone like Risa Shiraishi standing among them, her towering height of over 175 centimeters and model-like proportions made her stand out even more. All that was missing was a camera to capture the scene. Since that wasn't an option, Jinjo decided to take a few extra glances, etching the sight into his memory.
Good morning, everyone, Jinjo greeted, clearing his throat to refocus himself. With the poolside scene now mentally archived, training officially began. Last Sunday, we worked on treading water. Risa-senpai said you've been practicing diligently this week. Let me see how much you've improved.
Jinjo positioned himself at the center of the group, addressing the girls. He glanced at Risa, who nodded in agreement.
After a quick warm-up of jogging and stretching, the girls began jumping into the pool one by one.
In no time, they were floating gracefully in the water, like elegant swans.
Their movements were fluid and effortless, a stark contrast to the awkwardness of last week's initial practice. Very good. Now, let's try raising your arms.
Use only your lower body to tread water, Jinjo instructed loudly from the poolside. The girls lifted their arms above their heads as directed.
Though a bit unsteady at first, they soon found their balance. From above, their synchronized, graceful postures made them look like ballerinas performing in the water.
Excellent work. It seems Risa-senpai's training this week was very effective. They've really mastered treading water, Jinjo said, giving her an approving thumbs up.
Thanks to your detailed explanations last time, we based all our training on your instructions, Risa said modestly.
Although I had tried teaching with online videos before, it wasn't nearly as effective as your methods. Despite her humility, her tone carried a sense of pride and accomplishment.
However, I think basic treading water isn't enough, Jinjo said. For today's training, I want to increase the intensity. What do you think, Risa-senpai? Increase the intensity? What do you have in mind? Does the swim team have barbell plates? Jinjo asked. Barbell plates? Why would we need those? Are we doing weightlifting?
Risa asked, puzzled. I want them to practice treading water with added weight, Jinjo explained.
Weight training? Is that necessary?
Yes. From what I know, water polo is a highly physical sport where players fiercely compete for the ball. Underwater, where the referees can't see, pulling on swimsuits and body collisions are common.
Basic treading water won't suffice. Any disturbance or impact could easily throw them off balance. That's why weighted training is essential.
Jinjo's serious explanation convinced Risa.
I see. That makes sense now.
The swim team should have barbell plates, they often do strength training. I'll borrow some from them since they're also practicing today.
I'll go with you, Risa-senpai.
Carrying several plates at once might be heavy.
Thank you, Jinjo-kun. Oh, by the way, once we start the weighted training, could you observe them underwater again? Risa asked. That won't be necessary.
Their underwater techniques are fine now. I'll just monitor how they adapt to the weights from above. While answering, Jinjo thought to himself.
If I go underwater again to observe, I might end up burdening Tomoko-san later.
Risa Shiraishi called the team members practicing treading water to take a break, then led Sosuke Jinjo to the swim team's training area. After exchanging a few words with the swim team's president, she quickly received permission to use their equipment. Being the student council president, her words carried some weight.
Sigh.
The swim team not only has access to an indoor pool but also a dedicated weight room.
I'm so envious. As they entered the room to retrieve the barbell plates, Risa couldn't help but express her feelings. Niche sports like water polo couldn't compete with popular ones like swimming.
She already felt grateful for having recruited so many members. However, seeing the swim team's training conditions and the equipment in the weight room still made her sigh. It's human nature to compare oneself to others, after all.
Don't worry, Risa-senpai.
One day, when the water polo team wins the county championship, I'm sure everyone will start paying more attention to you, Jinjo said, trying to comfort her.
I know you're trying to cheer me up, Jinjo-kun, but thank you, Risa replied with her usual sharp intuition. But if what you said really came true, I'd feel my college years were worth it, she said, briefly allowing herself to dream, even though she knew it was far off. There's definitely a chance, Risa-senpai. You just have to believe in yourself and your team. Then Jinjo-kun, please work hard with us.
It seemed Jinjo's words of encouragement had reignited Risa's motivation.
By the way, Jinjo-kun, which barbell plates should we take?
There are so many here, Risa asked, looking at the variety of weights spread out on the floor.
Just these smallest ones, 2.5 kilograms will do. The goal today is to help the team get used to the feeling of added weight.
There's no need to rush things, Jinjo explained, picking up a few plates.
I'll help you, Jinjo-kun, Risa said, bending down to grab some plates as well. There's no need, Risa-senpai.
We don't need many, and I can carry them myself.
That won't do.
I already feel so grateful for having you assist with the training.
I can't just leave everything to you.
Jinjo couldn't argue with her, so he let her carry 2 plates while he took the rest.
With only about a dozen team members, splitting them into two groups meant the plates they brought would be enough. Back at the poolside, the team members had mostly finished their break. Seeing Risa and Jinjo carrying barbell plates, the girls gathered around, curiosity piqued. Jinjo-senpai, what are these barbell plates for? They look so heavy. The girls murmured among themselves as they slowly crowded closer. They're not too heavy. You can try holding one, Jinjo said, holding up a plate with ease. Today, I'd like you all to practice treading water while holding these weights. This time, you won't use your arms to paddle. Instead, you'll hold the weight above your head while treading water. Is that even possible? Won't we sink if we try that? The girls bombarded him with questions. Don't worry. As long as your treading technique is correct, it won't be a problem, Jinjo reassured them. This is just a simple exercise to gauge your level. There's no need to stress about it. Jinjo's explanation eased their nerves. The basic movements are the same, focus on your legs and the kicking motion of your feet. Don't let the weight in your hands distract you. I'll demonstrate first, he added. As the semi-official coach of the water polo club, Jinjo knew he had to set an example. Holding a barbell plate, Jinjo jumped into the pool. He quickly raised the weight above his head. Though his body sank slightly, he soon stabilized and floated confidently on the water. Wow! Jinjo-senpai is amazing. So it's really possible to float with something so heavy. The girls clapped and cheered as Jinjo demonstrated. Once he finished, Jinjo swam back to the edge and climbed out. See? It's not as hard as you think. Now it's your turn. Don't overthink it, just focus on your movements, Jinjo said, encouraging them with a smile. Before starting the weighted training, Jinjo made sure to reassure the girls and calm their nerves. Risa-senpai, I'll leave it to you now. Got it, Jinjo-kun, Risa replied confidently. She divided the team into two groups and handed each girl in the first group a barbell plate. At her command, the girls jumped into the pool one after another. With the added weight, the splashes they made were noticeably bigger. Soon, the girls raised the weights above their heads. However, it didn't go as smoothly as they'd hoped. Their slender arms wobbled, and their leg movements grew unsteady from the tension, causing most of them to lose their balance. The entire first group struggled and quickly sank, clearly not yet accustomed to the added difficulty. It's okay, everyone. You're doing great. A few more tries, and you'll get the hang of it, Jinjo said, helping them out of the pool and offering encouragement. The second group then took their turn. Learning from the first group's mistakes, they performed slightly better. A few girls managed to float with the weights for a short while. Of course, the best performer was Risa Shiraishi. Joining the second group in the water, she remained calm and stable, holding the weight for over a minute. Once everyone had finished, Jinjo gave a brief analysis. He concluded that weighted treading water might still be too advanced for the team. Maybe next time, we should start with dumbbell plates on land to help them adjust to the weight first, Jinjo suggested to Risa, who agreed with his assessment. As training time came to an end, Risa instructed the team to relax and cool down before dismissing them. Meanwhile, Jinjo gathered the barbell plates and prepared to return them to the swim team. At that moment, one of the girls walking by the poolside slipped and fell forward, letting out a loud scream. Ah! She crashed into Risa, knocking her off balance and into the pool. Unable to dodge in time, Risa stumbled into Jinjo, causing him to drop the barbell plates. One plate flew through the air and landed squarely on Jinjo's right middle finger. Jinjo felt a sudden, soft sensation pressing against him, followed immediately by a sharp, searing pain in his finger. The unexpected situation caused chaos among the girls at the pool. Risa Shiraishi quickly got up from Sasuke Jinjo, then helped him to his feet. The other team members hurried to pull the girl who had fallen into the pool back onto the deck. Are you okay, Jinjo-kun? Did you fall anywhere? Risa asked with concern. Hiss. A sharp pain shot through Jinjo, and he inhaled deeply through his teeth. He shook his injured finger lightly and, biting his lip, said, I'm fine. Let's check on that girl first. Risa nodded and turned to check on the team member who had fallen into the water. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Each team member was precious to Risa, and she always showed them great care. Cough, cough. I'm fine, Risa-senpai. I just fell in suddenly and swallowed a bit of water, the girl said, coughing a few more times before waving her hands to indicate she was okay. Seeing that the girl was unharmed, Risa quickly returned to Jinjo. Did the barbell plate hit you? Where were you hurt? Let me see.
As Risa spoke, she began examining Jinjo for injuries, her movements rushed and worried. It wasn't until the end of her search that she noticed Jinjo clutching one of his fingers.
Move your hand. Let me see it. Risa didn't even wait for Jinjo's response before pulling his hand away. Risa-senpai.
A swollen, reddened finger came into view.
Oh no, your finger looks really bad.
I'll take you to the doctor immediately, Risa said firmly, her tone almost commanding.
It's not that serious, Risa-senpai. I just got it pinched.
It'll be fine in a couple of days, Jinjo said nonchalantly. He had experienced plenty of minor injuries before and was used to handling them with some spray or rest.
No way.
If you wait, it could get worse. You have to listen to me, Risa said, her tone even more insistent.
You're here because I invited you, so I have to take responsibility for your well-being. Knowing he couldn't argue with her, Jinjo nodded reluctantly. Korioka, Midorikawa, could you two go borrow some ice packs from the swim team? Risa asked two nearby girls.
The school nurse isn't here today, but the swim team might have some.
Okay, Risa-senpai. We'll go right away, the two girls replied, slipping on their sandals and running toward the indoor pool. Risa dismissed the other team members and urged Jinjo to change clothes.
A few minutes later, the two of them returned to the poolside. The girls sent to get the ice packs arrived just in time.
Risa-senpai, here are the ice packs.
Jinjo's finger was even more swollen now, with visible bruising under the nail.
It's definitely worse. Don't move your hand, it might make things more serious.
Let's apply some ice first, then we'll head to the hospital. It might feel cold, so bear with it, Jinjo-kun, Risa said as she gently pressed the ice pack to Jinjo's injured finger.
Hiss.
The sharp cold made Jinjo wince.
Does it still hurt that much? Risa asked urgently. It's a bit better now, Risa-senpai, Jinjo said through gritted teeth.
Jinjo-senpai, are you okay? The two girls who had fetched the ice packs asked, their concern evident.
I'm fine. Thank you so much, Korioka, Midorikawa. Don't worry about me.
You two should head back, Jinjo said, expressing his gratitude.
Thank you both. I'll handle things from here, Risa added. Okay, we'll leave it to you, Risa-senpai, the girls replied before leaving. Risa quickly ran to the school gate to hail a taxi. Since it was Sunday, nearby clinics were closed, so they headed to the emergency department of the nearest large hospital. The hospital wasn't too crowded. Risa completed the registration process and took Jinjo to the imaging department for an X-ray.
After the scan, they waited for the results and then went to see the attending doctor. The doctor, a middle-aged man in his 40s with thinning hair, examined the X-ray carefully. His furrowed brow gave Jinjo a hint of what was coming. After a brief pause, the doctor turned to them with the X-ray in hand. The X-ray shows a minor fracture in the middle finger of his right hand.
Fortunately, it's not severe enough to require surgery. We can treat it with external fixation. It's a good thing you came in time. Delaying treatment could have affected the finger's future functionality, the doctor said, setting the X-ray aside and preparing to update the medical records.
Thank you, doctor, Risa said politely, then glanced at Jinjo with a mix of relief and concern. She was glad she hadn't listened to Jinjo's insistence that it wasn't serious and had brought him to the hospital promptly. Patient, please follow me to the treatment room. Family members, please wait here, the doctor said.
I'm
not his family member, just his senpai, Risa muttered as Jinjo followed the doctor into the treatment room.
Did he just mistake me for his family? Like a girlfriend or something?
Risa bit her lip, her mind wandering. Soon, she heard Jinjo's muffled groans of pain from inside the treatment room as the doctor set his finger.
Hang in there, it'll be over soon, the doctor said patiently. Risa anxiously waited outside.
When Jinjo finally came out with the doctor, she breathed a sigh of relief. Jinjo's finger was now encased in a bulky metal splint, making it look comically large, almost like a radish.
The splint needs to stay on for 4 to 6 weeks. Do not remove it on your own during this time, the doctor instructed.
After 4 to 6 weeks, come back for a follow-up X-ray to confirm the healing progress. The doctor explained the precautions and prescribed anti-inflammatory and pain relief medications.
With that, the treatment was complete. How are you feeling now, Jinjo-kun? Does it still hurt? Risa asked as soon as they left the doctor's office. It's much better now.
The doctor's technique was excellent. I can barely feel any pain, Jinjo said with a smile. Thanks for your concern, family member, he added teasingly.
Ah, Jinjo-kun still remembers that. Risa's pale cheeks instantly turned red. That's right. I thought Risa-senpai would immediately correct the doctor when he said that, but you didn't, did you?
Sosuke Jinjo wore a smug expression, as if it wasn't his own finger that was broken.
I just wanted the doctor to treat you quickly, so I didn't bother with such trivial matters.
Don't overthink it, Jinjo-kun, Risa Shiraishi replied, trying to maintain a calm tone. However, the flush on her face betrayed her entirely.
Alright, I get it. It was just my wishful thinking, Jinjo teased, amused by her reaction.
Looking at her now, he thought, maybe this lofty flower isn't so untouchable after all.
She's actually pretty cute sometimes.
Let's go pay the bill now, Jinjo-kun, Risa said, turning and walking ahead. The pain in Jinjo's finger had subsided, but now the financial pain was about to hit. Without a referral from a local clinic, they had to cover all the medical expenses themselves. At the payment counter, Jinjo stood in front.
I'll handle this, Risa-senpai, he said, fumbling awkwardly with his left hand to retrieve his wallet from his right pocket. What are you doing, Jinjo-kun? Risa's soft hand pressed him back down firmly. This is my responsibility. I'll pay.
Before Jinjo could respond, she took out her card and handed it to the clerk.
Risa-senpai. No need to say anything, Jinjo-kun. You got injured because of me. How could I let you bear the cost of your treatment? Thank you, Risa-senpai.
Jinjo wanted to protest but gave up when he saw her determined expression.
After leaving the hospital, they stood by the roadside waiting for a taxi.
Risa seemed unable to let go of her guilt about Jinjo's injury.
I'm so sorry, Jinjo-kun, for causing you such a serious injury. If I hadn't invited you to train with us, none of this would have happened.
Her voice was filled with remorse.
Don't blame yourself, Risa-senpai. It was just an accident, it wasn't your fault, Jinjo said, trying to reassure her.
You know, I was quite a troublemaker as a kid. I've been through my fair share of injuries, big and small.
This is nothing.
Jinjo smiled as he tried to comfort her, even raising his hand to show that he was fine. But as soon as he raised it, he realized the awkwardness. He was holding up his middle finger.
Put your hand down, Jinjo-kun, Risa said, quickly turning her head to the side in embarrassment. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, huh?
Jinjo hurriedly lowered his hand.
Jinjo-kun, it must have hurt a lot when you fell earlier, right? Risa gently took his injured hand in hers, handling it as if it were fragile porcelain. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt anymore.
I already took some painkillers at the hospital, Jinjo said with a calm smile. If only I had been more careful, Risa sighed deeply, replaying the earlier scene in her mind. When a taxi pulled up in front of them, Risa reluctantly let go of his hand.
I'll take you home, Jinjo-kun. That's not necessary, Risa-senpai.
It's just a finger injury, Jinjo replied.
No, I insist. I need to make sure you get home safely.
That's the least I can do, Risa said with firm resolve, as if she were trying to make up for her perceived mistake. Seeing no way to refuse, Jinjo stepped aside and let her into the back seat with him. The car sped through the bustling streets of Tokyo.
Jinjo gazed out the window, watching the lively crowds weaving through the alleys and the buildings flashing by like scenes from a movie.
It felt both real and surreal, as though he were just an observer silently taking in the chaos and splendor of the world outside. While Jinjo was lost in thought, Risa turned her attention to the boy beside her. His slightly messy but shiny black hair, the sharp angles of his perfectly sculpted profile, and his bright, deep eyes gave off an aura of maturity and charm. The muscles on his arms, visible beneath the short-sleeved shirt, were well-defined and healthy, radiating an energy that seemed to glow from every part of him. Sensing her gaze, Jinjo turned to meet her eyes.
Risa-senpai, were you looking at me? And no, not at all.
I was just looking at your injured hand, Risa stammered, her face turning bright red. She quickly averted her gaze, then sneaked another glance at him.
Thank you for your concern, Risa-senpai.
Jinjo's smile was warm and genuine, carrying an irresistible charm. When they arrived at Jinjo's apartment, Risa insisted on walking him all the way to his door at Unit 303. Please come in, Risa-senpai, Jinjo said, inviting her inside.
Risa stepped in and glanced around.
She seemed intrigued by Jinjo's living space. The apartment wasn't large but was clean and tidy. There wasn't much furniture, just a small, comfortable sofa and a coffee table.
Everything was neatly organized, not the messy room she had imagined a bachelor might have. This is your place, Jinjo-kun?
I'm jealous you get to live alone.
Living alone does give you a lot of freedom. Please, have a seat. I won't stay long. I just wanted to make sure you got home safely. Do you need me to take care of notifying the school for you? Risa asked, always considerate. No need, Risa-senpai. A finger injury won't affect my classes. Alright then, Jinjo-kun. Make sure to follow the doctor's instructions and take your medicine on time. If you have any problems, don't hesitate to contact me. I will, Jinjo replied. Risa turned to leave, but Jinjo called out to her. Risa-senpai. She turned back to see Jinjo's clear eyes gazing at her. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Her eyes wavered slightly, and her gaze flitted around nervously as if she were a bit shy. But she quickly steadied herself and met his eyes. Thank you so much for everything today, Risa-senpai. You've helped me a lot. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Take care of yourself, Jinjo-kun. As Risa's figure disappeared down the hallway, the faint smile on her face never faded. Risa Shiraishi stopped walking as she reached the courtyard, raising her head slightly to glance back at the room where Sasuke Jinjo lived. So, this is where Jinjo-kun lives. Maybe I'll come visit him again sometime, she thought silently, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Excuse me, miss, are you here to visit someone? A gentle female voice interrupted her thoughts. Risa turned around to see a beautiful woman with braided hair speaking to her. Tomoko Matsumoto, returning from the market with groceries, had noticed the young girl standing in the courtyard. Hello, I'm not visiting anyone specifically. A junior from school got injured, so I brought him back home, Risa explained. Injured? Are you talking about Jinjo-kun, by any chance? Since Jinjo was the only male tenant in the apartment, Tomoko Matsumoto quickly deduced who Risa meant. Yes, do you know him? Jinjo-kun was injured earlier during club practice at school. We just returned from the hospital. I'm the building manager here, and Jinjo-kun is one of my tenants. How is he? Was it serious? Tomoko asked, her tone full of concern as she glanced toward Jinjo's room. Jinjo-kun is doing okay now. I took him to the hospital, and the doctor said it's nothing too serious. Manager-san, I'll have to trouble you to look after him these next few days, Risa added, briefly explaining Jinjo's condition. Don't worry, I'll make sure to check in on him, Tomoko said, reassured by the news that Jinjo's injury wasn't too severe. Thank you. I'll take my leave now, Risa said, bowing politely before turning to leave. After watching Risa's figure disappear through the gate, Tomoko Matsumoto didn't even bother putting away her groceries. Instead, she hurried straight to the third floor. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid series of knocks sounded at Jinjo's door. Did Risa-senpai forget something? Why is she back so soon? Jinjo wondered, slightly confused, as he walked to the door. He instinctively reached out with his right hand but paused and switched to his left. Oh, it's you, Tomoko-san. What brings you here? Jinjo asked, surprised to see her at the door. And you still ask why I'm here? Why didn't you tell me you were hurt? If I hadn't run into that young lady in the courtyard just now, I wouldn't have known at all, Tomoko said, scolding Jinjo, though her tone carried more concern than reproach. Where did you get hurt? Let me see, she said, placing the grocery bags on the floor before leaning in closer. It's just a finger injury, Tomoko-san. Nothing serious, Jinjo replied, stretching out his right hand. What do you mean it's not serious? You're already wearing a splint. This is a fracture, isn't it? Tomoko realized the injury was worse than she had expected. It's only a minor fracture. It'll heal in about a month, so don't worry, Jinjo reassured her. But no matter how much she tried to downplay it, Tomoko's furrowed brow didn't relax. You're always so careless. What are we going to do with you? Is club practice really so dangerous? How could you end up getting hurt like this? Tomoko held Jinjo's injured hand gently, her eyes filled with worry. It was just an accident. Really, it's fine now. Tomoko-san, did you just come back from grocery shopping? Jinjo asked, noticing the bags near the door. Yes, I bought some ingredients for dinner, Tomoko replied. Oh, by the way, that young lady mentioned you just got back from the hospital. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Now that she mentioned it, Jinjo realized he hadn't eaten anything all day. The morning training session and hospital visit had stretched into the afternoon without him noticing. His stomach cooperated by growling loudly, making Tomoko laugh. I guess you're right. I'm actually pretty hungry now, Jinjo admitted, patting his empty stomach. You really don't take care of yourself, do you? Come to my apartment. I'll fix you something to eat, Tomoko said, picking up her grocery bags. Thank you, Tomoko-san. You're the best, Jinjo said with a smile, following her downstairs. There's some leftover porridge from lunch. I'll heat it up for you to eat first, Tomoko said, reheating the porridge in a pot and ladling it into a bowl. Here, eat up, Jinjo-kun, she said, setting the bowl on the table. Jinjo was about to start eating when Tomoko stopped him. Wait, it might still be hot, she said, picking up the bowl herself. Hoo. Tomoko blew on a spoonful of porridge to cool it. Okay, it's ready. Open wide, she said, holding the spoon up to Jinjo's mouth. Tomoko-san, it's just a finger injury. I can still feed myself, Jinjo said, gently taking the spoon from her. Ah, sorry, Jinjo-kun. When my daughter, Sachiko, was little and got sick or hurt, I always fed her like this. I guess it's become a habit, Tomoko explained softly. No problem, I understand. You're really good at taking care of people, Jinjo said, smiling as he began eating. Wow, this is delicious. Perhaps because he was so hungry, even the simple bowl of porridge felt incredibly satisfying. Tomoko sat nearby, watching Jinjo eat. Seeing him wolf down the food reassured her that he was fine. Finish it up. I'll start preparing dinner soon. For your injury, maybe a bone broth would help. Tomoko muttered to herself, planning the evening meal. Jinjo quickly emptied the bowl, and after solving his immediate hunger, he leaned back lazily on the couch. Tomoko-san, look at my finger now. With the splint, it's as thick as 2 fingers. Isn't that convenient? Jinjo joked, holding up his injured hand. What are you talking about? How could an injured finger be convenient? Tomoko asked, leaning against the couch beside him. Of course it is. Now 1 finger can do the work of 2, Jinjo said, playfully wiggling his bandaged finger. Jinjo-kun, honestly. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this? Understanding his innuendo, Tomoko's cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Well, I guess you're not hurt that badly if you can still joke around. Jinjo looked at her and couldn't help but smile.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.